Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. JC, how are you doing this morning?
I'm feeling great. How are you feeling, Greg?
I'm pretty good. JC and I were talking about the lack of sleep we did get, but that won't affect us at all this morning with how excited we are to be here. And for those of you who have attended our events in the past, you know what an all-star teacher JC is. He didn't even have to pay me to say that. JC's awesome. We're so excited for you to share your talents with us today. I did want to, just because this is the first class and the start of the day, I wanted to take a moment to just let you know at home how the day is going to kind of go. We have our first three classes of the event that are going on today. And I mentioned last night at the end of our evening event how the flow of the classes would go. But I just wanted to, in case you're joining us for the first time at the event this morning and first time at a Concord at Ninth event, the classes, they will all have the same cadence where we will watch some pre-recorded content where our instructors take you entirely through the project. And then we will have a live segment together with you where we will continue to work on that project. And so you don't have to feel pressure to get through the entire card during the pre-recorded content. There's going to be plenty of time to craft together, especially if you've done your homework where you've cut things out and things like that. So don't panic if you feel like it's going too fast. We'll get entirely through card one, and then we will do another pre-recorded video with another live segment after that. And that will be the duration of JC's instruction this morning. And that'll be the same format for all of the classes. And we found that this is really a good format for all of our attendees. So it helps anybody with whatever pace crafter you are, you'll be able to follow along. And I'm really excited to have JC be our first teacher. And we'll go ahead now, and we're going to jump into that first recorded video, and we'll be back with you shortly for our live segment.
Perfect.
So we'll be right back.
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to my crafting studio right over the Rocky Mountains from the C9 cabin. Let's get warmed up with the all-around stencil pack for our crafting weekend together. Admittedly, this is my first time using a turnabout stencil. So beginners, let's enjoy something new together. And cabin veterans, I hope you enjoy this perspective of making for this card, which I called All-Around Color Explosion. Let's talk about the materials you'll need for this card as well as some other elements you should have prepped beforehand. We'll need the all-around turnabout stencil, of course, so that's layers A and B. And then in the coordinating die set, I've already used one of the two corner rounder dies to die cut an A2 sized 4¼ by 5½ inch panel of honeycomb cardstock. And this will be our main element that we ink blend onto. On this little tray, I've also die cut the offset sentiment from Honeycomb, as well as the main sentiment from Wildberry, Clementine, Avocado, and Rainforest. I'll get to why I arranged the die cuts in this particular order in just a moment, but for now I'm going to set all of these pieces aside, as well as the die set. And then we'll pull out our ink blending tools. Of course, we'll need our ink blending tools to apply ink to our background. I've labeled them according to the ink pads, and I'll set these in an area where I can access them quickly. And then as for inks, we will need Wildberry, Clementine, Avocado, and Rainforest. These are the inks that coordinate with the die cut thank you sentiment. You'll also need Pebble Premium Dye ink in a later part of this tutorial. I just don't have it shown here yet. To embellish this card, we'll need the first 4 rows of the enamel dots. So those are the dots and also these petal images. And of course, these coordinate with the inks that are in the set. Another helpful tool that I'm going to be using is some temporary tape. This is satin masking tape. You can use washi tape, anything that'll give you a temporary tack on your card front and stencil. So now that we got all the tools out of the way, let's get to crafting. So on my cutting mat, I'm going to center my portrait-oriented panel of honeycomb cardstock. This is also the cardstock that has the rounded corners to them. And I'm going to hold down this cardstock using that temporary tape. Starting with stencil layer A and the number 1 oriented on the top right corner, I'm going to affix this on top of my cardstock panel. You'll know the right side is facing you because you can read the legible Concord and Ninth right here at the bottom. And right now you'll want to pay attention to the etching on this side of the stencil. it lines up with the corners of our portrait-oriented A2 sized panel. For filming purposes, I've used a permanent marker to label 1 through 4 on each corner of the stencil, just so that you can see this on your screens better. So once I have the A on top, with the number 1 on the top right corner, I'll take more of that temporary tape and hold down the stencil to my crafting mat. I'm using an ink stand to hold my ink pads. It's not needed, but it definitely helps. And with the dedicated Wildberry ink blending tool, I'll start applying that color through the stencil. There's really nothing to it. I might just say that if you've never used your Concord and Ninth inks before, is just to use a light hand. These ink pads are really juicy. So you'll need quite a light hand to make sure that you don't over blend into your stencil. But it's great because you get immediate saturation of this color. And you'll just start filling in the open areas of the stencil. Again, we're on stencil layer number 1. This is Wildberry Premium Dye Ink. Once I feel like I've adequately filled in this area, I'm going to lift up the stencil to reveal this image. It doesn't look like anything quite yet, but I'm going to clean off my stencil real quick using a mixture of soap and water that I use in a spray bottle. If you use baby wipes, that's perfect. Just make sure that you get both sides of the stencil. Make sure your stencil dries before you return it to your panel. And then we're going to rotate our stencil. So right here, I've got the number 1 on the top right corner. Give it a 90-degree turn clockwise, and now you'll see that the 2 is legible. So all I have to do is line up the stencil within the grid of my cutting mat. These stencils are 6x6, so all I have to do is perfectly center it within the 6x6 grid. And then you'll notice as you're looking through the stencil what your reference points are. For me, I noticed them within the quarter pie images as well as the quarter arches. That's where it's the most obvious for me when I'm looking at the stencil. Moving down our line of inks, I'm going to grab Clementine and its dedicated blending tool and fill in the stencil. The reason I picked Honeycomb cardstock is because it's analogous to all these colors that I'm using, so Wildberry, Clementine, Avocado, and Rainforest. I'm not going to end up with muddy colors as I ink blend on top of it. They're all next to each other on the color wheel. And I know I'll get vibrant blends with all of these inks on top of Honeycomb cardstock. So after cleaning the stencil off again, I'll look for my number 3 etching on my stencil. And you'll notice the number 3 etching on the A2 grid will perfectly align with your ink blended panel again. And all I've got to do is put down that tape again. And let me just show you this little trick here. If you don't have the grids on your cutting mat, you can use a little bit of your temporary tape to create a little bumper on the bottom right or top left corner, wherever you feel. And what I'm doing is creating this 90-degree bend, just so we have a little reference point when making your layered image. If you have an inch layout grid, then this is just another great way to really ensure that your images are going to be perfectly aligned. So looking at the 6x6 grid and then bumping the stencil into that bottom right corner, you'll just be assured that everything will align perfectly. And here is that etching on the stencil that matches your A2 portrait-oriented guide. So many ways to really make sure that you've got this image right, as well as looking at reference points in the image. So again, number 3 is on the top right corner. I'll pull Avocado Premium Dye Ink out this time. And I've got the ink stand. It really helps just hold my ink pads as I'm ink blending. And I will completely fill in and saturate this image. Again, with a light hand. You can always add color, you can't take it away. And we'll build this color and completely fill in the number 3 layer with Avocado. I'll gently peel and reveal this image, clean off both sides of the stencil as usual. And then finally, we'll get our last rotation of the all-around turnabout stencil. So here's layer number 3 again, our reference point, and then we'll turn it 90 degrees. And here's the final layer, number 4. So number 4 is on the top right. I'm looking at the 6x6 grid on my cutting mat. And then I'm also making sure that the bottom right portion of my stencil is bumped up right against that corner tape that I made. I'll bring back out my ink stand, put Rainforest Premium Dye Ink on it, and also use its dedicated blending tool, again, to fill in the open areas of this image. I love what happened with rainforest on top of honeycomb cardstock. It almost looks navy. So take the time to clean your stencil. We'll need it for the second card, of course. But for now, for this first card, I'm going to clean it off, set it off to the side, and we'll bring in the B layer to the all-around turnabout stencil. With the B stencil, I'm following all of my reference points again. Since this stencil is also 6x6, I just have to center it within my 6x6 grid, bump the bottom right corner of my stencil into my temporary tape on the bottom right, and then with more temporary tape, I'll hold down this layer to my crafting mat. And again, the number 1 is right up here on the top right. This is where we will bring in Pebble Premium Dye Ink. And I've positioned that on my inkstand just to hold it. And we'll fill in this image just as we've normally done with the dedicated blending tool and completely fill in this image. Now you can do one more thing with this turnabout stencil. There is no other etching for 2 through 4, but if you give the stencil a 90-degree turn, you'll notice that some of the dots and petal motifs perfectly fit with what you just blended, but we'll bring back Pebble Premium Dye Ink and fill in the remaining open areas of this image. And I just think this really helps fill in your card front by adding in these overhanging details like so. Creating this fun background with the turnabout stencil was so easy. For my first time using the turnabout stencils, I just really liked how intuitive this was. And even though this is a repeating radial background, I just think it's so crazy how you can't even tell. Anyway, we're done with that corner guide on the bottom right, so I'm going to remove that tape from my cutting mat, as well as gently remove the temporary tape I used to hold down my ink blended panel now to my cutting mat. I'll set this off to the side to dry, and then we'll start working on our sentiment. So I'm going to bring in that tray where I had the thank you letters die cut, as well as the offset sentiment cut from honeycomb cardstock. And I want to create more variation within the sentiment. So let me move off the offset die cut to the side for a second. And what I'm going to do is leave the row of T's alone. With the row of H's, I'll move the wild berry die cut to the end of the line. With A, I'll move wild berry and clementine. The N, the wild berry, clementine, and avocado. And I'm just going to shift these down just so that there's a little bit more room. And then with the K, the pattern repeats, so I'm not going to do anything with them. With Y, I'll move down wild berry. O, I'll move wild berry and clementine. And U, I'll move wild berry, clementine, and avocado and shift these down. So now we've quickly staggered everything. This made the most sense to me to do it this way. Maybe there's a different way that you find to do it, but otherwise, everything on the very left side of your sentiment will be what's on the top layer, and then everything underneath is what's going to be hidden and stacked together. So there are definitely different ways you can do this. You can cut the thank you sentiment from all of your layers of cardstock and then preserve all of these individual letters and stack and glue white cardstock together. But for me, I'm going to show you at the end, but I kind of like the result that ends up with these peekaboo layers, I guess, between all of the stacks. So I'm using a needle point glue applicator and my favorite liquid medium. Mine dries to a tacky finish so that I don't have to worry about adhering everything so quickly. And I feel like I get less of the sticky edges from over applying glue because the glue dries to a tacky finish and doesn't move. So I'm going to apply glue again to the second, third, and fourth column of all of these letters. And just starting from the left side, for example, for the T layers, I'm going to start with wild berry on top, move down to clementine, then avocado, and then rainforest. And that'll be my stack for the T and thank you. Then with the H, again, I'm going in order from the first column to the fourth column. So clementine, avocado, rainforest, and wild berry. A will be avocado, rainforest, wild berry, and clementine. So hopefully you're seeing the pattern here as I assemble all of these images together. And if you did it right, each color cardstock should have 2 letters. So the T and the K have their first layer as wildberry, the H and the Y are clementine, A and O are avocado, and then the N and U are rainforest. You can start with whatever color you want if you want to change up the palette on this. But like I mentioned, if you use 4 cardstock colors, cut out your sentiment once from each color of cardstock, your sentiment will have 2 letters of each cardstock color. Then all we have to do, once we align all of the layers, is position them within the offset die cut. Again, the offset layer is cut from honeycomb cardstock. That's the same color as our ink blended background, our turnabout stencil background. And we'll just keep on positioning and gluing the stacked sentiment on top of the offset. And I just prefer this layering mechanism, especially since there are so many colors on this card. It feels kind of like composite wood or wood grain. When you look at it from the side, it's just like an interesting sort of Easter egg to admire when you look at the dimension of this card from a different angle. So before I glue down or foam mount this sentiment, I'm going to use the enamel dots because why not? To help with perfectly getting this positioned on top of some of these open petal images on our background, I'm going to use liquid adhesive, even though these are adhesive-backed enamel dots. I just feel like the liquid adhesive will give me a little bit of wiggle room before I permanently push down the enamel dots. And I'm leaving my sentiment in the center just so that I don't put enamel dots where you can't see them. So the thank you sentiment is not glued down or foam mounted like I mentioned. At random, I'm just picking enamel dots or petal motifs that coordinate with the images on the background stencil. So I'm using wildberry, clementine, rainforest, and it looks like it might be pistachio enamel dots, as well as the pebble enamel petals. Whatever feels good, I just grabbed and went, whatever, I just put them wherever I wanted to. I just love the different texture that we're getting with the enamel dots, and of course it adds just a little bit of shine to your background. And I love when we can make backgrounds into foreground elements, and all we need to do is add the sentiment. I'm going to add foam tape to the back of the die cut sentiment. I like to use a really thick foam adhesive so this stands out really far from the card. And while the glue behind the enamel dots is drying back, I'm going to prepare my folded note card base. Now for you, maybe you're not ready to glue this down to your folded note card base yet, but I will say I'm just going to do it on camera because I just want to make sure that I mentioned that you'll also want to die cut your folded note card base. Since I have the rounded corners on all 4 sides of this honeycomb panel, I will also want to die cut the rounded corners on my folded note card base. It just gives a more cohesive look with these rounded corners so that there's no card base peeking out from underneath the top right, top left, and bottom left portions of your panel. But once I've applied liquid glue to my folded note card base, then I can bring in our final all-around turnabout stencil background, as well as the die cut sentiment and the embellished enamel dots, and that'll finish this first look at the all-around stencil pack. I love the vibrant colors from wildberry, clementine, avocado, and rainforest. On top of this honeycomb panel, it gives sort of like a southwestern vibe, but not quite, you know? I don't know how to describe it. Maybe it's that little tile feeling that we're getting within the circles of the all-around turnabout stencil, coupled with the subtle shine of the enamel dots. It's just a fun, colorful take on a textured thank you card. Let's fly right back over to our cozy camp, and we'll give you an opportunity to finish up this card as well as ask any questions that you might have. I'll see you in just a second.
All right, welcome back, everybody. JC, you nailed it. Way to
you.
start off the classes. That's great. And I don't know if you're following along in the chat, but it looks like everybody is loving the card. They're loving your presentation. I couldn't agree more. And for those, there are a few people who had questions and things like that. So that's what this next segment of JC's class is for. And so we'll let JC take it away, and we'll keep going with the card. So if you have questions, let us know. In the chat, put question at the beginning of your comment, and then that way we can hopefully catch it before it moves on. So
Yeah. Well, thank you, Greg. And
Yeah.
of course, it's good to be back. Thank you to the C9 team for having me for
Oh, of
my third
course.
event. And yeah, we'll just get started. I saw a lot of the comments and questions in the chat, so I just want to make sure that I address them in order as we go through the cards. So a lot of you have asked how to use the corner rounder dies, and I'll show you both of the versions that we have on here. First of all, these are the two materials that are in the first two cards of this class. So you have the die set and the coordinating stencil set, which we will get to in a moment. And then here are the two corner rounder dies. So there's one that cuts along the long edge, which is this one, and then the shorter edge, which is this one. And what I mean by shorter edge is if I have this oriented in my die cutting machine here, that I have it along the short side or the long side with the other die. So there's different orientations that you can do as far as what you want to cut. In this case, I just made it easy, and we just decided to do all four sides. Again, this is a 4 1/4 by 5.5 A2 size panel of honeycomb cardstock. And I'm just gonna bring you all just a little closer real quick, right here. And what I'm looking at right here is this die cutting edge here, and I want that face down. And this inside portion of the die is going to come right into contact with the edge of your card. So we'll do that on the left side. Oh, and I've got a piece of temporary tape here, if that helps, if you don't have a magnetic cutting platform.
I'm the kind of person, no matter how secure I feel that magnet is, I always have to throw on a little bit tape because
Yeah.
it just, yeah.
And I'm also looking at reference points like there's a little indentation on the die itself just to make sure that the top edge and the bottom edge are touching the cardstock to get that really nice rounded area. Put that tape down, run it through your die cutting machine as normal.
That's great. Several people had questions on how to use that, so that's great. Hopefully you guys are having success with this. It's really, yeah, it's just take an extra second to make sure that's aligned really accurately, and it's kind of that measure twice, cut once
Yeah.
thing, right?
And if you have to do it over, then you have to do it. It's
Yeah.
just cardstock, you
Yeah.
know. So there you go. There's that rounded corner on the long side. Then we'll just repeat that on the other side. And like I mentioned in the video, so that it matches with your folded note card base, you'll want to repeat these steps with the folded note card base. So I'll show you the end results of that. But
And Marcia Fellner, she said, wouldn't quarter rounder punches be easier to round the corners? And if you do have a corner rounder punch, feel free to use that. We just have it in the die set. But
Yeah,
if you
and
have a
that's
corner
perfect.
rounder punch and you find that easier to use, by all means, use that.
yeah. I knew I had one, but the radius was different on this one. I like that this one's just very, like a suggestion of a
Yeah.
corner, you know? And if you stenciled already and you skip this step, you can always return to it. So if you went ahead and wanted to follow along with the video without these corner rounder dies, you know, that works as well. So let me pull this off. Oh.
And you could also leave it a square corner if
Yeah.
you want, you know, so.
So there's those rounded corners on here. And what I meant to do it on the folded note card base is you'll want to make sure that I have a side folding portrait, A2 size panel here, that I run through the die cutting machine just like this. So it's folded, and I'll repeat the same steps. That inside corner of your die is going to come right into contact with the long edges of your folded note card base. And then you'll want to make sure for this one, for sure, use some temporary tape. It'll help keep this folded edge really nice and secure. So here, so that when you put your stenciled panel on top, it all aligns perfectly and you get the nice rounded corners. And when your card recipient opens their card, it all matches on the inside as well. So
I love your personalized stamp, by the way.
Thank
Every time
you.
I see your cards,
I've
I just think that's
updated,
so cool. Yeah,
but
that's awesome.
thank you. So if there isn't anything else on the chat, please just let me know.
Yep.
Otherwise, we'll move right along to stenciling. And I noticed some of the other comments that were in there were about the grid that I was using. So I'll touch as to why I use that. It's simply
I'll get to that in a moment.
And for those asking questions in the chat, sometimes we'll address it here live with JC, and other times our team will address it in the chat. So just hang tight.
Yep. I'm using this. It's a sticky surface to hold down my stencil. I work on as you saw in the recorded version, I work on a more matte surface. It's not so slick like this. I just like it because my stencils don't slide around. But
Yeah. And this is like anybody's crafting space. You have tools that you prefer. And so at home too, use the things that work the best for you.
for sure,
So,
yep. But in your kit is the turnabout jig, and typically this is for stamps, but of course it works great with the stencils. And I'll show you how to do that here, because I do reference some sort of alignment grid on my craft mat as we did the pre-recorded version. So I'm just going to remove this from here. I've got the nice C9 logo on top, and I'll get this centered on here. And again, like this doesn't have to be exactly centered. It's just
but if you're JC, it has to be exactly
It's
centered,
okay.
right?
Pretty much. Pretty much. I'm really trying to make sure.
I love the precision with which you craft. It's so great.
And this is just to hold this to a more sturdier surface.
Nice.
That's all. That's all it's there for. So I like to keep the release, the acetate on here just so that I protect the sticky surface. But then on top, I'll use a temporary tape.
Okay.
I just like to keep it looking nice and new for all of the future releases. And yeah, let's bring in the stencils now, which I've got right here. And what I'm looking at, if you've never used stencils before, here's the C9 logo, which I'll try to reflect there. And then the A etching on top, right there. And then there's numbers as well. Where did it go? Right here on the top right corner. So those are my reference points. Oh, I'm sorry. And then as well as the A2 alignment etching pieces there. And I've kind of accentuated them, like I said in the video. They've since faded, but it doesn't matter.
And the numbers in the corner are for your turns.
That's right.
So-
Yeah. Start with number 1. And you can kind of see it too on the turnabout jig. Is your number 1. We'll start with number 1 on here. But before I do that, let's get our panel on here. If you've removed the acetate, feel free to stick your cardstock directly to it. But I'm just going to try to keep it nice and new for myself. And tape this in an area where I won't get ink. So here, and down here.
While you're getting that aligned, I loved during the video. I've seen JC's cards before the event, obviously, but I just was reminded as you're doing the video, I was loving the sentiment. I've seen people how they stack that up and make thick sentiments and things, but I loved the way you alternated the colors.
Yeah,
So
and you already
cool.
did the work, so might as well use them.
Yeah.
So that was my intent with that.
I love it.
So I'll stick these right to my surface here. So again, number 1 on the corner, the A etching is facing me, and then the Concord and Ninth logo is legible. So you'll just want to make sure that as you do this, that the etching, you can feel it, and also it faces you the entire time. You don't want to accidentally flip the stencil over. You just won't get the same pattern, or you'll get something else.
Yeah.
So it's a card. It's fine. Number 1, we'll start with Wild Berry ink. And what I'm going to do is, we should have already labeled our ink blending brushes. So I'm going to just use them throughout the classes, and your other instructors will do the same thing. I use the enamel dots that are in the kit to label the brushes. So if you haven't done that, it'll just help to keep things speedy as
That's
we go
great.
along.
Great
So,
tip.
and here's that wild berry brush. And I'll just start blending. I like to take a little bit of the ink off on the back inside portion of the ink pad. This will just help get things nice and smooth.
Fresh ink pads at Concord Ninth with the firm foam, they can be particularly juicy. And so,
Yeah.
I liked your tip in the video that, test it first before you lay that down.
Yep. Because you find that sometimes it might go underneath the stencil, but
Yeah.
if we have a little boo-boo, that's what the enamel dots are for. It's just fine.
And doing this, I love that you're doing this on a colored cardstock because it just warms up, like on yellow, it just really warms up all of those tones. And you had mentioned something about like Southwestern kind of like
Yeah.
vibe and stuff. And I think that warmth it also kind of feels like tile, but it also, I think that yellow undertone and stuff is really pulls that out.
Yeah. That's the nice nature of transparent inks, is that you can get like nice analogous blends and really
Yeah, I liked
experiment.
that too. The
Yeah.
use of analogous in your video. That was the color theory. I love some color theory. That's awesome.
So we'll just work that through. That's wild berry again. Sorry, I know I'm not showing the color, but I'm just trying to use the inside of the pad. Really,
Oh, that's a great tip too, though. That's a nice surface that it keeps that mess contained a little bit for you. And,
yeah,
I love too with ink blending. One thing that as I've gotten more familiar and comfortable with ink blending is it's a very additive process. Like keep adding. It's a lot harder to take away.
Exactly.
So building those layers up, and then you kind of know, like, you can decide when you want to stop.
yep. And of course, with any premium dye ink and any high quality ink, might look different on cardstocks, but then just let it dry back, trust the process, and it levels out really nicely. So I'm going to keep my temporary tape on here, but there's that first turn.
Beautiful.
We'll give it a little wipe here and move on to the second layer, and I'll show you how to align that
Someone
on
asked,
here.
what glue do you use?
I use a liquid glue. It's the Tombow Mono liquid adhesive. That's
Okay.
just what I did. I have like
I've used that before. It's
yeah,
good.
I have
Yeah.
a 24 pack of.
I know a lot of people
XL.
like. Oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome. I know a lot of people love the Barely
Yep.
Art, or I think that's the brand.
Yeah.
That's a great one too. But if you're me, you just use a ton of it.
Yeah.
So, do you need me to? Do we need a paper towel?
Possibly, but we'll see what
Here,
happens.
use my shirt.
Uh,
I'm gonna sacrifice my
Oh
shirt.
no.
Yeah. That'll be good. There we go.
There we go. Anything
good
for the cam. Just a reminder, here's the A etching, number 1. We're going to give this a 90-degree turn clockwise. So now here is the etching for number 2. There it is, right in this top corner.
Got awesome
And-
team members off to the in the wings helping us out. Is it dry
I think
enough
it's
for you?
good,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. We
Thank
got some
you.
for the next
Next
turn.
time, yeah. So what I'm looking at here is this etching on these corners here. So this was our alignment guide. They will roughly match the corners that are on the landscape-oriented portion on your turnabout jig. So that'll help with the alignment, but of course, it's nice you can find your little reference images here to see how this four-petal motif, is what I'll call it, really aligns in here. So I'm looking at edges such as these quarter circles down in these areas. And so you can kind of manipulate and
So ultimately, trust your eyes, right?
Exactly.
And helping. That is the nice thing with these turnabouts too. The stencils versus stamps. The stencils have a little bit of that, more of that wiggle room, literally, to
Yeah.
like kind of inch that into space.
Yep. And yeah, you don't really have to peel off the stamp like in
Yeah.
the turnabout stamps. But so that's the second layer aligned. So again, there's that number 2 etching is going to be on the top. Notice I didn't flip the stencil over. Here's that etching for Concord and Ninth logo right on the left side here. And then we'll just go down in order. Clementine will be our next ink pad right over here. Again, analogous color to honeycomb cardstock. And
I love this palette too. I just think it's got some nice, a nice variety to it. And Clementine is that nice soft orange.
yeah, it all just happened like the kit. Of course, it's going to coordinate really nicely. So if you want to recreate these projects multiple times, you'll be assured that everything coordinates really well. So working this through the stencil again, taking some of that ink off on the inside lid of Clementine. And yeah, it'll just be a slow morning, just sort of relax and get this stenciled. We'll do a variation on the second card. And yeah, and it'll just get us ready for the day. Many more cards to make today.
Well, and I love too with the, a turnabout stencil versus the turnabout stamps. I mean, we have dozens and dozens of turnabout stamps, and we've had turnabout stencils in the past, and I love that you can get that variation too, like that soft gradation at times, and you could even, I mean, I love that you're sticking with one color per turn, but you could also, like, if you go back and play with this later, you could play around with going from like, let's say like creamsicle, like a lighter orange into clementine or whatever. And so like within each turn, you could play with a slight gradation of colors that are in a nice gradient or something, you know?
Exactly.
There's some fun, different techniques you could do with the stencil that you don't typically get with a stamp.
And I know a few, when I was first here, we had Simon Hurley, and you could use his solar pastes as maybe one of the last layers on here as well.
Yeah.
And get like a completely different mixed media look.
Totally.
Yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
There we go. Thank you.
I will dry them for you. Not on my shirt anymore because we've got our paper towels.
Right, we
in-house.
just started, so we got to keep the fit really nice. So we'll just keep going. I turn that again 90 degrees to the third corner right here, which is up on the top, and we'll just keep working down our line of colors. So hopefully you all are, getting that ink blend workout this morning. I didn't work out. I was mentioning this to Greg this morning. I didn't have a chance to go to the gym, but I'll just count this, as my
As your
single
work-
arm. Yeah.
That's great. Oh, somebody said they don't have clementine, so they're using their marmalade. Sarah Phillips, you're so cheeky. There's, do you know the history of marmalade? So it was our original orange color.
Okay.
Very, very bright and
Okay.
vibrant. If you're looking for a really bright orange. And it sadly had to go a few years ago. and-
Okay. That was not going to be the color, was it? Bright orange.
No. And it yeah. Rest in peace. Let's see. Will you give additional ideas for different color palettes? I'm definitely color challenged. So stay tuned during our segment for Color Club because we will introduce a lot of really fun color palettes. Those will be using our upcoming colors with existing colors. But if we have some time at the end, maybe JC we could talk about like how you could swap out. I like the idea of we could start with these and then talk about where to, maybe you could swap this color for that color or something. So
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah, we'll see what time we have.
We'll need to do this, I think, 3 more times.
Perfect.
And last layer is going to be rainforest. And I sort of did this on purpose too, so that if we're kind of going from lightest to darkest, I feel like that really helps solidify things. So where are we at? Number 3. Number 4 is going to be on that top right corner again. Throw this right on top of the jig. And I'm like not really looking at the etching anymore because I have a general idea of how this lines up. And if it helps, the product or the camp guide will tell you where to, what this final image looks like if you need to see the end result and sort of back calculate your way through the layering of this image. So
I love it. I want a quilt with this pattern on it. I think, and I want it like in the honeycomb color.
Yeah.
I think that's so pretty.
And I mentioned this was rainforest.
And rainforest is so great. I've been using rainforest at times. Like if you're looking for a really deep saturated color and maybe you don't want to do a sentiment in like black, rainforest goes well with so many colors. I mean, it's so deep that it acts almost as a neutral at times.
Yep.
And it's kind of a nice alternative to just stamping in black for your sentiment every time. Like maybe try rainforest.
Yeah, love it for outlines. Christina's long lines.
Yes. Yeah.
There we go. So that's the stenciling portion, at least for the A layers. So we'll just pull that off to the side and work with the B layer now. So here's that etching for the B. Come on, show me. There it is. Here's our Concord and Ninth logo again, and we'll get this aligned. So you can see sort of as looking through the stencil where this fits in. So I'll just throw that down. It looks perfect there. And what I mentioned on here, actually before I get to that, we'll just finish this portion up. I'll use Pebble on this layer and fill in the open circles.
And Pebble's a great color too. It goes with, it's truly a neutral, but
Yeah.
it goes so well with so many palettes. And that's a fun thing too. When I'm the person earlier who was asking, I lost the comment, but who was asking about or who said they were color challenged. Sometimes you might have just the right colors in a palette, but it's like heavy or it's like a lot of color. And if you just put Pebble in there as like another color, it just immediately softens that out. Look at that.
So that's all of the layers if you just stencil like as intended. I gave this one more 90-degree turn, and you can kind of look through the stencil and see where other images align like I mentioned in the video. But there are just a few dots that we don't color if we give it
Nice.
one more turn. It just helps it make
Yeah, if you want to have another,
like more full.
yeah.
There we go. Oh, this one here, and that should finish the stenciling for this. So we'll do a grand reveal of that.
That is beautiful.
Thank you, thank you.
Love it. Hopefully those of you at home who are following along are having similar success.
Then we'll stack our little sentiment here. So we'll let this dry back right here on our mat. And I've got everything roughly arranged in the same way that we did it before. And since I did it this way, all I have to do is put glue on these layers here. And I've got a glue nozzle with a needle tip. It's just going to make it easier to get these all aligned.
So you've used a temporary adhesive to hold those in place
That's right.
for
Yeah.
right now. Nice.
Just so that we can work through this as efficiently as possible.
Nice.
And yeah, I've got this just on a crafting tray. It really helped get this aligned. And I bumped the colors just as you saw in the video so that there's a stacked layer of colored cardstocks. And these cardstocks, again, are the same colors that we used for the inks. So wild berry, clementine, avocado, and rainforest. So now I can just lift this up, work down my line of colors.
You're so organized. That's I aspire to that, but I'm a very chaotic. Like, I'm kind of an explosive person, in a, like in a fun way, I guess. I don't know, but I am always just enamored with the thought and organization and stuff, and I'm like, it definitely makes me feel like I could do it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It's just how my brain works, I guess, you know.
that's great.
Kind of lead to that calm aspect.
Because you're like science brain.
That's right.
Right? So, yeah. For those who don't know that about JC and his day job,
Yeah.
he's. So, do you find that card making is kind of an outlet to? Because you're still you still approach it very methodically, and I dare say even like scientifically when you talk about like color theory and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But do you find that it's? What does card making do for you? That.
You know, I as methodically as I approach it, like it still doesn't. Card making sort of fulfills that creative aspect. You know,
Sure.
you can't really be too creative when working with patient care.
Uh-huh.
But has it helped other aspects? Has it helped the other way? Absolutely, because then I come up with creative solutions when I work at the hospital
Love it.
for logistical things as that. So it sort of balances out in its
Yeah.
own way.
That's awesome.
So I can just grab these colors. I don't have any glue on the back of these, but I'm just quickly showing you how that layers up. And once those are all glued down, then you just add it to your honeycomb offset die cut, which is this piece down here. And I just really like the side view of this when you give it to your recipient.
That was insanely fast. The way you did that. It's worth that prep work, right? Because the way that those came together was,
Exactly.
it wasn't work.
Yeah. So I hope that covers like a lot of the questions that might have come up. But I'll show you the end result of this just really quickly. And so we threw in the enamel dots. And I feel like that's something, you know, as you meditate on this piece that you can finish this card up with. But that's the
it.
dimension on there.
And I loved your tip of like, if you're one of those people that has a hard time at times, like with precision placement and things, use a little dab of glue to kind of,
That's right.
it's more forgiving with these enamel shapes. So,
That's right.
well, fantastic, JC. Beautiful card. And I can see the other card that's coming up. It's a nice contrast to what we've just seen you make here. And
Yep.
so we're going to go ahead now. And if you haven't finished the card, go ahead and set it aside. We're going to move on to card 2 for JC's class. But your instruction was wonderful. Thank you so much. And we'll jump now into card 2 video. And again, you do not have to have it finished by the end of the video. We'll be back live with you to craft live. So we'll be back shortly.
Okay, campers, so we uncovered the basics of the turnabout stencil. If you haven't done so yet, let's quickly clean off the stencil so that we can experiment with even more color. I want to shift the position of this image to a different place on our card fronts so that we can stretch our supplies and get a unique perspective. I called this card Corner Pop Focus Technique. Let's cover the materials we need on this card. We'll need our all-around turnabout stencil as well as the coordinating die set. And then from the die set, we'll need the following images. The quarter circle and arch segment is cut twice from champagne cardstock. I've cut the cluster of 4 circles also from champagne cardstock twice. And then the 2 sizes of the leaf or petal images twice from champagne cardstock. Depending on your taste, you might not use all of these die cut images, but at least we've got them die cut and prepped so that you can save them for other projects. Also from champagne cardstock, I've cut the offset sentiment for the Celebrate piece, and then I've cut 2 layers of the Celebrate sentiment itself from white cardstock. As for the edge die, I'm only going to do one side this time. On my final orientation for the card, I have also cut this 4 1/4 by 5.5 inch powder cardstock panel and used the longer rounded corner die to get the right side of this panel. I will also do the same on my folded note card base and use the rounded corner die on the open side of my side folding A2 sized white cardstock folded note card base. Aside from all these die cut elements, the inks we'll need on this card are Sea Glass, Pistachio, and Rainforest. We'll also need the coordinating blending brushes, which I have not moved from the previous card. In addition to these tools, this time I want to embellish this card with the Dewdrop assortment. We've got plenty in here for multiple cards, and we'll save this for the end of the tutorial. And then finally, I'm going to pull out the all-in-one turnabout jig from Concord and Knife. This is an optional tool that will help you position your cardstock and stencil, but I wanted to show this to you because it'll help in other aspects of your Concord and Knife collection. And the turnabout jig, even though it's intended for the photopolymer stamps, it'll work great for these stencils as well. So let's get this out of the packaging, and I have not removed the clear acetate sheet that protects the sticky surface of the turnabout jig, and I'm going to leave mine on to preserve the sticky surface of the turnabout jig, but also it'll provide a little bit of a slick surface to resist the ink that I'll put on top. I'll position the jig on the center of my cutting mat, again within that 6x6 grid to perfectly get it centered. And of course, our stencils are 6x6. I'm positioning the A stencil on top of my 6x6 turnabout jig. And I want to do a little bit of prep work on the stencil just to help visualize the etching on the corners. So I'm using the B stencil as just a corner guide to accentuate the etching for the A2 guide that's on the stencils. I'll do that for the 4 corners on the A layer. And there is not an A2 portrait etching guide when you rotate the stencil to the 2 side. And so I'm looking through my turnabout jig, and I'll position the stencil as I normally would if I were to position this image on the center. Then I'll look through the stencil, looking for that portrait-oriented guide on the turnabout jig, and then I'll use the corners again and a permanent marker to accentuate the corners of the guide for the A layer stencil. I'll repeat this process on the B layer, aligning the stencil to the center of the turnabout jig, and then the turnabout jig to the center of my cutting mat. Then I'll use the corners of the A stencil this time to accentuate and visualize the A2 etching on the first layer. Then we'll do this one last time on the B layer, on the first turn, second side of the stencil, and find our A2 portrait alignment guide. These added guides are going to help position your stencil onto your cardstock, as we'll be doing a little bit of unconventional stencil layering on these images. So I feel like the more guides to help you be successful, the better. I'm bringing in pieces of satin masking tape or a temporary tape again, and I've got them prepped on my fingertips. And instead of positioning our powdered cardstock panel in the center of our turnabout jig, I'm going to shift this down, and I'm looking for the top portion of the cardstock to meet with the center horizontal line of our turnabout jig. You can also see that horizontal center line on my cutting mat. Before I tape down my stencil, I'm just going to confirm that my tape is not obstructing any part of the stenciled image. And when I find out it's not, I'm going to position the layer A stencil as I normally would, with that number 1 layer on the top right corner. Some reference points I'm looking for on the stencil are the corner guides that we've added, as well as positioning the stencil on top of our jig. And our stencil also happens to fit within the 6x6 grid. And once I've confirmed all of those positions, then I'll add a little bit more of my temporary tape and hold down the stencil to the jig and to my mat. And I'm also going to ensure that my cardstock is not going to move while I'm blending this ink on top of it. So again, we'll need sea glass, pistachio, and rainforest. I'm bringing in that ink stand again, and with sea glass and its dedicated blending brush, I'll apply this color through the openings of the stencil and completely fill in the images that fit on our cardstock. This should work up pretty quickly since we're only doing half of the image. Then I'll remove the stencil, clean it off with my soapy water mixture solution, and make sure to get the other side of the stencil as well. I'll wipe off a little bit of that excess moisture with a paper towel just to make sure that the back of the stencil is dry before returning it to my powder panel, and then we'll rotate the stencil so that the 2 corner is on the top right. I'll walk through the guides that I'm looking for. So I'm looking for the stencil to be positioned in the center of my 6x6 grid. I want these added etched lines, these black permanent marker lines, to also be aligned with the A2 guide on my jig. And now that we have some reference images on our powder cardstock with sea glass premium dye ink, we can use the next layer of images to confirm that everything is nicely positioned and as perfect as we can get it to be. Then once we've got that, we can start blending pistachio on top of powder cardstock and filling in the open layers of the all-around image. Once I feel I've got an adequate saturation of the second layer, I'll remove the stencil, clean off both sides, and get our stencil ready for the third layer. I'm looking at my 6x6 grid, looking at the added etching we did, and now we have even more reference layers to look at through the stencil to get this third layer aligned correctly. Then moving down the line of inks, I'll use Rainforest and its dedicated blending tool and fill in the remaining open areas of this layer. For this card, I want a little bit of a different look and a different feeling. You can certainly fill in the last turn of the A layer stencil, but I'm going to do the turnabout just 3 times on the top half of our powder panel. I do want to use the B layer on this card. I love the little dots that surround the petal circle images. So I'm aligning the B layer with the number 1 etching on the top right corner, aligning the stencil to the center of my 6x6 grid, and making sure that the added etched lines that we made also line up with the A2 portrait grid on our turnabout jig. So then I'll use more temporary tape, hold down the stencil to my craft mat, and I'll finish this layer off with sea glass ink to add these beautiful dot details and teardrop shapes to the top half of my powder panel. Filling in this layer should take no time at all. Now I'm going to remove the B layer stencil and reveal the top half of our all-around turnabout card. So I'm going to carefully remove my stencils as well as my cardstock panel from the turnabout jig. We're going to move the position of this ink blended panel to a different location now on our turnabout jig. So we did the top half of our powder panel. So now we're going to move down to the bottom half. I'm aligning the bottom of our powder cardstock to the center horizon line of the turnabout jig, as well as looking through my turnabout jig to see the center line of my cutting mat. And then essentially we'll repeat these steps on the bottom half of our stencil. But I'm not going to start with the first layer this time. I like that we added in the permanent marker lines because it's going to help us start with a different turn of the stencil. So instead of starting with the first corner, I'll move to the second corner and use more of that temporary tape to hold down the stencil. You'll notice that some of these images align with the bottom edge of the cardstock panel. So if that helps visualize if you've got your positioning right, there are just so many ways to reference and ensure that everything's perfect. And if it's slightly off, then it's just a card, you know? So I'll just fill in this number 2 layer with sea glass and use its dedicated blending brush to fill in that layer. And if there's any sort of imperfection or you find that it's not working as well as you would like, I really just encourage you to keep going. You'll find that you can embellish this card in a certain way to make it look like you've got every single layer perfect on your card. So moving on from the second layer, we'll move on to the third corner, looking for my reference guides, 6x6 grid, drawn in etching aligned to the turnabout jig. And now we're looking for reference points within our first layer of the blended image. Moving down my line of inks, we'll use Pistachio, its dedicated blending brush, and fill in a solid layer of this ink through the stencil. Once I've got a solid impression, I'll clean both sides of the stencil with my soapy water solution, making sure that both sides of my stencil are dry before returning it to my cardstock panel. Then lastly, we'll move to the fourth corner of the A layer, getting that positioned as we normally would for the turnabout, and then fill in the open layers of the stencil with Rainforest ink. Okay, so that finishes all of the images on the A stencil. So I'll take it off and set it to the side, and we'll complete the bottom half of our powder panel with the B layer images. Again, positioning the stencil in the center of my 6x6 grid, looking for my A2 portrait guide, and these dots and teardrop shapes will fit perfectly within your already stenciled images from the A layers. Just like the top half of this card, I'll fill in the panel with sea glass ink and use its dedicated blending tool and quickly fill in this layer with a solid impression of this color. Then after that's done, I'll remove my B stencil and reveal the bottom half of our cardstock panel. We're not quite done with the B stencil. I'm going to remove and clean my turnabout jig, making sure that I also get the ink from the slick surface of the protective sheet on the turnabout jig. And now I'll position my powder panel on the center of my cutting mat. And I'll place the tape in a position of my cardstock where I know these next ink blended layers will not be obstructed. So I have the B layer on its usual spot and overlaying those guides on top of my panel. And I only want to blend these center images using Rainforest ink and its dedicated brush. So it's this pairing of 2 dots and 2 teardrops on the right side, and then its symmetrical image on the other side. So the 2 dots and 2 petal or teardropped images on the left side. That's all I'm going to use this stencil for. And when I reveal the B layer, this is our completed card panel using parts of the stencil to really fill in our background. I'm not going to remove the tape on the corners of my cardstock panel yet because we still have to embellish this card with our champagne foil pieces that we die cut earlier. Just like the enamel dots of the first card, I'll use liquid glue to, at random, pick portions of my background to fill in these gold foil pieces with. So I'm picking arched images, I don't know, these quarter images, some of the petals, and just doing whatever feels good. Maybe you'll find that you won't use all of the die cut images. That's fine. Make sure you just save those pieces for other card projects. But for my card, I'm going to use the majority of them. And I found that it was easier to use like a wax tip applicator to pick up our cardstock pieces and get them perfectly positioned and inlay these die cuts within the stenciled image. I'm trying not to get our die cut pieces right next to each other, but if it happens, then it happens. It is what it is. It's just fine. But I really like the light gold impression on top of these more muted colors. I think it really accentuates maybe the more randomness, but still sort of structured pattern that we have going on with the all-around turnabout stencil. So I'm jumping around a little bit. I'm filling in some of the petal layers from the B stencil. I'm also filling in some of the arches and the quarter circle shapes And if you're trying to finish up your card with the turnabout stencils, this is always a part that you can get back to later. Or maybe you feel like you just don't need that many gold foil accents on your finished turnabout piece. For my version, it kind of gave that look of embossing paste or like a metallic embossing paste, which is why I really liked filling in the open areas of this image with as many of these die cut pieces as I could. And in the end, I ended up not using 4 of the smaller teardrop shapes from the B layer stencil because there are only 4 images in that stencil that coordinate with this die, at least for the way that we oriented our stencil this time. You can throw them on non-stenciled areas, just another idea for you. You can use them as leaves if you want to. Just a different perspective so that you don't feel like these little die cuts go to waste. We're getting close to finishing this card. All we need is a sentiment and maybe just a few more embellishments. The next part is getting our sentiment together. So I'll take the 2 white die cut Celebrate sentiment pieces and stack them together using my liquid glue. And then once those are adhered together, then we'll add the sentiment to the champagne foil offset die cut. Then I used an acrylic block to help hold down the layers. And just like the first card, I really like my sentiment to stand out. So I'm using a thicker foam adhesive. Feel free to use whatever's in your stash, or glue it directly to your card panel. Then finally, the largest dots in the Dewdrop assortment set perfectly fit within the ink blended dots of the all-around turnabout stencil. So I'll pick 5 areas or 5 dots in the image. I used glossy accents this time just to make sure that these acrylic elements are not going anywhere. And I'll adhere those dewdrops to the dots of my ink blended panel. So now all that's left to do is add your ink blended panel to your folded note card base. Again, the folded note card base has the rounded corners on the open side of our panel. And that finishes my 2 main projects using the all-around turnabout stencil and its coordinating die. I love this all-around turnabout stencil because it fits many different occasions, and you can even use this background throughout the year, not just during the holidays. And there are many other Concord or Ninth or Christina Werner sentiments that would fit perfectly within the center of the background. So let's make our way back to the cabin. We'll do a little bit of making, do a little bit of chatting, and please let me know if you've got any questions about making this second card. I'll see you there.
Welcome back, everybody. JC, another beautiful card. I love that there's a nice contrast in the color palette that you used. And so it looks like there's a few questions about the alignment. We totally anticipated that. And that's what this live portion will be for. JC, I'll let you take it away. And maybe we'll spend the bulk of the time taking that slow just so that those of you who are trying to figure out the alignment and stuff will make sure that you got that.
Yeah, for sure. And thank you for giving us that feedback. It really helps, narrate the live section of this.
Totally.
So, again, we've got our little panel right down here with that. This is powder cardstock with that corner rounded die just on the long edge right here and right here. So we already cut those portions, and I think it's just easier to demonstrate it on the jig since you all have it now.
And there was one question. Is this the Alta New mat?
It is,
Okay,
correct. It's the
yeah.
9x12 sticky mat grid.
I love that.
Yeah. It just helps keep the jig on the surface for me. And in the video, we started with the top portion of this card. So I'm looking at the 4 1/4 edge, and I'm just aligning that to the center horizontal line right here. So I'm looking at the intersection of the X, bumping that right up there, and also following these left and right guides for the portrait-oriented portion.
And for those who are, if you want to take time after this class to pause, rewind, and things like that, if following along live is overwhelming or stressful at all, this will be available to you, so you don't have to do this right at this moment if it would be better for you to just watch, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Yep. And hopefully
stress.
these techniques, continue on as you experiment with your turnabout jigs. Because this was just another fun way to use the stencil.
I love it. I love it.
So if this helps, really give you some anchor points, all we're really doing for the cardstock is moving the cardstock itself. As it comes to the stencil, we're keeping the alignment of the stencil in place with the jig. So we're never going to move this out of place here. So we're just doing our normal little turns right on top of the 6x6 jig. Cardstock is going to stay
So
right in its
yeah,
place.
once that's in place, you're saying you don't need to worry about that. You align stencil to the jig.
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
There we go. Just another way to look at it, you know. So we started with the number 1 stencil. I don't really remember the colors I used, so we're kind of just, let me just make sure. I think I put it in order. It's Sea Glass, Pistachio, and Rainforest for the first 3 layers. And at this point, it's just normal stuff here. So I'm aligning the jig to my stencil, or my stencil to the jig. And let me know if this setup has now made sense as far as stenciling. And I can reiterate if we need to, of course. Using that same tape to hold down the stencil to my jig and then to the cardstock. So
Perfect.
dedicated brush here, Sea Glass. And we'll just stencil right on through this.
Yeah, and Tina said, great explanation. Yeah, JC, you're like, I know you're a researcher scientist guy, but you maybe were also supposed to be a teacher.
Possibly.
Well, here you are.
Yeah.
This is part-time teacher.
Yeah. It's always fun to be back, you know, and to interact with the crew and
Oh, it's
everybody in
fun.
the chat. So that's what summer camp. That's what a winter retreat is
And
about.
summer camp, right?
Yeah.
It's all like, these are a lot of fun. I mean, it feels like we're all in different locations and stuff, and so it's fun occasionally to be able to have a chance to catch up live and in person.
Yeah. And, you know, probably because it's so warm in Utah. It's sort of like Colorado. It feels like summer camp right now.
It does. I actually showed up to pick everybody up at the hotel in a t-shirt this morning.
Yeah. And we were
That's-
just fine.
That's crazy for January in Utah.
So keeping that panel right where it's at, here's our number 1 etching. Give that a 90-degree turn. Here's your number 2.
And so you'll notice JC's aligning that stencil to the turnabout jig. That paper isn't moving. It's staying exactly where you put it.
Yep. Just so that we can fill up the panel in a different way. And, you know, I'm not exactly aligning it to the jig. I'm looking for my reference points, just as we did in the previous card. So here's Pistachio on the number 2 layer.
Pistachio is one of those colors that I have really fallen in love with this year after we introduced it. It is such a nice, it's just a nice green, and it goes with so many colors.
I love it for like Christina's long line foliage, like stamps.
Yeah.
Filling in those layers. She had her long line lilies. I loved them.
I love that. It's good. I'm seeing in the chat that you guys are starting to get it, and that's great. And that's what these live classes are for, and events are for. We love to kind of push the boundaries of a technique, right? Because it's a time where we can interact like this and learn, and yeah, I love that.
Layer number 3, and you know I'm not cleaning the stencil off because we're working from lightest to darkest ink. Possibly after this 3rd layer, then we'll clean off the stencil. Right down there. Just trying to get that perfect. And we'll do Rainforest on top of this.
Love that rainforest. Such an anchoring color.
Yeah. Again, working in analogous colors, so colors that are next to our base powder cardstock. That's all I did to really pick these colors. You know, it was so easy with the color neighborhood and looking on the C9 website to see where certain colors fit in next to each other. Maybe you have substitutions in your stash that you'd like to recreate in future cards, but it's as easy as that, is, you know, taking a look at what you have and looking at the color wheel. So
And you
that's-
didn't have to keep cleaning that because you were going from light to dark with your colors, and so you
Correct.
weren't worried about muddying the colors. But if you are using heavily contrasted colors, particularly like pinks and
first
reds
card.
and stuff, yeah, those kind. Yeah, the first card it really needed to be cleaned in between because you don't want to mix those too much.
Right. So
I can dry that for you.
Oh, this one. Thank you so much.
I make myself useful every once in a while.
Then I have that B layer. Here's that etching for the letter B. Concord and Ninth logo at the bottom. Again, aligning the stencil to the jig. And then you'll see where these openings fill up to really just keep filling in this layers to this image. And in the end, if it's just a little bit off, that's what the nice little die cut champagne die cut pieces are for. And as you build the pattern, like, you're not going to really know either.
And I love the look that those little champagne die cut pieces gave to the whole design. They actually almost look like a really perfectly heat embossed
Oh, yeah, yeah,
look.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and it just gives that little bit of shine.
And I put it on this card too, since we're talking about a little bit of color theory here, is because champagne was just a little bit cooler. So I thought this was a cooler palette, more on the
Yeah.
blue tones, and it just happened to perfectly fit.
Yeah, because sometimes champagne is such a great alternative to gold at times because gold can almost go a little brassy or whatever, throw too much of that yellow and that warmth.
Yep.
And to your point, that has that cool undertone.
Here's that reveal of the first segment here. So that's the top portion of our folder or of our panel here. So then this is the part where I'm going to take this off and do the opposite alignment. So I'm shifting this up, looking at my left and right segments here on the jig. Here's my horizontal line where the X is intersecting, and I'll put that on top.
So just like before, it's just the opposite side, like.
Yep, exactly.
And
Here's
then
my rounded
this is
edge.
this is the first time you've moved that cardstock since you first.
Correct.
And then this is probably the last time then that
Yeah.
they'll move the
Because
cardstock.
the fun part is in the stencil to turn around,
Yeah.
Don't want to shift the cardstock on here. So yeah, I'll just bump that. Oh, there it is. Get that nicely anchored on here. And we repeat those steps, with a different set of colors on the now bottom side of this panel. Okay. And what did I use to do that? Oh, it looks like sea glass. So we did sea glass on this time. Here's the number 1 etching. I'm just going to start on number 2. If you started on number 1, like I mentioned in the video, just keep going.
Yeah.
You'll end up with a great pattern. If you want to keep going with all 4 layers, nothing wrong with that as well.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is ultimately everybody's cards are theirs in the end. And so whatever makes you happy and I love seeing actually in the Facebook group, a lot of people will post their cards when they're done. And I love seeing the different takes that people have on the class projects. So.
Yep. And people, I find it nice when people continue on even after summer camp has ended, after winter retreat has ended, and people are still using their stash.
Deborah asked in the chat, why did you choose to start with the etching 2 on the bottom side? Just to give it variety to be different from the top half?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the nice thing about these patterns is, you can kind of do whatever.
Yeah.
And it still makes a really nice abstract look on here. So I think I was done with that anyway. So that was sea glass again on the number 2 etching. If you started with number 1, just keep going.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yep. It's a pretty subtle difference, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you did go, it definitely will still be a beautiful card.
Had a little movement on here, so we're just going to make sure that's not going to move again.
Perfect.
But otherwise, again, there's that number 2 etching. Moving down to number 3. And we'll fill this in with pistachio.
And I love the actual, pistachios still, there's a little more warmth to that than sea glass and rainforest and stuff, but it still, all of it works so nicely together. I love mixing blue greens and then kind of those yellowy greens at times.
Yep.
it's just a nice, like they still work really well together, but there's some contrast even though they're in the green family. How's everybody doing in the chat? Those who are actively crafting along. It sounds like we've had some success, so look at that.
Well, number 2. Then finally number 3 on the A layers. Looking for those nice little anchor points. It helps me, if you're still trying to like speed through this, is to look at this center circle here, if that helps. And then we'll be Turnabout Jig Stencil Pros at the end of this. So
Someone had mentioned, could you have just flipped your cardstock top to bottom?
could have, yeah.
Yeah.
Another way to approach it.
Well, and that's the thing too with alignment. Wherever you put that cardstock in relation to the turnabout jig, is just where your image is going to show up. So if you, I mean, JC did this at the top and bottom of the card, but if you aligned your paper to like the left or right, that's just where your image is going to stay on your paper. It's all based on the alignment of the stencil to the jig, and then wherever that paper is just where your image is going to hit. So
I feel like there's a lot more like play with the turnabout system in general. You kind of get to see what happens, you know, with the stamps, with the stencils. It's all great. So that's 2, 3, and 4. That was, again, Sea Glass, Pistachio, and Rainforest in order. Then we'll finish this up with the B layer right down here.
Carol asked, she said there's some confusion how you're marking the stencil. Is he just putting in marks for A2 landscape? So the card base itself is aligned to the A2 portrait, the side lines of an A2 card, and then where the X meets in the middle is the bottom or top of your card, depending on, like, first part was aligning the top of your card to the middle of the X, and then the second half is aligning the bottom of your card to the X. So that's all there is with the alignment, and then the rest of it is just turns of the jig, or turns of the stencil.
When I drafted this card too, I'll admit this is another way to approach it. If the cardstock movement is a little too much, cut the cardstock in half, and then you just switch the panels.
Yep, you could do that.
Hide the sentiment, you know.
Yeah.
Many ways to approach it. There's no right or wrong way.
But yeah, if at this point there's still a little bit of confusion and things, don't worry. You can go back and watch this and slow it down, pause, rewind, and then I think some things will start to like click there.
Yeah.
So, but I think this was great to slow this down, and I think people are doing great.
Yeah, it's nice to hear the chat as well. So
someone did say, I wasn't brave enough to use, Krista Walter said, I wasn't brave enough to use pistachio. I used eucalyptus to stay in the blue grains. And that's great too.
Yeah, I love that. Love that we can work our stash. And
you could put juniper in there. I mean, there's a lot of nice blue greens in the C9 color family that you could just, if you wanted to stay completely in the cool tones.
So this is where we're at with the top and bottom portions, and really why I did this. For a celebratory card, I was thinking, how do we like point towards the sentiment? And right, we've kind of got this nice triangular shape pointing towards the center of our card. Just a different way to approach the background aspect of this set. And now I can put this and align it to the A2 guide on the Turnabout jig. And this is where I'll bring back Stencil B and only fill in certain pieces of this image. And as you get more confident with your Turnabout jig, maybe you'll find more time to really play around with these images.
And we won't get all into the placement of like the die cut pieces and stuff during this live portion. The video is to help you walk from start to finish through the project. These live portions throughout the rest of the event, they're really to reiterate maybe the trickier parts of a technique or the things that just need a little reiteration. So we'll let JC keep going with this, but just so you know, during this live portion, the goal is not necessarily to finish the card, it's just to help clarify and bring more understanding. So,
Yeah, and I love that too. I love that we have this pre-recorded live
yes.
aspects to camp. So I've got stencil B aligned. Here's that etching for the B. Concord and Ninth logos at the bottom. And as I'm looking through, you'll kind of see where images definitely don't align. So we're not going to worry about those ones up here. But these two dots and these two petals align perfectly along the center horizon of our card. And so I'm just going to fill in those areas. Now, if you feel like you need to use some temporary tape to mask off those portions, please do so. But otherwise, it's just those 4 images there.
Nice.
And then conversely, on this opposite side,
And that really does work to like help frame out where your eventual
Exactly.
sentiment is going.
it's like you all did that on purpose. So I'm going to leave that on the screen just as we're catching up. We've got some time to really work through that. But that's the few images that we filled in there.
And that basically, that's the stenciling is complete at this point, right?
Yep.
The application of ink.
Correct. And for those who are like caught up to speed on that, then all we're going to do is put our little sentiment right on that center portion here. Use some foam adhesive or directly glue it to your cardstock piece. And then I've also cut out the die cut pieces on here. I had them arranged, but it's a rough flight. So
You flew with those already?
I didn't know.
Oh, I was like, that is impressive. I was going to say, I
But-
wouldn't have been surprised, JC,
Oh, well,
actually.
I thought about it, but it's more fun to do it here and talk to everybody.
Yeah.
But then all you have to do is fill in some other portions. Let me just move this off so it doesn't look so confusing. And then we'll walk through some bonus cards right after this.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, the sentiment would go right here in the center, and it just happens to nestle right into that area where we put Rainforest cardstock. Then you just, as you please, put in die cut pieces, put in your large enamel dots into certain areas on your card, and just fill in these circles here. Whatever feels good.
These little dewdrop shapes are just so great for that kind of like, yeah, just to add that extra. They throw kind of a different shine. I love the way that they kind of like, they look liquid almost on your
Yep.
card base. And so when the light catches them, it's different than a foil, right?
Yep, and here's what we're talking about for that final reveal for the card. So here's our nice, I love that champagne cardstock. It really does look like it's heat embossed on here. And then here are all the dewdrops sitting right on top.
Marianne Donald said, okay, in the end, it was pretty easy and such a beautiful result. So that, and I love that you were able to see that, Marianne, because I know initially for some of us, it was like, I think the initial shock sometimes are like, oh, wait, I don't know if I totally understand. And you did a fantastic job of
thank you.
bringing it back. That's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. So it looks like at this portion, right, we can start talking
Yeah.
about these?
Yep.
Okay.
I think that was fantastic. And again, this content will be available forever for all of our attendees. And so you'll have access to all of this instruction. So feel free, if you haven't quite finished up and you need to go back, you've got the access to this. So
Yep.
we're going to take time now to, we've done some bonus cards. So that's another thing we like to do at Concord and Ninth events is we want you to be able to stretch all of these products. They're all exclusive products to the events, so we will never release these to just the general public. And so we will go ahead and give you some extra just content that you can stretch these products further. So.
Right, yeah. So of course, I've been so excited about these bonus cards because then, I love interacting the rest of the Concord and Ninth stash with everything. So here's our first one. I used a variety of inks, again, from the set. I think I
This
used,
is so cute.
thank you. I used actually all of the inks just right on top of white cardstock. I stamped the 2 little cat images on here. I forget the set. I thought I wrote it down. I think it's Live in the Meow, possibly.
And it's Christina's
Correct,
line.
yeah.
Yep.
And I just love that there's a lot of symmetry in this card with the background and with these 2 cat images. So I just wanted
Well,
that
and
to-
this is such a great backdrop. I mean, like it's a pretty like like imagery agnostic kind of like backdrop, right? Like it could go with so many things. Like these cats look adorable with that, and I would have never guessed, you know. But the application here is perfect.
Thank you. Yeah, love this one. Of course, anything with cats, I love. And of course, I'm gonna keep the cat theme going. Here's my second bonus card. And see, I like filled in so much less of the stencil. I used sea glass and rainforest to tie in the main bouquet of pet pals.
Cute.
And I couldn't help but like use the rest of the colors that were in the kit and let that be the foliage and the other supporting pieces on here.
I love it.
But yeah, I really enjoyed making these cards with the turnabout stencil and letting it just frame my little cat images.
I love it.
Yeah.
And we have some as well for the Concord Ninth team, and we've actually worked with longtime friends of C9, Callie Person and Sika, and they have made some awesome cards. So these ones for JC's class are created by Sika, and so I wanted to show those. These are using products as well that are in the kit. So I'm going to tell the colors real quick. These
she wrote them down.
Brickyard, Pimento, Grapefruit, Sea Glass, Lakefront. I think this palette is perfection. I love that. And then the arch here is in the Plant Life bundle that is part of your kit.
Be teaching that one.
This is a great, oh, that's right. That's JC's other class that he'll teach tomorrow. And then the sentiment is from Brightside Blooms. So this one here is using half of the image there, and then it just is finished off with a beautiful hello. And she also has layered up that sentiment nicely. I'll try to see if I can catch the light. It's just the little hello sentiment, which comes from Triple Step Posy Print Dies. So
gorgeous.
Beautiful, beautiful cards. So these instructions will be available as well to all of you. So that's just extra content and extra stuff that you can make with these awesome products in the kit. JC, you did awesome. You've really kicked off our instructional portion of the event. We're going to do a few giveaways real quick. So we have 2 winners who will get a C9 prize bundle. The bundle includes a variety of C9 products, and it also includes some color products and truffles. So we're going to pick 2 winners if you want to pick 2 names out of there.
Okay. I'm guessing Tanya Turner Roberts
Awesome. Congratulations.
and Karen Kopetz are my
Awesome.
2 for that one.
Congratulations to Karen and Tanya. We will make sure that we are in touch with you, and we will contact you through our events at concord9th.com email address. And so that's perfect. And we will, I think that's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the cards. That's right. You
I was like,
know the
was
drill.
I?
JC
Yeah, I
knows
was like,
the
I thought I
drill.
had picked these. Perfect.
Yes, let's go ahead and pick 4 winners to receive these cards.
So I've got Leah Stevens.
Okay.
Oh, I'll take
Perfect.
those.
We will give her we'll just go down the line here, the cats.
Ann Temple,
Okay. Ann Temple. You get this
Caitlin
beautiful
Smith,
lakefront card.
Katellyn Smith.
Okay.
I don't know why I felt the need to spell that. It felt right, sorry. Deborah Choi,
Congratulations.
And-
Deborah's been a longtime customer
Oh,
of
there you
Concord
go.
9th too.
and Jordan Hoffman.
Awesome. Congratulations.
And enjoy.
Okay.
And hopefully we're all warmed up now. Like we've got our ink blended, muscles going. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, JC. You've done
Yeah.
a phenomenal job. And to everybody, we will be back in actually 15 short minutes to do our Color Club live. And we'll be back with the whole cast. So we'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. How you doing, Jennifer?
We're here.
Good morning
We're
to you.
here. Good
Have you had
morning.
your coffee and everything?
A couple.
All right.
A couple.
Sounds good. So we've got the studio all kind of switched around so we could all be back in here together. But let's go ahead and pan out to everybody because we have a few extra special guests with us today. Callie and Sika, wave in. Hi, how's it going?
Going great.
Good.
Thanks for having us.
So good to have you guys here. So Callie and Sika actually helped us at Concord and Ninth with all of our bonus samples that we've created for this event. So thank you both for that. You guys are awesome. And I'm so excited to share those as we move throughout the event. And Jennifer will also show those too during the classes that she's hosting. But we also wanted to make sure that they were here with us for our Color Club segment because you guys are phenomenal with color. I just love the cards that both of them make, and they know color really well, as do the rest of our panel of instructors. So this is going to be a really special, fun segment. We've never done this before at any of our live events, but we thought it would be just a fun time to really feature these new colors that we introduced last night. And what we want to do first, before we jump into all the fun swatching and samples that we've created with these new colors, is have those of you in the chat guess what the color names might be. And we know that this will be all over the board. I'm actually excited to see the ideas that, that everyone comes up with. So let's, I want to show this color first. Let's talk about this nice kind of light going into mid-tone purple. What color name do you think we came up with for this? And I'm guessing that it's not going to be the color, the name that you guys come up with.
You guys aren't going to get this one.
But I would love to hear what their ideas might be. So let's take a look at the chat as they come in.
It's like a soft purple, but just leaning over to an orchid color.
Yes.
So I might have guessed orchid.
Someone just
orchid.
said orchid.
Oh,
Did
someone just
somebody-
said it. There we go.
Right there.
And here you can see the, this is kind of what it looks like next to lilac. So you can see the,
Yeah.
the
Just
difference
a
in
tou-
color
it-
there.
They work really well together, but it's a touch more pink,
Yeah.
I think.
Freesia, lavender, evening sky. I like that. I like the ones that are kind of like abstract like that, like that evoke a feeling.
Lots of flowers.
Hydrangea?
Hyacinth, wisteria,
That's awesome.
Hydrangea.
Hydrangea's a good one.
Hyacinth,
Fairy
dust.
dust. That's cute.
That's fun.
bubble gum. So fun. So let's go ahead and I'll let you guys know. It's called Aster.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's a good name.
I had to learn what Aster meant.
Also
So,
floral related.
so there are a lot of orchid colors actually in the industry. And so part of the reason too is we want to at times like kind of differentiate
Yeah.
and stuff, you know? So this color is called Aster. And if you need to look it up, go look it up.
Sherry said the name of the color is A Country Song.
Oh, okay. Do we need to just like clear the air about country music real quick, guys?
The
Come
funny
on.
thing is, if you were here last night, Greg had a hot take about country music.
Yeah.
We went to a restaurant last night that was playing loud country music the whole
Exclusively
time.
country music.
Yes. And on the drive to the restaurant, we had to listen to sad country songs.
Callie actually
I was crying. It was
played a
awful.
very nice. What was it? What was it called again? It was.
Next thing you know. by
Next thing you
Jordan
know.
Davis.
I mean, and it. Yeah, as a
Then
dad,
he
I
played
was like,
a
what?
last.
The Dance
The
by
Dance
Garth
by
Brooks. I know
like,
every
okay.
word to it. So
That'll
I
get
know
ya.
I claim I didn't say like I hate country music or anything. It's just the hot take was
Just a little
I think
hate.
of all the genres, I just think it plays on I don't know, not as deep of emotion.
Don't
sometimes.
dig yourself back.
I don't have to explain myself. Come on. No. Anyways, this unfortunately is not called a country song, but we will remember that for next time.
There you go.
So let's move on to this color here. This is that
so
really
good.
rich, deep pink going into the reds kind of color. So throw out your ideas of the names there, and we'll let you know in just a moment what that is. That is fun, though, to hear what your guys' ideas are of the names. I liked that. I saw that for this one, Wonderful Wisteria. That would be a nice color, too.
See.
The dance is a
Cherry,
tearjerker.
Cherry is what I would have guessed.
Cherry,
The cherry.
lipstick, hibiscus.
Ooh, lipstick.
Raspberry.
Hibiscus, that's good.
Hot shot.
Lipstick.
Popsicle.
Lipstick
that would be
is-
fun too.
Peony, punch,
good hint
fruit
for it,
punch,
right?
razzle dazz.
Razzle.
Razzle dazz is fun. Raspberry,
Not
strawberry.
poppy. I love it.
Country song.
Kapow.
Kapow. It does pack a punch like kapow.
Heartthrob.
Queen of Hearts. that would be fun.
Berrylicious. Awesome. Kiss Me Red.
Hot lips.
Pomegranate. Great names. Um,
Cough medicine.
Robitussin. Dimetapp.
Dimetapp.
So this color's name is actually Berry Kiss, which there were several in here with berry-ish names, so we were kind of on the track there. So this is called Berry Kiss. Beautiful, coming down next to like honeysuckle, and then watermelons to the other side of it. So really, really fun color. And if you think it looks like dragon fruit, it doesn't. You compare your swatch to dragon fruit, it is a completely different color. And
Here's dragon fruit.
there we go. You can see dragon fruit is truly, truly like pink, like
pink.
a deep,
Magenta.
deep magenta. Yeah. And Berry Kiss definitely has more of those reddish tones,
More
berryish.
rosy.
So yeah.
I think it would be
But
fun for
similar
holiday
similar
cards.
intensity to dragon fruit, right? So it'll be fun to see how everybody creates with this. Next up, we have the nice, really saturated minty green. So let's throw out our ideas of the name there. What would you guys have named this? I know you all know the name, but what ideas do you guys have? Ooh,
It is-
Coral
It is
Bliss
kind
would
of
have been
minty.
cool with that one.
That.
Yeah,
It's a bright mint, like a happy mint.
bright mint.
Well, I wouldn't have named it that. I'm describing it.
Mint chip, that's kind of fun because it is kind of that color of like mint chip ice cream.
Yeah. Mykonos.
Mykonos, ooh,
There we
I like
go.
that. Spearmint, wintergreen,
Winterberry.
poolside,
A Kmart blue.
Cool breeze.
Kmart blue. Somebody say that?
Toothpaste.
Toothpaste.
Cool breeze. Ocean mist.
50s fridge. I do
Andy's
see,
mint.
like, I
Yeah.
could see like
50s
a
fridge.
vintage 50s
Yeah,
kitchen
sky.
appliance there.
It's fun. Mint julep.
Nice. Caribbean green.
Mojito green. There you go.
So fun.
Seafoam.
Toothpaste.
Toothpaste.
I like
I would
that.
have gone with that.
Colgate.
Mouthwash.
So this is actually called Surfside. So it has that kind of ocean beachy vibe to it or whatever. So Surfside is what this one's called. We have Oceanside, which is our like deeper teal, but beautiful, beautiful color. So let's move on now to this guy. So this is that one that we mentioned was part like in between evergreen and parsley in our color
Sorry,
palette.
I'm totally cracking up over Lee Murphy's comment. They're calling the previous color toilet bowl cleaner.
Toilet bowl cleaner. No, that one's this one. I don't know what toilet bowl. Like this is the color that we use at home. But so this green here, it's a really nice deep grassy green.
Ooh, green velvet. That's a good descriptor.
Dill pickle, jungle green, green giant. Is it Jolly
Forest.
Green Giant?
Leprechaun.
Broccoli.
Thyme, basil,
Thyme.
Kale.
Grass.
Irish eyes.
Kelly.
Cilantro's good.
Leprechaun.
All right.
Peas, please.
I'm gonna give a prize out actually because we have a winner.
We do?
Yeah.
Yep, I saw it fly by too.
It's going so fast. Can you guys find who that was?
Oh,
Whoever
boy.
said basil first.
There it-
Kristen Rhodes.
I think so.
They were
Unless
much
somebody
higher
said it
than that.
before. We will go back and check, but I think if it was Kristen Rhodes, if you said it first, you were correct. This is called basil, and it is parsley's little friend. So we will throw a $25 gift card your way for guessing that name correctly. So
I like hula skirt.
there
That's
are
a good
some.
name,
That
too.
is fun.
Oh.
So we're gonna keep some of these ideas. There's some cute names in there, you guys. Congratulations, though. Was it Kristen Rhodes? You said.
Yeah, Kristen Rhodes.
Congratulations. So next up, we have this nice, deep, intense cobalt,
It is
true blue,
so good.
royal blue. Very electric. So what are your ideas with this one?
Marching band.
Marching band. I like that.
That's what it
it
makes
kind of
me
has that. So I think Christina might have mentioned. Somebody said collegiate or something.
For one of your palettes.
For one of the one of my palettes. Okay, but it does kind of have that vibe. So,
Royal color.
Mr.
Yeah,
Clean.
royal is what I would have said too.
Oh, Academy.
Academy.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that.
Lapis, that'd be a good one.
Yeah.
I know we had lapis in the
Cobalt.
we had that in the name lineup. We didn't choose that one, but
True blue.
You guys are throwing out these suggestions really fast. I gotta slow down the chat.
a few minutes
Cosmic
ago,
blue, blue flame.
Sika said Mykonos for
Yeah.
for the surf side.
That could be like Pacific.
Yeah,
Did you see?
No, I thought I did. Almost.
Lego
Somebody was
blue,
close.
love it.
Azure,
Jennifer's blue. I like it.
Bluebird. Bluebird's
Blue
cute.
ribbon, there you go.
I would say finally, because I've been begging. for
Finally, this
so-
is yes.
Finally
Is that
blue.
it?
No, no,
No?
no, that's, no.
Lies.
So this
Sorry, I
one
told you.
is-
Blue Man Group, that's a good name.
Blue Man Group. It is a
that
Blue
color.
Man Group
King
head.
Greg.
So this color is actually Capri.
So good, such a great
I
Beautiful.
don't know
name.
where I got that color.
Yeah.
Um,
So yes, beautiful,
Oh.
beautiful color.
At least
So
you think of the candle company.
and
True
then
Blue.
here's its
Yeah.
little friend here,
They smell good.
the periwinkle, which it's not called periwinkle. It's actually. Should I give a hint on this one? That it's
No.
a- No,
Why?
no hints. All right, that's true. I'm not that
I'm
nice.
trying to remember what it was.
So this periwinkle color, which it's not called periwinkle, what ideas do you all might maybe have?
That's another hydrangea color too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah.
good.
That was actually in the running.
Forget Me Not is good.
Bluebird.
Forget Me
Oh,
Not.
yeah, that's great.
Bluebird. Love it. Blizzard.
Iris.
Blizzard's kind of fun. Obsidian Violet.
Azure.
I like that. That's an intense one.
Jennifer's sweater.
It's like,
Oh,
close.
almost.
that's true.
Al-
that'd be-
Gentle Morning.
It is Carolina
Oh,
blue.
Gentle Morning.
Tanzanite.
Somebody had Evening Sky for
Oh, morning sky.
this one,
is
and then
that-
if we
no,
had
that's-
Gentle Morning,
somebody was
Evening
close.
Sky.
Somebody
Glacial
was
blue.
close.
Glacial Blue, that's nice. Somebody was close.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, somebody got it.
No.
No, it's
No.
close.
It
It's
was
close.
Who?
Oh,
No,
right.
right
Yeah,
here.
yeah, somebody did get
Somebody
it.
did get it. Everybody.
Really?
Elizabeth-
Debbie, is it Debbie? Debbie Schlotz? Schlozak?
Skoltz?
Oh,
Polzak.
dear.
Debbie. Bluebell.
It is Bluebell.
If you were the first person to say Bluebell, you won a $25 gift card. So it's called
could've
Bluebell.
said it.
So yeah, like the bluebell flowers. So those are the 6 colors. Again, Berry Kiss, Surfside, Basil, Capri. I'm testing myself, guys.
Mm-hmm.
This is Aster and Bluebell. So welcome the 2026 color palette. These
Yay,
will
good
be
one.
going live in April. And so we're still a few months out on them, but we are so excited to be preparing for them. I know somebody earlier asked if ink pads would be available, and yes, these are treated just like all the other colors in our color palette, so they'll have all the little accessory type things like the enamel dots, ink pads, ink cubes, refills, all that jazz.
Yep.
And
And
what-
labels.
And labels, yes. So you can label your ink pads and ink cubes for those. So now for the fun part. I mean, that was fun too to find out the names. But we also, what we've asked our entire panel here, and I've even gotten in on the fun with this one. We've created 3 color palettes each. So you'll see there's 7 of us. So that's 21 color palettes that incorporate some of these colors with existing colors. And
one.
at least one, yep, within the palette. And so it can get your ideas starting to flow with like how these colors might be used. And it'll be fun to see as well how nicely they work with other colors in the C9 color family. So we'll kind of just go down the line to keep it organized. And so we'll start with Christina, then we'll go to Sika, Laura, and me, and then so on down the line, where we will each present our 3 palettes. And then I think most of us have a card that we've created with one of the palettes. So we will give those away as well. So and then what we will also do is build 3. We've created 3 versions or 3 copies of our swatches, and so we'll build a swatch book, 3 swatch books of all 21 palettes, and pick 3 lucky winners to get those. And what's fun about these is we don't quite have the stamp sets yet, so we all hand wrote in the color names, and then we signed the back of our swatches. So it's kind of a fun little keepsake from this, where you get a combined swatch book of all of our ideas. So let's go ahead now and we'll go over to Christina and you'll go ahead and introduce yours.
All right, here's my very first color palette we have right here. This is Dragon Fruit, Capri, Basil, Lemongrass, and Harbor. So all those
love
right
that.
there. Nice bright colors. All right, my next color palette, let me get these fanned out for you all pretty. This one has a gray in it, which I love to use sometimes. But we have Mushroom,
that's
Fig,
pretty.
Aster, Surfside, and Bluebell. So we've got 3 new colors in there.
So you can see how well Aster goes with Fig,
Oh yeah,
It does,
these 2.
yeah.
but it also goes with Lilac.
Yeah, it's a good one. All right, and then my last color palette, and this one is the one I have a card for. Let me get these fanned out. It's all these pinks. I love it. That Berry Kiss gets me. Okay, we've got Berry Kiss, Tideful, Sweet Pea, Powder, and Pebble. Pebble's my favorite neutral
I love it.
outside of white. So with this color palette, I then made this card, which kind of looks like it's just overwhelmed by all the pinks, but that's because I did ink blending over the pattern. But I used the Party Time bundle for this one.
So it's a turnabout
So
stamp
fun.
in the
Yeah.
background, right?
Oh, and then this greeting in here, notice like there's some white little details on the letters. I used a gel pen and just drew in some little stuff. Yep.
Awesome. And yes, and so all of the products that we've used to make these cards, they're going to be available in the gift shop, which will open up tonight. As well as the products we've used and then the cards and the combos that we've used, we will also make sure that you have that information. So you don't feel like you have to jot down all the notes and everything or keep track of all these. We'll have all the information about the swatches that we've been talking about and the products being used. And again, the products, if any of these are of interest to you, we'll have available in the gift shop when it opens tonight. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy. So next up, we've got Miss Sika.
All right, my first combo, very vibrant. This is Dragon Fruit, Berry Kiss, Star Fruit, Oceanside, and Capri.
That is so
That is
cool.
a happy rainbow.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
very
I like them.
happy.
It's like electric rainbow.
Yep, it is.
And my second one is gets very calm and quiet. So this is Briar Rose, Fig, Aster, Bluebell, and Capri.
I think that's my favorite of all the color combos.
That is
I love
so
this one.
pretty.
21.
I love Briar Rose. This
Yeah.
was I was trying to find the 5th color, and Briar Rose just felt really nice.
I love Briar Rose.
And let's see. Ooh,
It's a unique
there's a
color.
lot of paper here. Okay, so this is my third palette, and this is honeysuckle. Oh no, honeysuckle, watermelon, creamsicle, bluebell, and capri. I think I used bluebell and capri in all 3 of my combos.
Which I love because I
Yeah.
think that is the most divergent. It's
Yep.
like a new little color family, and it's pretty divergent from the rest of
Yeah.
the blues that we've had.
Yeah.
So I
It's
love that we're
amazing.
seeing a lot of inspiration with those.
I love it. And then this is my card. So this is Kitchen Classics, and I used the pinks and oranges for the bowls, and then this is bluebell in the background, and then capri for the sentiment.
Oh my gosh, that contrast is so pretty.
Yeah.
I feel
Love
like
it.
those blues can be used with so many
Yeah,
other colors.
Yeah.
And it just works with everything.
Yep.
beautiful. Oh, thank you, Sika.
Thank you.
Next up, we have
Okay.
Laura Basson, and I'm anticipating some nice color like a rainbow spectrum from you.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah, okay, all right.
I noticed
Don't
that
disappoint.
everybody, I think, did 5 colors on their swatches,
It
but
was- yeah.
I did 6.
I
That's
did some
fine.
6
No,
too.
that's
You did?
totally
Okay,
fine.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see here. Wild berry, berry kiss, creamsicle, starfruit, basil, and capri.
Ooh, that
And this
wild
is
berry
kind of
next to
it's got the
berry
rainbow
kiss.
going, but it's like a twist on the rainbow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that.
Dig it.
love it.
And then I always seem to do one of these kind of Arizona vibes.
Mm.
Southwest.
Yeah, I don't know why, but
Wow.
I do. So creamsicle, clementine, cayenne, surfside, juniper, and rainforest. It's got
Those
the,
look good together.
Look at
The-
that.
That
Look
little
at those
pop of the
three.
Surfside in there is fun.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
love it. And then this was my favorite one. This is like sail away, take me away.
Take me away.
Yeah, take me away. Okay, poppy, sorbet, grapefruit nectar. This is like You just gotta, if you have poppy, you gotta have. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? And then of course these two, they gotta go with everything.
That's
the
beautiful.
Bluebell and the Capri. This one, I love it. So I
Love
made a
it.
card, and I'm using the Sending Joy.
Look at that.
I did the background. I sliced that in half. Well, this way actually. No, this way. I can't do it, but I sliced it in half. That is my ode to Yana Smekula. I love when she does that, and it gives you the two, Bluebell
Yeah.
and Capri, and then the rest of these I use the warm tones, and I just love anything with that postage vibe.
That
right
is
now.
so great. And
Yeah.
I love the color blocking of the Bluebell and Capri, and then it's just like the pop of those
Pop
warm
it.
colors on top. So
Pop
nice.
it, lock it.
Love it.
Yes.
Oh, thank
Hey,
you,
Greg,
Laura.
what do you
Okay,
got?
I'm up. So this one I like for kind of a, let's see, I'm gonna fan these out here. So this to me is a really beautiful spring kind of palette. But I
Says
love,
Easter to me.
what's that? Yeah,
Easter,
but I
yeah.
love the star fruit here in the middle. So we've got Surfside and Juniper, and then star fruit, and then aster and lilac. And so again, you can see aster and lilac, how beautiful those look. Do you have your fig? I wanted to show the three of these by chance. Just because Christina showed how aster goes to fig, but then just wanted to show you guys the three of these
Love that.
together, how beautiful that looks. So anyways, that's kind of a beautiful Eastery spring vibe. So there's that one. And then the next one I have is kind of goes more, I feel like summery a little bit. Here we go. I've got Surfside, which is one of our new ones, and Basil, Clementine, Berry Kiss, which is one of, so this has three of the new ones in it, and then we've added Clementine and Nectar to that, and that's kind of a pretty more bold summery palette there. And then the one that I created with
This is really neat.
is this one. So with Intense Colors, we've seen a few of these palettes that have where we keep a neutral in there to just kind of like pull it back a little
Quiet it
bit.
down a little.
Yeah. So I have the Capri and Bluebell here, and then we have Stardust, and then Berry Kiss. So this again has three of the new ones, and then Pebble, which really just tones it down, softens it up a little bit. And for the card, oops, let me open it up. I should have opened that before. So we used, I have Pebble here on the card base. And so, so the card base is Pebble. And then with these little pennants, and this is from the Pennant Party, just creates, it's a play on primary, because you've got your reds, yellow, and blues kind of in there and stuff, but then, but they're kind of just unconventional shades
It's
of
a
red,
great
yellow, and blue.
card.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Masculine
So,
color.
Yeah. it's wonderful.
yeah, and this is a good masculine palette there. And what's funny is Berry Kiss, even though it's kind of pink and stuff, it's like a really fun pop, you know. So
Yeah, it plays red there.
yeah, it plays red.
Did you draw those banner, or is that a
Yes.
stamp? You drew
That's
them.
just a line.
You
yeah,
drew it.
Yeah,
Oh, look at you.
yeah. Thank you.
Huh.
I don't know. I'm an artist.
Yeah.
I'm an artiste.
You are.
So
All right.
There's
So
that.
I have 3 color palettes also. And my first one, I wanted just something happy because we need
That's
some
so
happy.
good.
So I have
love it.
Buttercup, Clementine, Honeysuckle, and Berry Kiss. And I think those two go together so well.
mhm.
And then Fig and Aster, and I think those two go together really well. And I'm really using this kind of color palette a lot lately.
I love that too because you've got like these two that are in a little like
Yep.
buddies, and buddies, and then together it's like this. And I want to eat all of that.
Yes.
Like I feel like I
Yeah.
want candy. I want
Want
like
to eat my favorite-
Starbursts and all of those flavors.
I could see like doing big flowers with these colors and then just little pops
Yeah.
of these 2 colors.
Love it.
Okay, so that's the first one. The second one, I went a little bit different with my last color choice, but I have here Creamsicle, Clementine, Surfside, and Clover. And I like that Surfside can go with juniper or clover.
Yeah.
That. And then I finish it off with the champagne. because if you've watched any of my videos, you know I love Concord and Ninth Champagne cardstock.
And everything's better with champagne.
There you go.
She said it, not me. So I just thought, sometimes I forget to include the metallics in a color palette. And by the way, all the swatches we did are with the Concord and Ninth swatch dies. And it's a great one for creating palettes. All right, and then this one is the one that came to me immediately when I saw it, because I'm like Laura. I like to have a buddy, colors that have buddies, you know, like a light and a dark or whatever. So I have the Aster and Fig that go well together, the Clover and Surfside that go well together, and Bluebell and Capri that go well together. And I absolutely love this color palette. I think it's fantastic. So I made a little fishy card. So this is a birthday wish from all of us, and the fishies dance.
Oh, forget about it.
So I did
I know,
little
and Jennifer
penny
always-
pendulums
Forget about
inside, and they just wiggle. And I don't know if you can see in the video or in the screen, but in the background, I made a white background, and I felt it was too plain, so I die cut more plain, solid fish in white and glued them in the background. So it's hard to see in the video, but it adds a little bit of interest to what ended up being a little too plain. And so we have our,
That's great. That subtle texture of with those tone on tone. I love that. It's so
Wiggle,
fun.
wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
so anyway.
So
There we go.
fun.
So good.
And that is with the, what is Fish Friends?
Fish friends. Yep.
I love that set, and I didn't get to use it. It was December. December's so crazy, but I got to do more with that set. It's so fun.
So fun.
I love the pendulum. Yeah, that's super cute. Okay, so my color, this one is really
that's
moody.
good.
I don't
I
usually
love
go
that.
for colors like this. When I was doing this, I wasn't thinking of color palettes I would use, but just interesting color palettes. So I've got Aster, Eggplant, and I threw a little bit of black in there just to make it moody, and Surfside, and then Basil.
I love that.
That is
That's
nice.
really pretty.
And then my second
Oh,
one, this kind of Christmassy to me, but I've got Basil, Sea Glass, Pink Lemonade, Berry Kiss, and Pebble. Love that one.
Beautiful.
So, and then the third one I
Oh,
have,
that's gorgeous.
again, these aren't colors that I would normally choose for my cards, but I just wanted to make it a little bit more fun with these new colors. So I've got Blueberry, Capri, Wild Berry, Berry Kiss, and Sweet Pea.
That's
And then-
so fun.
See,
I
berry
made a
kiss goes
card.
well with sweet pea or honeysuckle.
Yeah, I mean,
It's beautiful.
perfect. Okay, and then I made a card using Perfectly Tied. So I just ink blended all the bows and all of those colors, and then embossed the bows, and then die cut them and just arranged them on this card.
Which this is a really
The
trendy look
blues
right now.
again.
The bows, like
Yeah, I don't know if you
the
can see the
eclectic mix of
texture.
bows and stuff. I love that. Beautiful, Callie.
done.
Love it.
Okay, so let's see. I'll start with this one. I feel like I have to justify them because it's like, JC, did you even look at these colors? And I did. And
He spent quite a bit of time. It was very inspiring.
I think it's great.
so this color palette is actually some art in our hotel room. And it was kind of one of just those moments I'm just like wandering around, like, you know, getting ready. And it kind of just clicks, like, where did I see this color? So I have Artichoke, Juniper, Berry Kiss, which is the new one, and Pebble and Black. And yeah, this was in a geometric art piece in our
Oh, neat.
hotel room. And, you know, if you want to use turnabout stamps, I think that this is the perfect palette to really experiment with some wild colors. And then, of course, you've got your sentiment, so there's that. Then I feel like I also had to do some sort of Southwest feeling mood as well. So this is Cayenne, Grapefruit,
Oh, I love this.
Bluebell, Capri, which are the two new ones, and then Rainforest.
Nice.
The
So, yeah.
Bluebell and Capri works with everything. We see it in so many different combos here.
Then lastly, I do craft palettes with the intent of putting them on floral cards. So this is honestly like a snapshot of my garden, like an aspect of it. So I was thinking of cottonwood blue and some variety of roses that I have, and I put it up to some like resting foliage hydrangeas. I don't know. I thought I was way too hard about it. So anyway, it's starfruit, aster, basil, which are the three new ones, brickyard, and nutmeg. And so the card I made with that, again, is sort of just that snapshot of the garden.
Oh my
And
gosh.
I've used beautiful blossoms. It's an inlay die cut piece to do that, and it's on top of white cardstock. I used nutmeg to deepen some of the floral elements, as well as some other supporting colors to give the gradients on here.
That aster in there is gorgeous.
That
Thank
is
you.
beautiful. You guys really turned out these cards. And just so everybody knows, these cards were created yesterday. Like they saw the colors pretty much for the first time and as a complete collection. And then we challenged them to come up with these palettes. And what I love is there is a huge variety in these
Yeah.
palettes that you guys have come up with. It's pretty impressive, I think. So I want to remind everybody that we will have all of this information available to you. So don't feel like you have to like jot down all these color palettes that we've been talking about. We'll have that all available for you. And how fun that you guys get to know all about this leading up to April. So you guys are geared up and ready for this release. And I was amazed at the blues. The
Can I
Bluebell and
answer
Capri.
the blue?
Yeah.
Because I've seen a few
Yeah.
people ask, how does Capri compare to blueberry? It is a much more vibrant
Yes.
blue, whereas blueberry, I don't know if we even have any blueberry here.
Kind of has a dark,
But
dusty
it,
tone.
yeah, it has more of a toned down, like a lighter navy. This is,
Denim, maybe? or
yes, yeah,
something.
yeah. This is much
Yeah,
More-
electric.
Kazao, yeah.
And I do feel like I do see. I mean, since we're talking about trends and stuff like that. I do see this very bright cobalt electric blue like all over the place right now
Thank
and
you.
stuff. So,
Here, we got a comparison.
oh yeah.
Thank you, Robin. So this is blueberry, and this is Capri. So you can see the Capri is much more intense. Even more, there's a bigger difference in real life than on
Yeah.
the screen, I think.
There's a much more dusty quality in a good way
To the
blueberry,
blueberry.
and then Capri is very intense.
And I gotta say, as somebody, we all have our things, right? I have to own every color of cardstock that exists
In the world.
in the crafting
Yeah.
world, and these are very different. Like they're not repeats of other colors that I have in my collection, so they kind of fit in some little spots, and
Yeah.
that's exciting to me, especially the blues.
And it's really exciting for us at Concord and Ninth. Like we decided this time
Yeah.
we're going to go very different than like with some of these colors than we have. And then I do love that some of them are like just a nice little neighbor
Yeah.
that was had a missing spot in our color spectrum. So
Yeah.
I hope you guys are excited as we are. We do want to pick names to make sure we give away these fun cards. These were created specifically for the event and at the event. So let's go for Christina first.
My card is going to Janine Nichols.
And mine is going to go to Linda Menard.
I've got Laura Sanchez.
Awesome.
Good name, right?
I know. Nice name, Laura.
She's like, I'm also Laura Fedora. Mine is Amanda Watson. Congratulations, Amanda.
And my fishy card goes to Myra Webb. Did I draw her
Okay,
yesterday?
and then my card is going to Megan Brooks.
And I have Don Gill.
Awesome. Congratulations to all the
Wonderful.
winners of these cards. So we'll keep those names with those and make sure that we get those sent out. And then we also need to pick 3 lucky winners that are going to get a complete swatch book of all 3 all 21 of our color palettes. So let's go ahead and do you 3 want to pick those winners?
Sure.
That'd be great.
Beverly Glavas.
All right, Krista Johnson.
Jean Nielsen.
Awesome.
So those are the 3.
Okay, those are the 3 winners for that.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so I thought it'd be fun, real quick, just since we mentioned how, like, we've tried to choose some colors that are like new and totally fresh and different for Concord and Ninth. A little bit about the process of color selection, because I think I saw somebody ask like, how do you choose? And it is crazy because I mean, how many? I do not even know how many colors exist. I think it would be infinite, right? But we go through a process. Number one, we look at where there might be holes or gaps in our current offering. That's a very logical place to start. And then we gather inspiration from all over. So sometimes it can be just like a paint swatch, or it can be, I had this random shirt or something. It could just be from anywhere, color inspiration. And then we just start to, as a our creative team here, which includes our product manager, our product designers, our creative director, and then I'm part of it as well. We just start to put it all out on the table, and kind of see how things start to pull together. We don't want anything that's like, we try to have a mood for the release a little bit. If you remember our 2024 collection, there was kind of a nice loose spectrum of rainbow colors there, but they were all kind of they had a similar vibe. And then 2025, we wanted it to feel nice as a collection. And then this one, we chose, let's just amp it up. Let's bring in the intensity with this collection. And so, so this one's a little bit more of a party, right? And then, so for 2027, who knows? Maybe we'll pull it back and do something. We'll see. But we kind of just, and we have to let it sit for a while too. That's something that I think we all know as creative people. Sometimes you just have to sit with it for a little bit. And so we would let it sit. It literally sat on the table, a table upstairs at our offices here, and just sat for a while. And then we came back to it, and some things still made sense, and other things were like, maybe not, So it's really fun. I love the creative process. And I love with color that there's a little bit of science mixed with art. There's color theory. There's reasons why some colors look better than other colors together, and so it's a really fun process. It would be super fun if we had like an event where just everybody, like all 800 of you in the chat right now, we could all just pour our ideas in and then like come up with a really fun palette together. But I hope all of you are as excited as we are about these new colors. And I'm going to put a little plug in again, just real quick, about Color Club. It really is a fun, growing community within Concord and Ninth. And that's something that's kind of different for us. Like, we have our event groups, and then we just have our general, like, Concord and Ninth customers, right? But it's been fun to see this little community inside of our customers that have come together around color. And so you can find information on our website about it. There's a Color Club tab on the website, but it's a Facebook group, and there's lots of inspiration there, crafty challenges, and then at times we have exclusive offers and ways that you can get access to things that we don't offer anywhere else. So, and it's also going to be the first place we're posting anything color related. So,
David, a good question. How long is that process from like
That's
thinking
a
of the
good
colors
question.
until bringing it to market?
We've worked to expand that process more. In the past, we've done it very, very rapidly. Like, it's just where we're like, the first time we decided to have a annual color, like a yearly color release, we were a little behind the gun with that one, but we were able to pull it off. And then it's like a 6 to 9 month window though that we try to work in. That way we're grasping some of the current color trends, not working too far. Like, if we worked too far out on this, then it's like, oh, these colors are old news, right? Mm-hmm. So we're trying to, to have, like, to strike a balance there. So, but yeah, and it does take quite a while because there's a lot of back and forth when you're developing colors from ground up. So we try to make sure we give ourselves plenty of time when we're working with our the mills and stuff, that we can, hit the color just right.
When these come out in April, are
Mm-hmm.
they coming out in the full-size ink pads and the minis as well?
Yes. So ink
Will you
cubes,
sell
ink
them
pads.
just as a set, and they'll also be incorporated into the full assortment?
So there will be a time where we have the 2026 color collection products available for like where you can, so those of you who have already invested in Concord and Ninth colors, it's not like you're gonna have to, like, you'll be able to pick up the 2026 collection
new
and
stuff.
add it. Yeah, just the new stuff. And then and that'll be available as well for a time, so that people can, those who are interested in investing in it, they can
Gotcha.
easily add it to their collection.
I have
So,
seen a lot of questions about neutrals
Yeah.
and that they're separate and
So we are actually, so stay tuned. In the coming weeks, we're going to make some announcements there, actually, with
Okay.
neutrals. I can spill the beans on this a little bit, but we will be offering our neutrals in complete 12 packs. So currently, we have neutrals that are available in just like a assorted paper pack, and we haven't had inks for them in like the enamel dots and refills and stuff like that. So we are actually going to treat those more like official colors, but we will have our core color collection, which will include these new colors and our other the colors that are like in the rainbow spectrum, and then our neutrals. We will have a neutrals color collection, and they will all have their own packs and things like that. So we're really excited about that. And so stay tuned. And that's another reason that you'll want to join the C9 Color Club as well, because that's one of the first places that we talk about these things. And those are our customers that are color enthusiasts.
well,
so
a
we
lot
want
of
to make
people
sure
are
they're first to know.
asking, so that's
Yeah.
good.
And they're
So-
freaking out. They're all screaming.
Yeah.
Oh, yay. Well, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. That's validating then that we're going in the right direction.
Yes.
So yeah, so you'll be able to get our neutrals, have more accessibility to those with buying them in their own packs and having inks and stuff like that. So that's a really exciting thing that's coming soon. And we're kind of making that shift before April so that these colors can have their own moment when they go live in April, but we'll do some shifting around. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, so yeah, any other questions, I guess? Like, these are great questions that you guys have caught there. So,
I think people were most of the questions were about neutrals.
Sheila said, Greg to Jennifer looks like he's a counselor and she's a little camper. Height difference.
We are very different in heights, that's for sure.
I'm
you-
6'3". How tall are you?
5'3".
Okay, so yeah.
Hey, Greg, can you
Yeah.
reiterate with the neutrals when
Yeah.
they're expanded out? It's going to be their own paper packs and their own inks?
Yes,
right?
so currently there are no inks for our neutrals. So we will be releasing for the first time ink pads, ink cubes, refills, all that for our neutrals, which is exciting.
Peanut, hazelnut,
Hazelnuts,
almond.
yes.
I can't remember the rest.
Cocoa,
Sand.
espresso, sand, yeah.
Okay.
And then they will also have 12 packs for the first time. Like, so they won't just be available only in their assorted pack. We will have
Great.
complete 12 packs. And I'm just going to give a shout out to our company too, because we have 12 packs of paper and a lot of people sell theirs in 10 packs. I just think that's great. We want to keep that
We
value
need
there.
more cardstock.
Yeah, so you do get two extra sheets of cardstock when most are 10 packs.
20% more.
Yeah, 20% more. So
There we go.
and so and the price is, yeah, they're priced really well. So you get 2 extra sheets and oftentimes it's lower price. So
And
we want as much color of our cardstock and stuff to be out there for you.
Quick question about the color club, like the
Mhm.
folder that they can get next
Yes.
month. Will that have a die included?
It has a die included. So if you purchased the Color Club folder last year, it did have, this is great, all these questions, by the way. And thank you for moderating the questions, Christina. So yes, the Color Club folder will have an exclusive die in there. It'll have the paper you need to create a few projects with it. It'll also have the little pockets with the color swatches in it, if you're familiar with what it was last year. Yeah, so it'll have a new exclusive die this year. So,
Sweet.
yeah. And you can create a full card with it because the die includes a sentiment in there and everything. So it's not just like,
A one and done.
yeah, it's a
That's
nice
good.
one and done. So, that's a good question. Somebody said, what's the difference between cocoa and nutmeg? It's very subtle. So stay tuned on that. Yeah. Any other questions that, or even from you guys too? Like, yes, and somebody did ask, will Black, Pebble, Dove, all those. So the current neutrals and things, they'll all migrate over to that neutrals color collection. So if it's a color that's found in the rainbow spectrum, that'll be part of the core color collection. And then our neutrals color collection is all those other ones, those
Great.
foundational neutral colors. So, question, what is a Color Club folder, from Christine? That is a good question. It's just a first look at these new colors. So you've all received in your winter retreat kits the little swatches. The Color Club folder is a kit that has larger sheets of these new colors, an exclusive die, and a little bit more in-depth look. And then we have a video and everything that goes along with it. So it's a deeper dive into these new colors and a first chance to play with them. Those are available on March 9th, so a whole month before you can purchase any of the core products. So
Another question I've seen a few times throughout this, will you have the new stamp set with
We will.
the color names? So
Yep.
if you want to stamp the,
yeah, so we hand wrote these swatches because we're still a few months out and we're getting those stamps made currently. But there will be a new stamp available so for your swatching needs. And then there will be the stickers that you can use on your ink pads and ink cubes and whatever. Like we use them sometimes on our little sleeves for our cardstock too. So those will also be available so you can, I know we all love organizing, right? And keeping our things nice
Yep.
and tidy. So
Yep.
I'll show, this is just a visual of last year's Color Club folder. So it comes in a nice sturdy folder here, and there were little swatches in here with their neighboring colors that kind of tell the story of these new colors. And then there's in this pocket over here, an exclusive die that you can, and then all the paper needed with a QR code to the video of where you can create.
That's
And so it's
fantastic.
just getting a little head start and first look at.
Are the 2025 folders still available?
They're not. So these are kind of a limited run, limited edition thing. We only make a certain amount, and then it's kind of just a first come, first serve, and
Got it.
yeah. And
They-
we will probably up the number a little bit from last year because we did eventually sell through those really and there's more people in our Color Club than there were last year. Color Club was just starting right around the same time, and so we anticipate more people might want some. So we'll try to up that number and make sure
lots of people
anybody who
are
wants it
asking
wants
to
it.
pre-order, if can they pre-order?
That's something that we'll make a note of, and we'll let you know. Join Color Club though, and then that's how we'll
Yep.
communicate it out.
Yep.
If there is a pre-order available on that. But yeah, I don't know if we've discussed that yet, but that's a great idea. So, yeah, I thought we were going to end way, way early, but there have been some great questions. So, and feel free as well to ask questions in the Color Club Facebook group too. We can make sure that we address those there.
Question.
Yeah.
So when they join Color Club, they get the folder, or do you purchase that separate?
That's a separate purchase, but Color Club itself
It's
is like
free.
a free thing. It's not a subscription or anything. I know there's a lot of clubs in the industry that are, some are subscription, things like that. This is just basically like a gathering and it's free. But the Color Club folder is
you
a
can
separate, it's a purchase.
Purchase it separate, okay.
Yeah.
So if you already joined Color Club last year, you're just getting the info in email
Yes.
so you know when to order your folder.
Yep, and we'll
If
put it
you want
also
to.
in the Facebook group too.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, and that's Betsy Green said, once you've joined, you're in. You don't have to rejoin Color Club. So yeah, it's an ongoing thing, and it's just a celebration of color.
Yep.
So, well, this has been really fun. You guys
Yeah.
did amazing work. I really love how the palettes all turned out so unique and great inspiration. So thank you guys for playing along. It was actually funny yesterday. I guess like everybody was kind of like, wait, what? We're going to make a card right now?
You have
Stuff.
no idea. It was like we were fish out of water because we all are so used to creating in our own craft
Yeah.
space.
There is-
So some of us, not all of us, but some of us were on a big struggle bus yesterday.
But y'all
Little
pulled
thrown
through.
off.
It was great. You did great. So
I finished mine right before we
I know.
started.
Well, because I actually,
Yeah,
I don't know
you
if you
couldn't
caught it
yesterday.
earlier when I was like, I think we almost all of us have a card. I didn't know if Sika turned out her card very quick. So and it's beautiful. So congratulations though to all the winners of the cards and the 3 winners of the swatch books. And we will go ahead and finish about 10 minutes early so you guys can have a little bit more time for our lunch break. Up next, we will have our second class of the event, and that is going to be with Laura Bassin, and Jennifer is going to be hosting that class with her, so they'll be in there together. That runs from 12:30 to 2 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, so adjust to the time zone that you're in, and but we will have a almost hour-long break right now, so get up, stretch, prepare yourselves to get crafty again, and we'll be back here so soon. Take care.
Hello and welcome back to our second class. This class is with Laura Fedora,
Hello,
our color
hello.
queen. Did you eat lunch?
I had just a couple bites of soup. I didn't want to be burping.
Oh,
You know
thank
what I
you.
mean? Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I did that for you.
Oh,
Yeah.
so kind, so kind. So we have the same format that we had earlier with JC and Greg. We'll first do the pre-recorded video that Laura prepared for us, doing card number 1.
Right.
And then we'll come back here and we'll do more with that card. So you could probably create along with her in the video, but we're going to come back and do it here. So
Right.
there's plenty of time. And we'll share some other ideas.
Right. Tips
Then,
and tricks.
then we'll do the second.
Right.
And she has some wonderful bonus cards to share. So we'll spend a little bit more time on that on the end because they're worth sharing.
Right.
They're worth talking about.
Sure.
Right? So let's go ahead and get started with the first video.
Hi everybody, welcome to Printed Petals, Class 1. I'm so excited to kick this off with the most beautiful floral bundle, a large floral stamp set, 4 1/4 by 5.5 inch background floral stamp. And you could stamp it on its own, or you could use these individual stamps to fill in the blanks. And there's foliage, there's blooms, you could use with or without. I'm going to show you 2 different ways to use it. And then on the side, we have a few sentiments to choose from. That is the center of a bloom. So we have thinking of, you're all kinds of wonderful, thank, friend, and for. Now for the dies, we have a large circle that houses those sentiments. All the coordinating dies for the individual blooms. There's 2 sentiment strips and then a word die that says you. Okay, so before we start, I just want to show you, if you've done the homework, some of the die cuts that would be done ahead of time. So we have a standard A2 white card base, just standard A2 4 1/4 by 5.5 inch, and then an A2 panel, so 4 1/4 by 5.5 inch white panel and white card base. Then there is one white solid circle. And there's 2 U's, one out of artichoke and one out of nectar. We're going to layer these up. So the artichoke is actually going to be like a shadow, and it just gives you a nectar and artichoke shadowed U. It looks fabulous on that white circle. We're going to embellish with the clear dots, the dewdrops. That's what they're called. And I love this little container. I have several of these containers I use for different embellishments. Okay, I started with the mini Misty, but I ended up upgrading to the full-size Misty later on. So if you want to start with a full-size Misty, you might. If you want to start with the mini, like me, I just use a little tape runner to hold my panel in place because I wanted to stamp it in the center of the Misty rather than butt it up in a corner. I'm going to clean this first. This is a brand new stamp. Hasn't been used yet, so I like to take an adhesive eraser or stamp conditioner or an eraser, any type of eraser, and rub it down, and then I'll clean it again with a stamp chamois, pat it down with my hand, and that's just what I call prepping for success. Okay, I'm going to ink this up with artichoke ink, a nice dark. You could, now any step of the way, feel free to customize and use different colors. There's several different ink colors in the class bundle, but if you're anything like me, you probably have a ton of colors. Okay, so I use the old sleeve to get a nice pressure. I'm going to stamp this twice to make it nice. You don't have to, but it will make it just a little bit darker and just a little bit sassier. By the way, I put a little panel of white cardstock behind my Misty door. Kind of helps me see when I'm inking, just to get the lay of the land. Okay, so then that is artichoke stamped twice. Look at that beautiful background. You don't have to fill in the blanks. You could leave it just like a floral artichoke and white background, but we're going to use those individual blooms to add some color. So I'm going to start with the leaves. And this is one stamp, but it's got 2 leaves, so it makes it really easy for placement. Now, when you go to place it, you kind of got to get over top of there, hover over until it locks into place. It'll be easy to see, but I will tell you, if you don't get it perfect, it looks good even if it's slightly offset. So I'm inking this up with pistachio, and you'll see that's just a teensy bit lighter than artichoke. Now I got that one lined up pretty darn perfect, but you'll see on my next one, it is slightly off, and I wanted to show you the difference. So you can see that it doesn't look bad if it's straight on or a little bit offset. So now this one's going, it's kind of cropped off the left bottom of the card. Now here's where moving to a larger MISTI makes things a little easier. It gives you a little more room to place your stamps. But I'm going to still try to work with this mini as long as I can. I like to use a mini because it's easier when you're videoing because you can fit everything into the screen. But practicality, the full size is nice. Okay, so here's where I got this one just ever so slightly off. You can see a smidge of white gaps, and then that one's solid. You know, maybe you prefer the slightly offset. I gotta say, I might. I don't know. I like it both. You can't go wrong. So you're just gonna fill in all the leaves. I think there's 2 more here. Here's one down on the bottom. And again, if you want to stamp this a different color, you could stamp these with a different shade of green, maybe lemongrass or sprout, something lighter, so you could see the veins that are already stamped there with artichoke. Okay, last little leaf cluster up in the top right corner, and it kind of hangs off the edge there, getting that lined up. And then I'm going to stamp this with pistachio again. Another idea is you could stamp all the leaves in different colors, like each leaf segment, different colors. Just thinking of different ways to get more colors in, because I could see the ink colors in the bundle are sea glass, avocado, pistachio, even pebble. All of those would work really fun for foliage. Okay, I'm going to do this large bloom, and I'm going to stamp it in 3 different colors throughout the pattern here. So the first one I'm going to line up. Now, when you first do it, you kind of got to twist, twist, twist until you find that it will eventually lock into place. But the more you use it, the more comfortable you get, the more familiar you get with the shape of the bloom. Okay, first bloom. Oh, and this is new, so I'm going to prep it because it is a solid stamp. Whenever I have solid stamps, you definitely want to prep. You'll be a lot more pleased with your results if you do the little prep. Okay, Wild Berry. Now let me tell you something about Wild Berry. She'll slap you across the face, but in the best way. It's so vibrant and juicy and just wow. It's a showstopper. Using my sleeve, maybe you have one of those Chucky tools or a stamp press just to help you get even pressure. And then I'm going to clean this off and put it in another spot. Okay, I'm going down on the bottom. It's hanging off the bottom, and this time I'm going to ink it up with watermelon ink. Okay, so once I get this lined up, I just want to mention, hopefully I'm working at a good pace for you, but I know when you're learning things and things are new, it can take a little bit longer, so you can always watch this back later on, pause it at certain spots, take your time. If you're having trouble getting placement, getting these blooms locked into place, don't feel rushed by me. Pause the video when you watch it on replay and just enjoy the process. I don't want you to feel rushed, but I also don't want this video to be, 45 minutes long. Also, I run out of things to say. It's a very, very rainy day here in Minnesota, and poor Hank has not gotten his walk yet, and this dog pouts. Do any of you guys have a dog that pouts like a toddler? And well, he's spoiled, I guess. I think we walk him every single day. And when he doesn't get it, well, he lets you know. And as soon as I get up to go grab the car keys, if I have to go pick up Emma or go to the grocery store or run any errands, he is on my tail. I don't remember the last time I've taken a car ride without him in the car with me. I love having him with me. Now here's where I switch to the full-size MISTI. I was blabbing away there. I inked up that last bloom with clementine, and I'm going to do this one here at the top also with clementine. So you have wild berry, watermelon, and clementine. And these colors are so bright and cheery, but you could also think about customizing and switching them up. Maybe even for different seasons. You could do this like a Christmas version with reds and greens. You could do more pastel-y. You could do earth tones. Switching up, you know what I mean, to give it more mileage. Now here you have this little tiny individual bloom. It's almost like a small one waiting to happen, like a baby bloom. Is that what it is? I'm not sure. But I'm lining this one up here, and I'm going to stamp that with wild berry. And there we have it. I think I had already prepped this one beforehand, but if you haven't, make sure you prep. It will definitely give you better, smoother results when you ink up. I will tell you though, wild berry will kind of stain your stamp. Now that doesn't really bother me, but just letting you know, because I mean she's potent. Watermelon will not stain, but wild berry will kick you in the pants. Okay, last one. Last little bloom with watermelon. Now you have the little centers and the little green, the little small bloom greenery. Those can be filled in if you want to. I left them white just to give the card a little bit more white space. And then now this is where the sentiment's going to go. I already had a little sticky on my Misty there because we're going to stamp the sentiment. I'm putting down the die cut U just for spacing. So we have the thinking of, that arched thinking of, that's going to go on the top of the circle. And then thinking of you, and then friend down on the bottom. So I'm using that U to get the right even spacing. So you want that arch to kind of line up with the circle on the die, and then the friend to be straight. So I'm going to remove the U word die cut, and both of these are going to get stamped with artichoke ink. Again, you could customize it, stamp it with black ink. You could stamp it with rainforest. I'm going to prep these. They haven't been used yet. And since they're kind of thick, solid letters, I want to make sure that I get good, crisp results. So I use that adhesive eraser. Then I clean it with my stamp chamois, and then I pat it with my hand. I might be a little overkill, but I find that it's better to be overkill than to be underkill. Okay, inking this up with artichoke, and I'm going to stamp this on this die cut circle. Here you have thinking of friend. It looks good, but I'm going to stamp it twice. You know what I say? Stamp it twice to make it nice. Okay, so there you have it. Your little sentiment circular panel. Now this could be popped up because dimension is alive, but I'm going to glue it flat. I've been telling this lately in my videos. I'm proud of myself. Been sending my cards. I've been actually making cards and sending cards. What a novel idea, because I mean, I can't keep up with the amount of cards that I make. I still have a ton that I give to my mom and give to friends, but I have been sending more cards, and I'll say what it has influenced me is to make slightly flatter cards. Using my reverse tweezers here to hold this nectar U and glue it onto the artichoke U, but slightly offset it. So the artichoke one is peeping out the bottom and making like a shadow. And you know, you can have as much shadow or as little shadow as you prefer. It's really personal preference. So there you have this two-toned kind of artichoke shadowed U. It really pops on that white die cut. Okay, so I'm going to glue this down, but you could pop it up. Feel free to add dimension any step of the way. Okay, using Bare Layers glue, and just going to glue this right in the center of the card. You could also put this down on the bottom right. You could put this circle in different placements. You could make this a landscape card, turn it to the side. We're making a, what do you call this? Portrait style side fold. You could also make a top fold. I know there's a lot of top fold loving card makers out there. I happen to be more of a side fold gal, but I love them all. Okay, glue on the back of my shadowed U and just getting that right in the sweet spot in the center. Look at how pretty that is. Thinking of you, friend. I put an acrylic block on it just to weight it down for a second while it dried. Once it's all dry, we're going to adhere this to a standard A2 white card base. I'm using glue. A lot of times I use tape runner. You know what I think it is here is that all of my glues are getting empty. And do I have refill bottles? Yes. Yes, I do. But do I take the time to refill my glue? No. No, I just keep clucking away. I keep clucking away. I don't know why. I'm not a maintenance type gal. Same thing with my Copics. They get dry as a bone and I need to refill them. I have the refills. I just don't take the time to do the work. Okay, glued onto the white card base. And by the way, those centers, I told you you could use those to fill in if you want to. I left them white. Okay, now for the dewdrops. Now, embellishing, it's a very personal preference, how you like to embellish. I have this little system I do. I either do 3 down on the bottom, like I'm doing here, and then 2 at the top, or 2 at the bottom and 3 at the top. It's kind of like my own personal little recipe that I've made for myself. And everybody I notice, if you follow card makers, they kind of have a recipe. And it just becomes your happy place. What feels good to you, what feels right. So I use the large one and then the small one. And here I use the large, the medium, and the small. And that's just how I do it. Kind of framing that sentiment. There you have it. Thinking of You, Friend, featuring the printed petals. This is class 1. Stay tuned for class 2. I'm going to show you a different way to use this set. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a wonderful day, and I will see you next time.
Well, there you have it.
There you
Our
have it.
first card. And lots of comments about how they love the colors
Good.
and the singing.
Okay.
Okay, so the best part about this you guys didn't get to see is every time she made a joke or sang, she's here just
It's cringy. I know there's probably some of you out there. It's just like, come on, it's too much.
No,
I don't know.
no.
I mean, it can't be everyone's cup of tea.
And our production team is like, loves it. Like, we're all saying how we love
yeah.
it.
It's hard to
Laura.
listen to yourself. You
It
know
is.
what I mean?
It is. When we came back from our talking and the video started playing, she's like, please turn that down
Yeah, oh
because you don't want to
gosh.
hear yourself
Can't
talk.
hear your voice.
Never do.
No.
Do. So we're going to kind of go through all the steps of this
Right,
card,
right.
share some ideas. And I've got
Yes.
some little notes I took of questions and comments that people made.
Okay.
And we'll address those as we go.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yes. Okay. First of all, this is a beautiful set.
It is.
I think it's just a good one. And it's a classic. It's probably
Yep.
never going out of style. And okay, so we're going to start by stamping the background. We were talking during the video of how many different ways that you could, get a little more mileage, some different looks.
Yep.
And I was thinking this would be so pretty stamped on solid color cardstock. So like, for example, if you had Stardust cardstock, I would stamp it with Stardust ink. So I like a tone on tone
Tone
look,
on tone,
but you could
fantastic.
emboss it in white
Yeah.
or gold.
Yeah. And last night in one of the cards there was I think it was fig
Yeah.
stamped with the background was stamped in fig, that tone on
Oh,
tone.
the turnabout.
Yeah, the
Yes.
turnabout. This would be beautiful
Yes.
in those dark
Yes.
colors, tone on tone. Just
Okay.
gorgeous. And you'll see it heat embossed later on. So you'll see some other examples with it.
Okay, so we've got our white cardstock here, and I did talk about that. If you butt it up in the corner, it gets a little hard to get that pattern into the corner. So maybe I'll do a little tape runner, if that's
Yep.
okay. Something to hold it. We were talking about this, that I should put a sticky mat.
A grip mat, yeah. Like
And
a
I
s-
don't
Yep.
have one, and I'm like, I don't know
it's
why.
it's a game changer.
I
I
should do
rarely
that.
use a magnet anymore.
I should do that.
Yeah.
It's
It's going to want to move on
moving,
you.
yeah. I need to get up with the times. Okay, this will work.
There you
Okay.
go. All right.
And then I also talked about in the video, what do you call it? Seasoning your stamps?
yeah,
Is that what you call it?
I don't do a whole lot.
You don't season?
I
You
just rub
stamp-
my hand against it.
Okay, yeah.
That's it.
I did the adhesive eraser.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I can tell that it's been sitting a little while. It's got a little, like maybe a dog hair something on it.
Yeah,
Whatnot.
I've heard people say sandpaper. I would never use sandpaper
I've
on
never
a
done
stamp.
that. I just use
No.
a eraser.
Yeah, it's something mild.
But then you got to do the hand.
You know what the eraser is also good for?
What?
When you heat emboss and you have lots of anti-static powder still on it.
Yeah.
That white, instead of just wiping off, sometimes it stays a
Yeah.
little bit. An eraser just takes
Is
it
that
right
what
off.
you use? I usually use my sleeve. But
Yeah,
that's
but
a good
sometimes
idea.
it doesn't because I go overboard. Wait till you see my video today.
What do you mean overboard? Oh, with the powder?
The powder.
Okay.
Wait till you see how much powder I used in my video. It's a little comical.
So first we're stamping with avocado, and I think I said artichoke, but it's avocado. But you know what? If you stamp it with artichoke, that's A-okay.
Both taste good.
That is A-okay.
Yep.
And you could stamp it with anything, really. I mean,
The gold heat emboss would be pretty here
yes.
too. We try not to do heat embossing much in class because it just makes everything more complicated.
It's loud.
And are we going to sing when you stamp it twice?
Do you want me to?
I do.
I don't know. See, do you use a press? What do you do?
I was using a press, like something to help press firmly the image down,
Mm-hmm.
but I think it's somewhere in my room. So I've gone back to I either take
old
my
sleeve?
sleeve like you
Yes.
do, or I have a cloth, like a dry cloth I use to wipe up things,
Ah.
and I'll use that too.
You're a stander, aren't you?
I'm a stander.
Yeah, because I feel like I want to stand up.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
I was like, something feels weird.
I know.
It's like, oh, yes, I'm
I'm
sitting.
sitting down.
Yep.
Okay, so I did stamp that twice.
Keep
Okay,
going.
you know what? I
There's
would
more- there's
stamp
more
it
li-
twice to make it nice.
There you go.
But look at how dark this looks and
it'll
how
pull
much
back.
it lightens up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it will really lighten up as it dries.
Yeah. But that's
Okay.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Look at that. So this other things you could do here, you could do black. That'd be really
Yes.
like intense and
Yes.
be very impactful.
Right.
Or you could do gold heat embossing here.
Yes.
That would be gorgeous also.
And so we're going to stamp these blooms in with the solid stamp, but if you want, you could color those with Copics, markers,
Yeah.
color pencil, watercolor. I think a lot of people would get into that.
Yep.
I don't do that a lot.
I don't either.
I want to be that person.
I want to be JC
I want to be JC and Christina,
and Christina. Yeah.
Debbie Hughes.
Oh,
Forget about it.
my goodness. You know, my daughter came to summer camp and she has like a major crush on JC.
She has a crush on you.
Yeah, not like
His
not
work
like,
or him?
like his personality and
Oh.
his work.
Yeah.
And so she was going to come to this, but she ended up getting sick and was afraid to miss more school. And she said, like, I think she would have wanted to sit and just watch JC make a flower.
He is fun to watch.
And he'll tell you the parts of the flower.
Yeah.
Like this, because he's
So
a
smart.
biologist. And you know how when you watched his video earlier where his inks were all lined up?
Yes.
He said he actually crafts that way in real life.
That's not really normal. Come on.
We love you, JC.
I want to be that person.
I know we're jealous is the thing.
We are.
We're jealous because Laura and I,
We're psycho.
hot mess.
That's okay.
Little
We're
dumpster
hanging
fires.
On,
Yeah,
hanging on by a thread.
Everything's fine.
Okay. Everything's fine. It's all fine.
Now,
Okay.
in the video, you talked about
Yes.
getting this perfectly lined up, the
Right.
leaf, or
Offset.
yeah,
But it's really hard to purposely offset and get that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's hard to do. So I just try to line it up. And if I get a little offset,
it's a win.
lucky duck.
Yeah, I like that little bit of white that will peak.
Yes.
Like you can
I
get a
do
little
too.
white that
I mean,
pops
you
through.
can try to like shimmy it down.
You know, if you stamp this in black and use dark colors and you had that little white
That would look
offset
so
pop, that would
graphic.
be so cool
Yeah.
looking.
Okay, so I use pistachio,
Okay.
but again,
Pistachio, I've been having a little affair with pistachio lately.
same. It's coming on. I'm a late bloomer with pistachio.
You know what I like it with is sprout.
Pistachio and sprout.
Yes.
That's unique.
I use it with
What?
it works, I promise. I actually in my video I use this stamp
Okay.
with those two and I
With
those leaves.
pistachio and sprout.
Yeah, it
Okay,
works.
I'm gonna have to try that. You know, when everybody was showing their color swatches, I was like, I gotta remember this. Especially your one that you did with the purples and pinks, this like sunset.
Yeah.
I gotta remember that.
Yeah. I've got this
remember
thing
that.
with like fig to pinks.
I don't
to
use
corals
fig
to
enough.
orange to yellow.
I need to use fig more.
Yeah. Fig is a great color.
Fig is good.
All right.
Okay.
So you use pistachio the first time, and notice how pistachio looks pretty dark here.
Yeah.
But it'll lighten.
Yes.
You can see how the background's already starting to lighten.
Right.
So
Can
that
you see good? Oh,
they
yeah, we can see.
lighten and smooth out very nicely.
They do.
So do you always double stamp?
No.
No.
If I get it, do you?
I think I do.
You always double stamp?
I think I do.
No.
No,
No. Sometimes I like it the first time.
Yeah. Well, one of the things, and I say this in my video, one of the things I do really like about Concord and Ninth inks is you can stamp it multiple times on top of
Yes,
each other. And
right.
It just keeps getting darker
Right.
instead of getting cloudy on the edge. How do you
Oh,
say that?
like
It's
bleeding?
Still, yeah.
Yeah.
It still stays nice and crisp
Uh-huh.
because not all inks do that. And that's one of the things I like. I think has something to do with the foam pad. I don't know. Or magic. Could
I
be
should
magic.
tell a little secret that I learned.
Oh, look at you
What?
nailed the offset
I did,
there. Mm-hmm.
That was a lucky one. I had some new Concord 9th inks a while back, and they were like really juicy. I don't know if you've ever had this.
Yeah.
They were like, I don't know. It was like they were too juicy. And I told Kathy Zilski, and she's like, take a piece of scratch paper and just stamp.
Blot it off, yeah.
And it made all the difference. I had so much better result after
Yeah.
I did that. So trick of the trade,
There you go.
CZ.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard because you want the ink pad to come with lots of ink in it, right?
But not too much.
But it's that fine balance.
Right.
It's
So
easier
if
to
you-
remove it than take.
If you
than
ever
add
are
it,
not
so.
getting great results, try that. You never know.
Yeah. So there's some other double stampers out there. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. This is so easy. You don't really have to think too much.
This one would be fun to make. See, I would make several of these.
You're a
I like-
mass producer.
Yeah, I like to batch. So if you wanted to make multiples of these, because every time you line up the stamp, you
Right.
would just leave it there. And I would put
Oh.
like a piece of tape here and here and here and here. So you just swap out the paper and leave the stamp, and you just stamp all of these 2 leaves on each panel, then take the stamp off and move to the next. And you'd be surprised how it doesn't take that much longer because you've done the setup.
Smart. Well, you could also do that and change up the colors,
Yeah,
but still be making a lot of
that's
cards.
true. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to do the blooms. I got lucky on that one. I laid it down right the first.
You
that
did.
does not
You
normally
didn't have to do the
happen.
spin.
Spinorama. Okay, so I'm attempting to get a slight offset. There you go.
There we go. Okay. So we're gonna slap you in the face?
We're doing Wildberry. It'll kick you in the pants.
Kick you in the pants or
Yeah.
slap you in the face.
Yeah.
One or the other.
But feel free. I mean, I think this would look so good with poppy. I mean, if you could use any color, what would you pick right now?
Here
For this
on this
bloom.
co-
For this bloom.
with the colors we have so far.
Yeah, what would?
I like the wildberry.
Wildberry.
I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering what else would. Let's think. Grapefruit would be pretty here.
You know
too.
what I'm loving right
But
now?
I love wildberry.
Pimento.
Pimento, yes.
I'm into
I use that
it.
a lot on holiday cards.
Yes, it was a great holiday
Yep.
color.
Oh, look at that. She got the nice offset with that. Can you see?
Perfect.
She's got that little white line showing, and I think that would be really neat especially if you had the black outline and bold colors.
Dramatic.
Yeah, really dramatic looking.
Okay, wow, that got
Another
good.
thing you could do here if you're batch creating is you could stamp, do different backgrounds. One of them, stamp the background in green. And one of them, gold heat emboss. One of them, black.
Oh, yeah.
But do all the other stamping the same. And each 3, you could see which of the 3 you like better
Oh, yeah.
for that outline image.
Good idea. Yeah, this Wildberry, she's going to leave a mark. Do you know what I mean? Look at the stamp.
She leaves an
It's
impression.
all right, though. You know what I mean?
No, a stain stamped is a loved stamp.
Exactly. Okay. Okay, what are we doing now? I'm trying to
spinorama.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out. Got it.
See, what I don't do the spinorama. You know
What
what,
do
I
you
do?
do?
I look at it and I'm like, okay,
Oh, you
there is
think.
no, there's
You use your brain. Okay.
no, I look at it, I'm like, there's a flat side or there's a petal that sticks out farther, and I look for them in both.
That's smart.
no, I don't.
Yeah, you're
not
smart.
necessarily. not necessarily.
I'm an instinct player.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. You have to be when
That's
you
like
have
my
many
daughter.
children,
My youngest daughter's 15 and she plays hockey.
like everybody in
And
the Basson
she's
family.
yes, she's an instinct player. So it's just all instinct. There's no like when they try to do a drill. I mean, they call her the drill buster.
Oh,
She
yeah?
gets the drills wrong.
Oh,
Yeah, because she just plays on instinct. I don't know if that's good or bad.
I think
Depends
it
on the
serves
coach.
you- it
Depends on
serves
the
you well.
coach.
So she's the only of your girls who played hockey, right?
Well, they all wanted to play, but
Okay.
she's the only one that Dad let play.
How? What? Why?
Because she's the fifth child and we're just
You're
tired.
just
It's
done.
like, whatever.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want. As long as you breathe in, we're good. Yeah. I mean, do you
It's so
find
true.
that you let Lila do
Oh.
more things than you
Oh,
did?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
And are the
okay.
older kids like, wait a second?
No, you know what I see it most with is Lila, of all of her friends, is the youngest, but all of her friends are the oldest. So I
Oh,
see
yeah,
how
different
their moms like
dynamic.
do very like
More tight.
everything is like the birthday parties are big. The,
Oh, yeah.
like
extra.
you communicating with the teachers is big. All that,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm
you're
like fourth kid.
run along.
She's good.
Run along.
She's good. She'll make it.
Yeah.
She'll be just fine.
Same. Same. Yeah, all the parents, they're at the game and they're like, where's your mom? She's at home. It's like, listen, okay, I've watched a lot. I'm
A lot of
tired.
hockey. Tired. Okay, so what color is this?
We are doing
The
watermelon.
watermelons.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
doing watermelon.
You know, I bet watermelon looks really good with berry kiss.
Yes. Would you put it with honeysuckle?
I put it with honeysuckle.
Yeah. I got to remember that.
But there's a few. Ooh.
Yeah, okay, I'm-
nailed that.
I am nailing the offset today.
Look at that. That is gorgeous.
Okay.
The white just make and if you don't nail it, you could always go in with a white gel pen, but you'd have to have a steady hand, and I'm
That-
too old for that steady
Do you
hand
do the
thing.
gel pen accents?
I'm not great at it.
Me neither. Stresses me out.
It does. It does.
Okay.
Christina does it like,
Like butter.
Yeah, there's-
She's got a smooth hand
yeah.
and a smooth voice.
I'm too shaky,
Yeah. Okay.
but she's young.
She's young.
Yeah, she's young.
Got a lot of life left.
Yeah,
Okay, we're doing Clementine. Okay, we're on Clementine now. I just used the class colors, right?
Okay.
But, you
You could do anything here.
exactly.
So how did you come up with this color palette?
Well, there was a few inspiration. They gave us some inspiration to use this card, so I just kind of did that, and I used. There's only 3 warm tones in the kit, so that one got really offset, but that's
It's
okay.
still beautiful.
So I just kind of went with the 3 warm tones that were available to choose from.
Okay.
But yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. I think if this were my card to choose whatever colors that I wanted, I think I would do like what I did on mine, like poppy, sorbet, grapefruit, nectar. You know what I mean?
Oh, it would be
I
beautiful.
love that.
Your color combo.
Yes.
That you shared earlier with the
Yes.
capri.
Right.
Do the background stamp in that bold blue
Yes.
capri, and then the flowers in those poppy colors.
Yes. I have a feeling that capri is going to be.
You need to get a re-anchor with it right
I think
away.
that might be the most popular. What do you think?
Oh yeah.
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 Calling it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely the
I
best.
think it is. You're going to need some extra of that.
More clementine.
And I'm excited that they're going to carry the neutrals
Yes.
in packs.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I never have enough of that.
Oh, you nailed that one too.
I did. It's
Well
I'm
done.
having a
Well
lucky,
done.
having a lucky
You
day.
could even pop some yellow in here. Like you could do these 2
Yes.
smaller ones, maybe like a buttercup or.
And I
or
noticed
sunflower.
the little, what is this called here? This little attachment bud.
Yeah,
I
don't know. JC
I don't know
would
what that's called,
We'll
but
call
I
it
didn't
the bud
use
thingy.
The bud thingy. I didn't use that.
Oh,
but
you left that white.
I
Okay.
did.
So there is a stamp that does this little bud thingy,
bud thingy.
the thingy that leads to the flower.
Right.
But she skipped that, which I like because it's a pop of white. And you also skipped the center of the flower
I
stamp.
did.
Which I'm sure has an official word.
I know. Maybe they're saying it. Whatever.
We'll have to, bud. Yeah. We'll have to
Stamen.
ask
JC.
JC.
Yeah, I
but
don't know.
she skipped that, so it gives you that white pop there, but you could
right.
definitely do a yellow or a gold.
Exactly.
That would be pretty gold heat embossed even.
So now while you were talking, I lined up the small
Okay.
bloom. And I'm just, what I'm doing is trying to evenly disperse the color. So the
Okay.
reason I'm doing this watermelon is because you have it here and here, so it kind of
A triangle
exactly. And then over here, I did the wild berry because
to balance.
balance,
That's the word.
composition, balance.
Yeah, we know that the balance
Right?
thingy, right?
Right.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. But
Yeah.
it would be neat to even do every flower a different color. Do like a rainbow of flowers.
Yes. That's what I'm talking about.
And you could also do very soft, and this could be a wedding, anniversary,
Yes, light pastel
lots of
colors.
occasions. So I have a
Yeah.
question. A lot of people associate you
Yeah.
with dimension.
They do? Just because of the jingle.
Just the jingle.
It's just the jingle.
Well, you say dimension is life.
Yes.
So that leads
that
one to
was-
believe you think dimension's
well,
pretty
okay,
important.
that was a season in my life.
Oh.
You know?
Is that season over?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's not life, but it's not, I'm in a flatter season. I am.
Do you
That's all
need
I'm
to
gonna
see a
say, but-
therapist?
I still
You're
like
in a
Dimension.
flatter
And when I get a card in the mail, like I got a Christmas card from May,
Oh, May.
and
oh,
she
May's so
used,
good.
she used a lot, and I was like, you know
Dimension
what?
back?
Yeah, she revived it. But like I said in my video, I have been sending more cards, and it is a little easier to
You
mail.
still have my address, don't you?
I do. I think the last card I sent you was a Foxy one.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I have several years. I kept.
How about you with Dimension? How are you feeling
I am a
about
dimension.
it?
All in.
You never stop. You don't
No.
care about postage, whatever. Just do it.
Listen, here's the thing.
What?
If I'm spending $140
I
to
know.
make a card,
I know.
I'm okay spending $1 to send it.
Here's the thing. I don't know what it's going to cost. And I want to be able to just put it in the mailbox. I don't want to go to the post office. I don't want to see people.
Yeah.
I want to. What's the postage?
Can't you?
I don't know.
You've
Do
got
you know?
kids.
What,
Make
do you
them take
weigh
it. Make the kids take it.
Oh,
Why else do we
forget
have
about
them?
it. They wouldn't get it right. Okay, we did the background.
It's beautiful.
Okay. Okay, what are we on now? It's been a while since I've made this card, so I
I'm
don't.
still disturbed that
What?
you're in a flatter season.
I'm not saying I've completely abandoned. I'm saying I have slightly reined in.
I'm like
Is that
BS,
disappointing?
BAS Getty said, just slap 2 stamps on it and call it a day.
And I do that sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, when you get the thickness now, it can't go through the. What's that thing called that they do at the post office? Every time they look at me and they're like this. And I'm like, that's what I don't want. Okay, I don't want the lady giving me the look.
That expression she just gave me, did you see it from over there?
It's like, does it fit through? And I'm like,
You know, Christina has one of those at home, so she can
She-
pre-test. Of course, she doesn't have kids.
she probably, and she's got all the stamps that
She's
have
got-
ever been made.
Yes,
Yeah, like postage stamps.
we say this out of jealousy again.
I mean, yeah.
All right, so you don't have dimension behind the circle.
I don't, but
Is that part of your flatter season, or what? How'd you make that choice? Or just to make it easier in class?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get that.
I
I get
do
that.
think it looks good. It definitely looks good for photography when you pop it up
Oh,
a little bit.
yeah.
You know, if you want a good photo,
Yeah,
pop it up.
totally.
And I think that was my era. Back in the day, I wanted to have a good photo. And now I just don't want to get a dirty look from the post office
yeah,
lady.
get the as everybody's saying, the non-machinable stamp. It costs a little bit more,
Okay.
or maybe,
Non-machinable stamp.
and then they don't feed it
Was-
through the machine.
Okay. Oh, it's a stamp that says non-machinable?
No, it's a postage stamp. It costs more than whatever
Do
the
you have
forever
those?
is. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Okay, by the way, I lined up these thinking of friend. But you could there's several different ones here that you could change up. There's thank. I like that there's different occasions.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? Okay.
And you can't go wrong with this sentiment because it could be used for many things.
It's my favorite kind of. What did I stamp that in?
Hand
Avocado.
cancel, yeah, you can definitely. She glued hers flat down, but you can
I did.
pop up anything you want. Or that's the thing. You want to figure out what's right, what works for you, what season apparently you're in.
Yes.
And go with that.
Right.
Go with that.
So when you're mailing,
nailed that.
When you're mailing your cards,
Yeah.
are you? What kind of envelope are you?
I
what are you
use a
doing?
rigid mailer.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then how many stamps are you putting on?
I
there?
go to the post office with a ton of
I hate
them.
doing that.
Well, you could go once, find out what
And then you know.
average, and then you know.
Then you know. Yeah.
You could go out and people once. I've seen you do it.
People.
Reward yourself with French fries afterwards.
Oh, I do that anyway. Okay. All right, now we're gluing the U's together. By the way, I love this. I don't know who wrote that, but it's very good.
It is very good.
It is very good. And I love a good font. I love a good handwritten font. Okay, we're going to glue the
And you
neck
can match that up with like the thank you that JC had, the bold thank.
This U can
with
go
that.
with so many things.
Yep.
Yes.
That's a good one to keep out.
Yep. And you could change the colors.
Look
too.
at you with the tweezers.
Right. It's
I didn't-
because I got my life together.
So that's my problem. I don't
Come
use
on,
tweezers.
Jennifer, get it together. What would you do in this situation?
My fingers. I don't know. I'm not good with the tweezers.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not.
I'm not good with these little dots of glue.
Oh.
Yeah.
What would you normally do?
Get too much glue and then it oozes out the sides and chaps my khakis. That's what I do. Okay, I'm going to offset this. This card is, we're just going to call it Offset Heaven. Everything's getting offset. There we go. We were talking about tweezers upstairs
Yes,
because
we were.
I saw JC,
Using a different kind.
a different kind of tweezer, of course. He made it look so profesh.
How he lined up those letters.
Oh my gosh. He's goals.
Maybe we kidnap him, take him home.
Yes.
With us so that we can get our life together.
Does he call you Miss McGuire? He calls me Ms. Basson. Like, he texts me Ms. Basson, and I'm like, are you being cheeky? Are you being, like, respectful? What's going on?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I
He
don't
said-
think he's called me Miss. Maybe he doesn't take me seriously.
Okay, you're just Jennifer.
The
you're
first
just
time I
Jen.
met him, I think I overwhelmed him because I was
Oh,
so
over the
excited
top?
that he probably just tries to avoid talking to me.
Okay. How are we on time?
We're good.
Okay.
It's fine.
I'm
The
gonna
card's
glue
almost
this down. Now, in this situation, I would probably use foam tape. I probably would.
You could.
But live your life. Okay. Here we go. Okay.
Nice.
And then, of course, put that on a card base, like so.
A side fold.
Yes.
A
Okay.
side fold.
Oh, yes. You would do a top fold.
I do sides sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I usually put so much popping up on
You would probably
Interactive
make
element.
this a little spinner. It'd probably like spin and then pop up and slap you and then go back down. Yeah.
I'm going to take that as a compliment. Oh, people.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful. In so
Love
many
it.
ways you can change the color scheme up.
Yes.
Isn't that fantastic?
Yes.
All right.
Okay,
We have another video.
we do.
And I love this card. And I've got a question lined up for when we come back.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to learn from you.
Okay.
All right. So let's move on to our second card. We'll try to compose ourselves and we'll be back soon.
Hello and welcome back to Printed Petals Class 2. I'm excited to show you another way you can use this beautiful floral bundle. We're going to do a lot of die cutting and layering and create a beautiful floral bouquet. What you're going to need to get started is an A2 white card base, just a simple card base, then 2 white panels cut to 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inches. Very easy. And then you're going to need 1 die cut of that long sentiment strip out of white cardstock. And then for the U die, I die cut that twice, once with sea glass and once with juniper. And the juniper is going to be the shadow. We're going to layer those 2 again. So we have sea glass and juniper out of the U die. Okay, we're going to get started by stamping our background. I have a mini Misty here. You could use full size or whatever type of stamp platform that you like to use. I used a little bit of tape runner to secure this in the middle of my Misty. That way I could easily center this stamp rather than butting the panel up in a corner. So I'm just centering this stamp so it covers all the corners. And we're going to use a subtle ink for this. I'm going to be using Pebble. but you could customize this any type of subtle ink that you have. Actually, it doesn't even have to be subtle. You could do black and white. You could also use sea glass, would be another fantastic option. Pebble is just kind of a very warm brownish gray. I'm using that, is this thing called a Chucky or a stamp press tool? Helps me to get even pressure. I'm going to stamp this twice. You don't really have to, but I feel like it gives it a little better impression. And if you're, at first look, maybe it looks a little bit splotchy, fear not, because after a few minutes of letting it dry, it really does kind of smooth out and you won't notice any maybe splotchy leaves that you thought you would have saw. Okay, so there's the Printed Petals background stamped with Pebble on an A2 white panel. I'm cleaning off the stamp, putting it back onto my stamp set. Now you're going to pull out your second A2 white panel, put that in your Mini Misty, and now we're going to stamp a bunch of the individual blooms and leaves in the Printed Petals stamp set. So I'm going to start with that largest solid leaf. We're going to use a bunch of color. I tried to pack as much color as I could. For me personally, the more color the better, but feel free at any time in this process to customize. So I'm inking up this large bloom with watermelon ink, but you could use any color that toots your flute, okay? And by the way, this ink and this stamps like butter, like perfect. Hopefully you're getting these gorgeous results too. It really does make it fun when it stamps so precisely. Now here's the little center of this bloom, and it does fit. You kind of get over top of there and you'll see how it kind of fits right in there like a puzzle piece. I'm going to show you a little trick about inking this up. I'm going to ink up with Clementine ink, but I have a little scrap of white cardstock. And I'm going to do like, what do you call this? Second generation inking. So I ink up with the little dots with Clementine. I throw down my scratch paper and I do the first pass with that. So the center is getting the second stamping, which makes it more light and more subtle. So you still have that light Clementine ink, but it's very subtle. I like that look better than a harsh Clementine. Again, customizable, whatever you like. Maybe you want to stamp it with yellow. You can do that. Okay, this little bloom here, this one's going to get stamped with Wild Berry. I've said this before. Wild Berry will wake you up. It will get you out of bed in the morning. She'll slap you across the face. I love Wild Berry. It just like, she steals the show, in my opinion. Okay, now the die, this is why I pull out the die so that I know how much space do I have where I could stamp this again. I'm trying to get all of these images stamped on one panel, fit them all in like a puzzle piece. This time I'm inking up with Clementine, and I just wanted to make sure. That's why I laid down the die, because that stem takes up a bit of room. Okay, we've got the small bloom inked up with Wild Berry, again with Clementine. We're moving along to, this is the little stem holder thingamajiggy. This is going to go right onto that Wild Berry. Now you could see it's got a bit of a slant to it, and it does just kind of pop right into place. But if you are unsure, you could go ahead and die cut it and then stamp it. I'm inking the stem up with Pistachio, like so, and then I'm going to do this again on that Clementine bloom. I'm using a stamp chamois to clean off my stamp every time. I know a lot of people like to use baby wipes. I'm a stamp chamois type of gal. I have been for, over a decade. I think it was back when I first started stamping. I had 5 little children. And you would not believe, well, maybe you would believe, how many wipes I've gone through in my day. So I started using stamp chamois for my stamping. Now here's the 2-leaf stamp. And I'm going to ink this up with Artichoke. So somewhere along the line, I saw somebody use this stamp chamois that they got in the automotive department at Walmart. And I thought, I'm going to give it a try. It's called the Absorber. And I still use it to this day. Not the same exact one. Every couple of years, I got to buy a new one. It starts to get a little stinky and very, very stained. But man, these little chamois can last you the test of time. Okay, I'm going to do 2 of these with Artichoke. I am stamping these twice. I don't always stamp things twice. It just seems like how it turns out. You kind of got to know. You know what I mean? When it stamps well, then you don't need to stamp it again. But if it's a little bit maybe uneven, what have you, then I stamp it twice. Just kind of depends on your ink situation. Okay, so there you have your 2 leaves. And then now we're going to start adding these little individual sprigs or leaves. I don't know what you call them, but they're cute. See this one here? It's kind of like a pointy, spriggy leaf situation. And I'm going to use sea glass for this. Kind of an unexpected color, but it really does look lovely, for lack of a better way to put it. Okay, stamping 2 of those with sea glass. And again, feel free to customize. Maybe you want to use juniper or a different ink. I tried to stay to the ink colors that were in the class bundle, but I know you probably have more inks on hand. And then lastly, 2 of these little leaves things. Leaf spriggy thingamajiggies. Okay, and these ones are going to go dark. Rainforest. Very dark and dramatic, and it really gives a little pop. Okay, so I stamp all these first, and then I die cut them. Originally, when I was planning the class, I thought maybe it'd be easier to have all these pieces die cut out of white cardstock and then stamp during the class, and then you wouldn't have to have any die cutting. But I don't really like stamping on pre-die cut pieces. It stresses me out trying to get it centered. Okay, which is what we're going to do right now. We're going to stamp the thank on this pre-die cut sentiment strip. This is where I struggle to get it centered. And I know you probably do too, but if you feel better, go ahead and stamp it and then die cut the sentiment strip. If you feel like you can't get that thing centered or straight. But I'm stamping it with Rainforest ink, and it turned out okay. I do feel like it's a little bit low, but I'm a perfectionist. Sometimes you gotta let it go. Okay, so there we have the thank stamped in Rainforest on the white sentiment strip. Now we're gonna die cut all these pieces using the coordinating dies. I'm using my Anna Griffin Impress, which has that magnetic plate, so I really don't need any tape. Everything kind of holds steady. But if you are leery, or maybe you're not using a magnetic plate, you probably want to tape these down with a little bit of Post-it tape, washi tape, or whatever type of tape you use when you die cut things. So we are going to have to die cut twice since we stamped a lot of these things 2 times. Okay, getting that last little coordinating die lined up there, and then I'll take this off camera and run it through my die cutting machine. It is raining. I mentioned in the first video, it's a very, very rainy day, and poor Hank, now he's decided to go lay on the front yard in the rain. He does not care. He will lay out there and just watch cars go by and just sit in the rain. And then he'll come in, such a wet dog. You ever tried to dry off a golden retriever? It's an Olympic sport. It's a full cardio workout, trying to dry off a golden retriever. They have hairs underneath that never dry. I swear I don't know what it is, but he's got like 1,000 layers of hair. Anyway, he also gets hair all over our couch and our rug. And we have one of these rugs that I have to use one of these tools to like rake it. Okay, we're going to start assembling now. I'm using tape runner to adhere our pebble background panel onto a white card base. So this is going to be a landscape style card, but you could certainly customize it, make a portrait if that's what you prefer. So here I'm just going to lay the elements down and kind of get the lay of the land and to decide how we're going to put things. So I know I want that thank you sentiment strip to kind of come popping out. And then now we're just kind of building a bouquet. Now here's where a little bit of design education might come into play. I am using symmetry to build up this little bouquet. So kind of, sort of, whatever I do on one end, I'll do on the opposite side. And that'll give you balance. That'll give you symmetry. And without even realizing it, you're using some design theory. And so also I'm trying to disperse the colors evenly, giving balance and symmetry. So we have a last little rainforest sprigs, sticking one on each side. And now you see this fun little bouquet with that thank sentiment strip peeping out the right side. So the first thing we need to do is trim that sentiment strip. It's far too long. It's going to be sticking out the other end. So you just snip off about half of it, enough to leave a little bit to tuck behind. And then now we're going to adhere our two die cut U's together. I'm going to use this kind of the same way I did in the first card. This sea glass is going to get glued on top of the juniper die cut, and the juniper is going to be the shadow. So it gives you that two-tone, and it really gives it some va-va-va-voom. Okay, using my reverse tweezers to hold this steady. And then now, how much shadow you want to show is up to you. You can show a lot of shadow or just a smidge. It's customizable. I like a lot. I think the more, the merrier. So just getting this even on across the whole die cut. Isn't that a fun way to use that together? And that's going to just nestle right under the thank. So this will be a thank you card. Okay, now we're going to start gluing everything down. I'm going to put one foam square behind the big bloom, but everything else is going to get glued. And I probably could have just glued the bloom down as well, so you certainly don't have to use foam tape, but if you like to, feel free to pop everything up. Because you know how I feel about dimension. It's life. Okay, a little bit of glue on that sentiment strip, and I'm going to lock it down into place. It's not in the center. It's a little bit below center, I would say. Okay, and then now we're going to, I don't even remember where I had everything tucked, but I know that it looked pretty darn good. And I don't like to glue everything down completely. I like to put just a little bit of glue on the end, and that way you can kind of zhuzh your leaves and give them a little bit of lift and manipulate them. I like how this kind of tucks there, but it's also overlapping just subtly the sentiment strip. So it's all about tying everything together. Here we have our little wild berry stem. Top that up, tuck that in up in the top left, and I lift so it gets a little bit of air. I only put glue on the stem part. Here's where, if you wanted to, you could put dimension, like foam tape, behind these if you want to get like permanent lift. Because once this gets flattened down, I like to zhuzh it while I'm creating, but I know if I put it in an envelope, it's going to get flattened. But if you want permanent lift, then you're going to have to add some foam tape. Okay, now here's the sea glass sprigs. I'm doing one on the bottom and one on the left. And then lastly, we have our little rainforest sprigs. Those are going to get nestled right in between the little artichoke leaves sticking out. And they just fit like it was meant to be. And I love how the rainforest sprigs kind of balance out the rainforest sentiment thank. See how you have the rainforest popping out the left, rainforest popping out the top, and then the thank you going to the right. And then here we're going to glue. Now this gets a little bit tricky because that big bloom is popped up. I'm going to just put glue on the very tippy top of the U. You don't need to glue the whole thing down. And I'm going to just kind of rest it. Half of it's going to rest on the watermelon bloom, and half of it's going to rest on the sentiment strip. But it's going to be kind of hanging there. But it's going to be okay. Now for embellishment, dewdrops. You don't have to add any, but you could also use sequins. Enamel dots would look really pretty with this as well. Doing my recipe here, 2 down at the bottom, 3 at the top. Either I go 2 at the top, 3 at the bottom, or 2, 3, either way, I do 5. Kind of my, but do what feels right to you. I don't think there's a wrong way to do embellishments. It's just kind of a personal thing. Okay? Bearly Art glue, embellishment wand, and then teeny tiny little dewdrop there to finish it off. I love how this turned out. This little bursting bouquet with that pebble soft, subtle background. I love the layered hue. It all just kind of comes together. I hope you enjoyed this class, learned a little bit more about how you can use printed petals for a different look. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a wonderful day, and I will see you next time.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
We're composed.
We got it together.
We
are now
tried.
going to be very professional.
Professional. We should be, because we don't actually, we're not part of Concord and Ninth. So if this like crashes and burns, we don't want to be to blame. So we're going to go through some of the steps of this card, right? But then also maybe share some other ideas,
Right.
other things you can do with it.
Right. Tips and tricks.
Yep. So she did a little bit of prepping
Right.
during the video so that she could be caught up and we can share other ideas.
Exactly. Okay, so we're going to just start the same way that we started before. I'm going to tape this down. We're going to stamp it. Last time I inked it up with avocado. This time we're using Pebble, which I love.
Yep. Pebble's like magic.
Pebble is the magic neutral.
Well, it's also magical that when you stamp it, it looks a little green,
Oh, yes, we were talking about
but
that.
then it dries gray.
Yes.
And-
But it's like a warm gray.
Yep, it is.
Yes.
It is, but it doesn't dry too green.
No, not at all.
It's a little
not
magical.
at all.
And
Okay.
so it's one of those, you got to, if you stamp it and you're like, oh, this looks a little green, just give it a little time.
Right. There we go.
It's softer and more gray-like.
Okay, so using Pebble. Inking
Pebble's
this up.
beautiful. Is
Yes.
that the gray you use the most, that or Dove?
I use Pebble.
Yeah.
I love Pebble cardstock.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I like the Dove. The Dove's a little
You
more.
like Dove more?
A little more
So
cool.
you're a cold-hearted. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just JK. JK. It's all good.
Oh dear. No, I use
Okay.
Pebble also, but
Yes.
Dove is.
Dove's a little
mark.
darker, don't you feel like?
It
it's
is
a little bit
darker. It is darker.
Yeah. And I always want a light.
Yeah.
You know what? I meant to tell Greg. I would really love for him to come out with a cream, like a buttercream.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But it might be close to almond, maybe, or sand.
We'll see.
Maybe that'll do the
when we
trick.
get those inks.
Yes, because that's one of my go-tos.
You nailed that.
That was a lucky one.
Look at that.
First try. Yes.
Well done.
Right. Okay.
So you didn't have to stamp it twice to make it nice.
We didn't have to
No,
stamp it twice.
you
We did
didn't.
a oneer and a doneer.
Yep. So I'm just too cool for Pebble, somebody said.
Oh, okay. All right.
You were talking in the video, and there was a lot of discussion about the absorber.
Yes.
Some people were asking, where do you get the absorber?
Walmart.
Walmart.
In the automotive section. It's a stamp. It's what people use to dry off their car,
Yeah.
when they wash it.
Like a chamois?
Yes. Yes. It's a chamois. Here's
Aren't
the
they
thing.
big?
Yeah, I cut a square. I cut a square the size of a wipe. But here's my thing. After having 5 kids, I don't want to buy wipes anymore. I'm done with wipes. I don't want to do wipes. But I like the chamois.
Okay.
But you say you use a dry cloth?
Yeah, I use a dry
That
cloth.
one I can't wrap my
But
mind around.
like if I need to clean a stamp, I don't. Let's face it, I don't
Wait.
clean stamps.
You don't, what do you mean?
Like I just wipe it off with a dry cloth. But if I really need to clean it, like remove some color,
Yeah.
I'll do a spritz of an Ultra Clean and then wipe it off.
Yes.
But dry cloth, and I just have a bunch, and I'll use one to make a card, and then it goes in the laundry.
Oh.
But like, so when I clean a stencil and I spray it with rubbing alcohol,
Yes.
dry cloth to clean it off.
You must go through a lot of dry cloths.
They're just little baby cloths, and you wash them.
I know.
But yeah,
Laundry.
I have probably 12
Okay,
of
here's the
them.
thing.
Dude, you have a lot of kids.
Do
You're
you
doing
wash your
laundry.
dry cloths by themselves?
No.
You throw those in with your clothes?
Yeah.
And you're getting ink
No.
on your clothes.
Haven't.
Okay. Excuse me.
Do you not have trust issue? Do you
I
have like
don't.
trust issues?
I just don't know if I believe that. You're using a dry cloth to wipe off a wild berry stamp, and you throw that in with your white T-shirt.
I've
Forget
never
about it.
seen Wildberry on any of my clothes.
I can't believe that. Okay. You've heard it here. I need somebody to test this out and see if she's actually telling the truth.
Well, it's not that much ink.
Okay, so how many
It's not
cloths
like I'm
do
taking
you have?
Oh, probably.
Are these those microfiber
No,
cloths?
I don't. I'm not a big fan of those anymore.
Okay, what
First of all,
kind
I
of
heard
cloth?
it releases little plastics, but then
Oh.
also that gets hooked when you're cleaning a stencil.
Yes.
So these are like baby washcloths, soft as.
Where
can
do you
be.
get those?
Oh, you can get them on.
Baby washcloths.
I'll send you
Good to
one.
know.
I'll
Good to
send you
know.
one.
Okay, what are we doing? Should we just talk? Forget about the cards. Okay. We're
Okay.
going to talk about some different ways to do this, even though I have some here prepped because we wanted to talk about arranging.
I do the same thing in zero transfer.
Wow.
Same. Never see ink transfer and wash. I use
How
tea
is
towels.
that possible?
It's true. I
Okay.
do it all the time.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Jennifer isn't lying. See? She says it right there.
Okay.
The ink does not go on to close. But you could also just throw it in your towels.
You wash your towels separately?
No.
Here's the thing.
I,
When you use a towel
yeah.
after a shower, how many times do you use a towel?
2.
2 times?
Yeah.
How often do you wash your sheets?
Once a week.
Okay. You're a little bit more on top of things. Okay, I'm going to ink this up with watermelon. Okay.
Old t-shirts work great too. Like if you have an old t-shirt
yes.
that you don't want anymore, cut it up and use that.
That sounds like a good,
Yep.
a little thrifty and a nifty idea.
All right,
okay.
so what are you stamping there?
Okay, I stamped this with watermelon. And,
Okay.
and it looks fabulous,
Yep.
right? But if you wanted to do something a little spicy,
Do you want,
a little sassy,
what are you going to get sassy
I
with?
was going to,
Okay.
yeah, I'll just try. I'm going to try it. I'm going to
Yeah.
try it. Okay. So we're going to try this. It looks like somebody did this.
Yep.
Okay. I've never actually done this. Have you used the lid?
Mm-hmm.
I just use scratch paper.
Okay.
Okay.
So sometimes if I have too much ink on my brush, you instead of just putting on scrap
Wasting
paper,
it?
yeah, put it inside the lid, and
That's
you can go back
thrifty.
and get light ink later on.
That's thrifty.
So here, let's move this over. so
Okay,
you
yeah, can we see?
better. There we
I
go.
am trying to blend some of this wild berry ink into the center of this bloom, and it's going to give, hopefully, a little pizzazz.
I'm going to do the trick you taught
Yes,
me today,
that is so
so
smart.
you can see. But you're going very cautious there, right?
Why would you go a little more
no,
aggressive?
It's good to start
Okay,
cautious.
yes.
Because you don't want to slap
You don't want
your
to
watermelon flower with wild berry.
exactly. You don't want to kick it in the pants.
So
okay,
let's see what happens.
Let's see.
Is it enough?
Might not be. No,
Nope,
not
need some
nearly.
more.
Not nearly enough.
Going to be a little more bold.
Well, yeah,
So by using the brush, you can make it blend more.
right.
Look at
I
that.
used to back in the day. We called the rock and roll, where we would whoopsie daisy.
There you need a baby wipe.
The old tap it,
yeah.
but it was hard to get a good transition.
Okay.
You know what I'm
Especially
saying?
if you've got two very.
different
different
colors.
colors.
Yes.
So can you see that got a little darker in the center, and she's going to
Yes.
repeat it.
Yeah, repeat as
that.
needed.
So this is optional. She's just
Right.
showing you another way to do this.
Right.
And you could even do like maybe a yellow, and then like a red, the wild berry at
yes.
the center. And
Really get some funky combinations.
there you go.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, that's pretty.
So yeah.
And so you could do that also with your leaves.
Yes. You want to try one?
Go for it.
Okay.
I've got. How about a little? Hey,
Change a different color?
Yeah.
Okay.
we've got sprout and parsley here. You want to try those too?
Yes. Let's
I
do
cannot
it.
wait to use that basil color.
Oh, yes. That's a good one.
Yes.
That's a good one. Okay.
All right. Oh, Sherry did blended clementine with wild berry on the edges. That's beautiful. That's a good idea.
Sounds very tropical.
Yes.
Okay, so I inked this up with Sprout.
The baby washcloths that I use don't leave lint. They don't.
Okay.
So you just, I don't know. You could use microfiber. T-shirts wouldn't be bad either. so.
Right. Okay.
Some people use flour sacks, like
Flower
you
sacks.
know what I mean? Like,
Oh, where do you buy
I think
those?
is that what, I think that might be what Tim Holtz uses.
Is it?
I think. All right, so you stamped it with Sprout.
I did. And then now I am just really, oh yeah. Okay.
Wild berry slapping you in the
Everything's
face.
fine. Everything's fine. Parsley. Okay, so I'm blending a little bit here on the inners.
See, that'll make it pop even more.
Can we see what okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
That
See?
wakes it up.
Yep.
That wakes it up. That looks like you know what you're doing. You know what I mean?
You do know what you're doing.
Well, it makes you look like you got your life in order. It does.
JC's
There you go.
up
Look
there
at that.
cringing right now.
He probably is. He's probably under the table. Okay. All right.
So it just gives a little more look of dimension.
It
Can you
does.
see that?
It does. I like a flat look sometimes, and I like a zesty.
There you go.
Yeah.
So that's one way that you could change that up.
Yes.
A lot of other things you could do with these too. I think simply changing the color combos that you use can
Right.
make this softer for different occasions.
Right. I did talk about, I like to stamp first and then die cut, rather than die cut and then try to stamp on the die cut.
I prefer stamping than die cutting.
Exactly.
I think most people do.
Right.
I don't know.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'll just
Wanna-
die cut this real
you wanna
quick.
die cut those?
And then we'll talk about arranging.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, one of the things that I wanted to ask Laura, because it's something that I will benefit from also, and I think many people will, is how she came up with an arrangement. You know, a lot of times we have flowers and leaves of different styles
Right.
and sizes. How do you get that good bouquet or arrangement on your card? You talked a little bit about it in the video, but
What's your system?
balance, trying to balance.
Yes.
And I usually do things in threes.
Yes.
But, you know, it really depends on the size of what you have too, and how many options you have with what you're using. In
Right.
this case, you had a lot of different leaves. In fact, the leaf die cuts for JC's plant class would be fun to tuck in here too.
Yes, you
so
could
you could mix
combine.
die cuts with the stamped images.
Is that what you did in your
Beautiful
class?
this is.
Mix, pull products from all the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
took some of the flowers from, like the flower die cuts from Christina's
Okay. Mm-hmm.
class, and I put them with the plants
From JC?
from JC's.
Okay.
So it's just, I feel like if I mix things together,
Mm-hmm.
I get,
That's kind of your thing, isn't it?
yeah, it makes me feel like I'm being very resourceful
Mm-hmm.
with my $140 card.
You do that. You do that well. I generally have to use what I'm using because I'm using it. I'm doing it for the
For a project,
for the
yeah.
company.
Yeah. I
Anywho,
get that.
okay. So let's say I'm going to make an arrangement, and also, you know, if you want to make this portrait,
Go for it.
that okay, fine.
Why don't you do that?
We'll do that. Also, another thing you could do, I just thought of this just now, is make two bouquets, kind of hanging off each corner, like this,
Oh, I like that.
and then you know what I mean, instead of just one in the middle.
Okay.
Or you could do one down in the corner and kind of up.
I
There's
like the
lots of
opposite corner. And
you
you
like
just
that?
trim whatever's hanging
And then
off.
put your
Yeah.
sentiment in the middle.
That'd be
but,
beautiful.
I mean, gosh, there's endless ways.
And you know what? That would be nice with this too. If you had like a bouquet on the top left and bottom right.
Right.
Because then more of this will show of
Yeah.
the background because it's so beautiful.
Right,
So it's
true,
another option.
true. Also, you could do some zhuzhing in the background if you didn't want to leave it just pebble and white.
So
you could do some
zhuzh.
things.
What zhuzh would you do there?
could just zhuzh however the zhuzhing happens. I don't know. What could you do? You could do some things. Nothing's coming to mind.
You
but if
know
you
what
wanted to add some subtle touches,
But I think the pebble is just beautiful.
it is. You know what I've seen, and I feel like I've referred to her several times, is Yana.
Oh,
Have you
Yana's
ever
so
seen
good.
how she'll take a Copic and just do a slight outline? Nothing more.
Oh.
Nothing more.
Yes. So she will take like a like this stamped image here,
Right.
and take like a light gray
Yes.
Copic marker and trace it, and it makes it look like the flowers are popped up.
Yes.
Like there's a little
Make a shadow.
I'm
Another
also the
idea.
president of her fan club.
Same. Well,
Those are
I'm
my
vice
two.
president then. Okay. All right, let's talk about arranging now.
Okay.
If I was going to do one here, there's really no right and wrong way. What you really need to do is just pretend in your little heart that you are a florist. Look at that. That's how I start.
That's how you start. So the balance there.
Yes. If you're going to do one here, do one here. Avi. If you're going to do one here, then you're going to do one here. And another thing, I don't know if I
Did
talked
you say
about
Avi?
Avi.
Okay.
Obviously.
I know.
Yeah. I live in a house full of teens.
Okay.
We call each other bro, Avi, Yeah,
Okay.
all of that. Another thing you could do is cut one of these,
That's what, you know what, I'm lazy. I just,
rip it.
because nobody sees the bottom.
Right.
So I would just tear it.
You could rip it. Okay, so there you have that. I realized I didn't stamp the little bud.
The bud again, but
But
that's okay.
if you're going to tuck it,
under.
no one's going to see.
Yep. Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah.
I like those colors.
It is pretty. So then, obviously I'm going to go over here, right?
So you usually do things in threes.
Maybe?
Yeah?
I don't know.
You usually do.
I just roll.
You roll.
I roll,
So when
yeah.
you're doing bouquets, you don't worry so much about the odd number thing. You just look more at the balance.
Yes.
Okay.
Spontaneous.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. How about you?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But so do you always do this where you arrange and then glue it down?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
And I move things around. I fiddle and futz all the live long day.
Yeah.
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 I cut that out
Well, see
of
what
the editing.
Oh, of course. That's
Yeah.
why it's better. That's why pre-recorded is sometimes better because
That-
my lives, they watch me.
You're thinking.
Yeah.
Right.
I usually, when I'm doing a bouquet, I'll take the main flower and put one foam dot at the back center
Okay.
and put it down. That way I can tuck everything under it. And I use liquid adhesive so I can move it
it,
until I'm
change
happy.
your
And
mind.
by doing that, I am committed to
Right.
get it done before that glue dries.
Ain't that the
so
truth?
it cuts back on the putzing around.
Putzing is the key.
That's, but I will, see, I'm not good with color, so I spend a lot of time
Yes,
with
you are.
the putzing.
I do a lot of putzing too, believe you me.
You seem to make a lot of cards, so I'm not sure I
I
believe
do,
that.
I putz.
So here we go. Let me
Putz with the
see.
best
I
of
wanna
'em.
compare.
Oh, okay.
So here's like, there you can see, yeah.
Ah.
So you did a little different.
You know what?
moved
I had
these.
one more of these. I had one more.
Oh, okay.
But this looks good. And I
I
also
like
didn't
it.
stamp the center there. But you know what else you could do?
Gems,
Yes.
enamel dots.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You know what I love to do on a center of a flower like this? See how these are like little dots?
Right.
Take gems or enamel dots and kind of
Cluster.
yeah, so they're not all next to each other, but they're actually overlapping. A
Oh,
little bit.
yes, yes.
But that adds more dimension.
That's fine.
Okay.
Do you ever use like Nuvo drops or
No.
No?
No, because I discovered, at least the ones I had, I don't know what brand they were, that when they went through the mail, they would get squashed, so they'd end up like flat on the top edge.
Good thing to know.
But I don't know. But also, I love gems and bling and
I
little
know.
things, and I just stick with that.
Do you have a preference of a gem, a sequin, an enamel dot? What say you?
Usually gems
Gems.
or flat sequins,
Mm-hmm.
enamel dots. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was on a pearl kick for a while, but really, anything. But for your flatter area,
yes.
you could just die cut tiny little circles from like metallic cardstock and use that as little accents. too.
True. Smart.
So-
Is that what you did for your fish?
Yes, I die cut.
Yes, you
holographic
did. Yes, you
cardstock.
did.
So, how do you decide where to put a sentiment? Because a lot of times when I do a video, people
Yes.
are always like, I will put mine overlapping my
Yes.
floral, and people will be like, no, don't. Why would you overlap all those flowers? Where
This
do you
just
put it?
feels so disconnected to me.
Same. It's like
right.
floater.
It's all about connecting and
Yes.
I don't know what the word is, but unification.
Yes, that's
right.
what we need.
We
So-
in this country. No, sorry, I'm not going to go there.
Okay, but so for me, it's you want the focal point. Like your eye goes to the focal point.
Right.
And I think if you have them too far apart, it's like your eye doesn't know what.
Yeah, this just feels disconnected. But now that I look at this, if you're going to use this, it does lend itself a little bit better to a landscape because it's kind of hard to put that in there with that hanging off. I mean, you can. You can.
I love this.
Yeah.
I actually like that layout. But either works.
Right. And then you have this.
The
I don't know
thank-
where that went.
Did you stamp it? Yeah, you did.
I lost it. We had one.
Is it under here? Well,
Anyway.
the gremlin, the craft room.
Anywho,
gremlin
where
got
did
it.
that go?
I
That is
love
so
this.
weird.
This is beautiful.
We lost it.
All right. Let's see. It's like
Any
hanging-
questions?
It's like hanging paintings over a couch too high.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that. I can see that. So so with your gems, Tell us about your gems.
Yes. Okay. Well, it looks like here I did 3. I did 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2.
Like you said on the first
I kind of
one.
do that 3
Yep.
and 2 or 3 and 2. Sometimes I'll go 3 and 3 if I'm
Okay.
feeling. How about you?
Same.
Oh.
But do you usually put them around your sentiment or around?
I usually tend to go around the sentiment.
Yeah.
How about you?
Same.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll put some floaters
Yes.
around it.
Mhm.
I think it depends on the card.
Right. Do you ever just keep adding?
I've been known to do that.
I sometimes I have extra feels and then sometimes I have minimal feels.
Yeah.
It just depends on the day.
Whatever. So that's more of a day thing, not an
You ever
era.
splatter?
Not a whole lot.
Yeah.
Not a whole
Flick
lot.
it.
No.
I got the old Tim Holtz splat box.
Yeah.
Love that. Flick it.
Yeah, that's good
fun.
too.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Anywho.
Now you have some bonus cards.
I do.
correct?
I do.
Let's check out your bonus
Okay.
cards because I fell in love with a couple of these.
Yes. I made a square one here. And
Look at that.
I used this circle die that was in the sentiment from the
So good.
first card, this card here. I used it to cut an opening. You could make that a shaker.
Easily.
Yes.
So now there is
mean,
some dimension here behind this.
I popped it up.
Which really made that flower there stand out even more.
Not only did I pop it up, but I stripped it up.
Oh, you stripped and popped.
I love to strip it up in the background. Concord 9th cardstock, strip it up, pop it up.
So when you, for stripping, do
Yes.
you keep scraps of strips or do you cut new strips every time you
I
strip?
cut new strips every time.
Okay.
Here's the other thing I did, and I manipulated that sentiment. You're all kinds of wonderful to go
Look at
around.
you.
I know.
How do you do it?
What do you mean? How do I think of it, or how do I actually do it?
How do you actually do it?
Okay, I'll show you.
Please.
Yes.
Because there are different ways to do it, and I'd love to
I
hear what you
used
do.
like this backing.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Show us. 'cause
Okay.
I think that's a good tip.
Yeah,
The sentiment is from this stamp set.
it is.
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
in the same one.
So if you had a card and you want to say, let's just put this here for show, and you want this sentiment to go around, I would take some acetate,
Okay.
put it over, and then it kind of sticks to it. How do you do it?
That's how I do it.
Yes.
Yeah. There are a
And you
few other
gotta-
ways I've tried. But you gotta have a little patience. You put on your patience
It might
hat
not
before you
work
do
the
this.
first time, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like it might not work the first time.
So you manipulate it. It wants to. The
And then you gotta
stamp
go. You got to go before.
But your stamp wants to stick to that acetate a bit. And then
Right.
you quickly close the door.
Right.
And you can always stamp first on the acetate to make sure the curve is right.
Yes.
And then you can stamp it on
This
your
is
card.
not one. Okay, my acetate was sticky or whatever I used, but it's got to hold it. It's got to hold it. And then you do that.
Yep.
But that's how I did it.
Cool.
It's not working, but
Well,
it does work.
It does.
Yeah.
You nailed it there.
Yeah, so I
Perfect.
did that, and that's fun to get a
And
curve.
you did a little two-tone action here. I'm not sure if
I
you can
did.
tell that. I'm going to hold it there.
Same way we did before with the blender. But this one is sorbet and pimento. Yes.
Is pimento the one you were talking about you having an affair with?
Yes.
Yes. Pimento's beautiful.
Yes.
That's
Here's the other
gorgeous.
one.
Here, let's hold it there. So there you can see the interest. And then
Right.
this you did
Sprout and parsley.
sprout and parsley.
Spartan.
Spartan.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
That's a fun one. And then, you know what I say?
Oh, this is great.
Have a leaf, make a wreath. Always and forever.
All right, tell us your approach to that.
Well, I think I probably used this circle die as a guide.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So you draw a pencil.
Yes,
Okay, you trace the circle die.
I did.
And then you just start gluing down.
And I just stamped so many colors. Concord 9th makes it easy.
So how much putzing do you do to get it evenly spaced and just
Oh,
right?
you know what? That's the thing. I didn't really. I just start with one and I just start gluing. And you just hope and pray that works out.
Okay.
Well,
Concord 9th has enough colors
Live
that
on
if
the
you
edge.
get here and there's a gap, there's more
you
greens
make another
to fill
one.
it in. Yep.
Right. Yeah. And then this one here, I did the matte gold.
And you layered it.
I stacked it up a little
There's some
bit.
stack in there.
Stamped that with black. And then
That's beautiful.
Is that
That looks like pebble.
Pebble.
Yeah.
love a pebble with a white. That's why I want a cream. I love a cream and a
Yes.
white, pebble and a white.
I like nectar too.
Nectar's fabulous.
Nectar and powder, I think, can be treated as neutrals.
Yes.
They're
Here's
so
one.
soft.
Callie.
Oh, look at that.
Callie made this card,
Here, let's move
and
this.
it is embossed. I don't know if you could see that shimmer.
Look at that gold embossing. It's beautiful because those thin lines, that the stamp has in the background.
Yes.
And this looks like briar rose and fig together. So she
Right.
did that trick where, look at, she used a blending brush
Yep.
to ink her stamp like kind of along the
Yes,
edges
she
of the
did.
petals. She's good.
I wonder if she embossed this from the underside.
Maybe. Do you do that?
I never even heard of that,
You never even heard
but
of that?
I'm going to try it now. Top
It's a
fold.
good one.
It's a
makes
top
It
fold.
makes a big difference. See? And look at how nice it'll stand up.
That
And then
is-
see a side fold. If somebody walks by, a little breeze will knock that one down. But look at that
Wow.
stand up.
nice try.
It's trying.
Nice try. They both stand.
Oh, I love it.
Just as good. But you know what? What kind of cardstock do you use for your bases?
I use white for my bases. White heavyweight. Like
Like-
110 pounds.
Yes, exactly.
But then this is what I do. If I
Right.
want it to look like I used a color card base,
Right.
I just cut a colored panel to the
Right.
same size as the note card, but really the note card is white.
Exactly.
But if you want to do a colored card base and it's a lighter weight cardstock,
Right.
and you're afraid you don't want a wimpy card.
Right.
You don't want to open it up and it be like flimsy.
Right.
Because then it won't stand
What do you
well
do
anyways.
then?
I will do
An-
color card base,
Yeah.
but then I'll cut a heavyweight
Insert.
white cardstock panel on the inside, and that'll give it more
Some
strength.
heft.
Because there's already going to be stuff on the front.
Right.
So I just add a little strength to the inside. back.
Smart. Very smart.
There you go.
Okay. What do we have to do now? Giveaways or
Oh, yes.
yes?
We have to do, let's see. We get to give away the bonus cards.
Okay.
And then 2 Concord and Ninth prize bundles.
Ooh.
So we can pick 4 winners, is that correct? 5.
5?
Oh, because Callie's. Okay.
Okay.
So let's do the bonus card since we have
Okay.
them here. So the first bonus card, pick one for the first winner.
Okay.
So the wreath goes to Mary Hannon.
Okay.
So Mary gets that card, and Laura will sign it, never fear. Your All Kinds of Wonderful square goes to,
Susan Phillips.
there you go.
Okay.
The
Callie's?
card goes to Joe Ellen Albers,
Okay.
lucky winners. And then we have 2 Concord and Ninth prize bundles. Why don't you choose those?
Okay.
It includes products, including color and truffles.
Oh,
Just step that up a bit, didn't
slay.
we? Yeah.
Linda Rose.
Linda Rose gets the first prize
Okay.
pack.
Carrie Parrish.
Carrie Parrish.
How many?
That's it.
Okay,
2. We
okay.
got it. We got it. Wonderful.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
That was fun.
It was a pleasure
I
and a
needed
delight.
That. I needed that.
Good.
We'll do this again.
Okay.
Next time around.
Yeah,
right?
next time around.
Next time around.
Whenever that is.
Tomorrow you get Greg.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be the same.
Yeah. And you're on again right after
Yes.
this?
So you will have a bit of a break, and then at 2:15 Mountain Time, we'll be back.
Okay.
And it is Crafty Hour
Okay.
with Greg, and my video will be in there
Okay.
too.
Okay.
So we'll do my video and then do some talking afterwards.
Okay.
My video's a little bit longer,
Okay.
shocker, but it's about 40, 45 minutes.
How
but
many
I got a
cards
little
did you
carried
make?
away.
4?
I did 4. I usually do
Okay.
3. This time I did 4.
Okay. Wow.
But I there were a lot of different ways to use these products together.
Yes.
And I wanted different styles, and
Yeah.
I overthink it all.
Yes.
Anyways,
Yeah.
so be back at 2:15 Mountain Time, and we'll be here with Greg. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. I just woke up from a little snooze. Can you believe it? Jennifer can, because I usually get caught snoozing, huh?
Well, I said, did you watch Laura and I? And he said, I caught a little bit of it. I fell asleep.
Not because it wasn't entertaining. It's just that time of the day. So, anyways, I had a great little nap. I hope you guys enjoyed Laura's class. I am so excited to go watch it back. But no, I heard you guys actually giggling in here, and I think that's so much fun. So,
We tried to hold our composure.
yeah.
Sorry.
This is one of my favorite parts of the event. We
I think
always have a
that's-
fun crafty hour with you.
I think this event is always fun because of the laughs that we also get.
Yeah.
We could all use a few more of those. So
Yeah, good time to laugh. So we are here now for the next hour.
Mm-hmm.
What are we going to do with it?
I watch a really long video.
But before we do that, let's talk a little bit.
There's a few things.
So
to talk.
how many cards did you make for your
I
crafty
made
hour?
4.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, and we will have instructions.
Yep.
We have the video, all of that. And it's basically Jennifer McGuire's take on all the kit products that you have
Yep.
already. So
It's not
Right.
meant to craft along with.
yeah,
This is more sit back, try not to fall asleep, and just get some inspiration. And then you'll have this content that you can go back if you want to make the cards.
Yeah.
And there'll be photos, so no problem. You'll be able to make them later.
yep. Before we jump into the video, though, I know earlier there were some questions about the gift shop and
shop.
what that is.
Yeah.
For those who have attended summer camp, it's called the Trading Post at summer camp, and at Winter Retreat we call it the gift shop because we're in the lodge.
lodge.
And it's just an exclusive shopping experience. Things are discounted; they're priced as is in the gift shop, so you don't have to use any discount codes or anything. A lot of the things that you've seen here that we've been using throughout
And
the event.
all the different things.
Yeah, like the things we used during the color club session, and just various things are available in the gift shop for you to get if you want. I know there's paper, like the colors that we're using at the event and other things. So just shop around in there if you want. Nobody has to buy anything, or if there's something you want to pick up, you can pick that up. But the gift shop opens this evening. You'll get an emailed link to the gift shop. So it's kind of like a private little shop. So you follow the link in the email, and then it's open until November 3rd. So you have a few days. So that's
And
what the gift shop is.
There are discounts, but the price is as marked.
Correct.
Yeah, so you don't have to do a guessing game.
Yep.
Easy
And
enough.
and so that's tonight, because we're gonna like after tonight's event, we're gonna open up those fun little gift bundles that you aren't supposed to have opened yet, but I know some of you have because you were the kind of kid that snuck on Christmas morning.
Christina
and
Werner did that.
yeah, yeah.
She opened her Christmas present early.
I didn't
Turns
even
out
really-
it wasn't her gift.
I didn't know that was an option as a kid. I guess I always just thought that it was like none of us were peeking, but
I don't remember.
but that's okay. And then I did want to just also have a serious moment, but we've done these events since 2021, and it's been a very fun thing to see recurring visitors and attendees over
Friends.
these friends over the last few years. And I just wanted to point out that we actually have lost a few of our attendees that were actually signed up to come to this, and we found out through one of our attendees. Her name was Mary Morrison. Her friend who she attended with just let us know that she had passed away, and it breaks my heart because we just get to know these people, and I know you guys are just we're in the chat and we see each other and we interact, but these names, I know that there are people in the chat that are behind all of these names, and we all have the common love for crafting and the community that we build around what we do. And so Mary Morrison's friend let us know that she has passed away, and also Paula Leibowitz, her husband, reached out as well. Both of them were registered to come to this event, and so I just wanted to honor them and just thank them for being a part of our community and our journey as Concord and Ninth and as crafters, and just so I just wanted to make mention of that and take a moment to just let everybody know that like this community means so much to all of us, and just for me to express my gratitude to all of you for being a part of it with us. So
And our hearts go out to their families and their
Yeah.
crafty friends.
yeah, so just thanks for letting me take a moment of the crafty chat to
It's important.
to mention that.
Here's the
And-
thing. What we do, like, not everybody gets it.
Yeah,
And everybody here gets it.
yeah.
So it's hard.
We're a very like
Yeah.
niche special interest
Yeah.
group and stuff, and
Yeah.
it's kind of it's just, I don't know, when you find things that like you can connect with people over,
And it's a good
special
thing to connect over because it's
Yeah.
a giving thing.
Yeah. So thanks for letting me take a moment to
Of course.
honor them, and
Of course.
and just also say thanks to everybody for being a part of this with
Yeah.
us. So what do you say we jump into that video
Sure,
then, and then
sure.
we'll join you back here. It's a pretty lengthy video because you have four
It's like-
cards.
it's almost 45 minutes long.
Yeah.
But then we'll come back and we'll talk and do some giveaways.
And remember, Jennifer said, like, don't try to craft along. This
Yeah.
is sit back, relax, and just, I'm looking at the cards out of the corner of my eye. So you're going to want to just sit back and enjoy the show. So we'll be back real shortly.
Hello there and welcome. This is Jennifer McGuire, and I'm very excited to offer this crafty hour for the Concord and Ninth Winter Retreat. Now, in this video, I will be creating a few cards for you, showing some fun and different ways to use your products that you got as part of this event. Now, this class is different than other classes in this event. This is not one for you to create along with me, but instead sit back, watch, and enjoy, and then come back later and possibly make a few of these cards. I have a lot to share, so let's go ahead and get started with our first card. Now, this one uses our class supplies to create a fun pop-up planter with a surprise inside. I think it's best to look at the completed card first so you know the direction we're headed. So here's the card. It fits into an A2 envelope, and you can see I use different products to create a planter on the front. When you pull the tab at the top, the planter will pop up and reveal a gift card underneath. But keep in mind, you don't have to put a gift card in there. You could instead put a stamped image. Now let's get started with this. Again, you don't need any special dies for this. You can just use the dies that you got as part of this class event. Oh, and by the way, this one looks really cool left on display because it stands up so nicely. I'm starting out with a piece of white cardstock that is cut to 5 inches by 4 inches. We will be using the large arch die from class to do partial die cutting. Now I'm placing it onto this background centered from the left to the right, and the bottom of the die is about 1/4 inch from the bottom of our card panel. I will then put the top cutting plate over the die, but I will make sure to leave that top flat area of the die hanging out from the cutting plate. So you can see how that top straight edge of the die is hanging out. Anything under that top cutting plate will cut. Anything hanging out will not cut. And I'll run this through. Now you can see I have this flap on the front of my card panel. I'll put this into my scoreboard and I'll do 2 score lines. One is at about 4 1/4 inches. It's right along the top of that flap. So I'm just scoring from one edge of the flap to the other edge. And then I will also score at about 2 1/4 inches on the flap alone. So I'm not going all the way to the edges. The scoring is only on the flap. And you just score in those 2 places. I will first fold back along the first score line, and then I will fold in the other direction along the other score line. And you end up with this silly looking piece here. I promise it'll come together very easy. Next, I need another piece of white cardstock, and this will be our pull tab. I'm cutting it to be 5 1/4 inches tall. I'll take the same die and put it onto my cutting plates so that the rounded edge is at the bottom edge of our card panel. So you can see the rounded edge is right along the bottom, and we will again do partial die cutting, leaving that top straight edge hanging out from our top cutting plate. So this will just cut what's under the top cutting plate, and I'll run that through our die cut machine. Now I need to cut the other side of this to have the curve also. So I'll put my panel back down onto my cutting plate, and I'll rotate the die so that the curve is at the top of my cardstock, right along the top edge. And I'll place the die so that the sides of the die kind of pop in to the sides of the die cutting we've already done. And again, I will do partial die cutting with that straight edge hanging out from the top cutting plate. And I'll run this through. And this will give us a long oval, and it will function as the pull tab. Now you could have done a square panel, or sorry, a rectangle piece here, but I thought having that curved pull tab went really nicely with that curved design on the card. Next, I will do a score line at 1/2 inch from one end of that oval, and I'll fold it back and forth to create a hinge. This is the other part of our pop-up feature, and really, I don't think either of those steps were too hard to do, and you could do it with other shapes also. Now, before we add this to the pop-up feature, I'm going to stamp a greeting at the top of the oval, so on the opposite side from where we did that little hinge. I took one of the sentiments from the class kit and I cut it in half. I know some people don't like to cut their stamps, but this allowed me to stack my sentiment instead of having a long sentiment, and it makes it fit really nicely here. If you cut between the images or words on your stamp, you really aren't damaging your stamp at all, and you can always mount them together as they were originally intended. But by cutting it, I was able to give this sentiment more life. And you'll actually see me do this again later in this video to create a new sentiment entirely. So I stamped the greetings in black ink, and then I used dragon fruit ink to stamp a little heart below it. Now you could do more onto this pull tab here. You'll see what it looks like in the completed card, but I wanted just to keep it simple. Now along this little flap, which I have folded over, I'll put strong liquid adhesive. I will then flip my pop-up mechanism over and line this oval up with the back side of the oval on our card panel, so you can see how it lines up. And you want to press that down and make sure that's really secure. I'll hold this up to the camera so you can get a better look at how that little flap is glued to the back of the pop-up feature. But when you lay it all down, the two ovals will line up very nicely. Now let's create the planter for our flowers. I used the arch die and I cut from Wildberry cardstock, and I'm cutting it so it's about 2 1/4 inches tall. And I thought this was a great way to make a simple planter. To make it look more like a planter, I decided to put like a lip across the top. So I cut 2 thin scraps of the Wildberry cardstock, and I glued those on top of each other right along the top edge. I will then just trim off the excess, and I feel like it gives it a nice finished look. I'll also work on the sentiment that will go on the planter. I created Celebrate You using the Celebrate die and the word you from the Thank You die. I love to mix and match sentiments to create something new. I die cut each of the pieces once or twice from white cardstock and once from champagne colored cardstock, and I stacked those together for a bit of dimension. I next have my little turnabout mat. This is the little sticky mat that Concord and Ninth has to use with their turnabout stamps, but it's also a great kind of sticky mat to hold things together as you get placement just right. So I'm starting by putting the word you down, and I'm making sure the spacing is good and that they're straight. And then I put the word celebrate above that. Once I have them positioned how I'd want them positioned on my card, I will take a piece of temporary tape and press it onto those die cuts, and then carefully peel those die cuts away from the sticky mat. So the words or those little die cuts will all be stuck to my temporary tape. I can put liquid adhesive on the back of the die cuts and then place that onto my planter where I want it to be. I'll just leave the tape on there until I'm certain that the glue is dry. And there we have a really easy way to place your die cuts centered and straight on your project. Next, it's time for a bit more stamp surgery. I'm cutting apart the 2 lines of this sentiment that says, "It's a good day to have a good day." So I cut off the words, "It's a good day too," and I'm putting that above Celebrate You, and we're going to heat emboss it there. So I'm taking 3 different sentiments and using them together to create a new one. So I will place this into my MISTI stamping tool, and I will use anti-static powder tool, stamp with clear embossing ink, and then add white embossing powder and heat set it. When I want to make sure I get really smooth heat embossing, I like to let my heat gun get very hot, and then I heat from behind. If I heat from the back side of the paper, I find I get smoother results. You just want to make sure that you keep that heat gun moving around. It takes a little longer because you're heating through the paper, but the results are always better. Now, the best part about this is there are lots of options in your class supplies of dies that you can use to fill the planter, lots of different leaves and such. I chose to go with this particular leaf die cut, and then also some flowers. And my flowers I cut from dragon fruit cardstock, which I think goes really well with the wild berry that I used for the planter. Now, I like to start when I fill a planter like this with the die cuts that kind of go along the edge of the planter, and I like to make sure some of it hangs over the edge of the planter, kind of spills over the side. So I place one over to the right-hand side, and I'll do the same over the left-hand side. And then I start to build up from the center from there. Now with this particular planter, I wanted it to be see-through. I'm not making it solid, like completely filled with die cuts, because when it stands up, you'll be able to see through it, and I just think it'll look really cool. But you could put more in here if you want. You could use other floral die cuts that you have. Sky's the limit with this one. You'll notice I did some tape on the back of the planter. That just kind of helps secure things very quickly while I wait for liquid glue to dry. I don't have much glue between these layers right now, but I can always go back and add a little here and there once everything is in the position that I want. Now I'll take my planter and I'm laying it onto my card where it will be, because I want to make sure I'm not making my planter too tall. I want to be able to see that little pull tab sticking out of the top of our card panel. So by just laying it there on the card panel, I can make sure I'm not going too tall. It's not glued right now. I created 3 flowers from the dragon fruit and I added the stems, and I'm tucking those into the planter and taping it along the backside as I did before. The tape is easy to move around and I just find it handy, and no one will see the back of this. I will do 3 flowers, and I like to do kind of a little visual triangle with them, so you'll see me kind of play around with the placement of that. By the way, off screen, I did add little yellow centers to my flowers using honeycomb cardstock. Now let's put the card together. I have a panel of wild berry cardstock that is 5 1/4 inches by 4 1/4 inches. So it's a little bit shorter than what we usually use for an A2 card. That's so our little tab will stick out of the top and they can easily grab it. We need to put foam tape on the back of our mechanism, and we just want it around the left side, the right side, and the bottom. And I put this foam tape close to the mechanism there in the center, but we don't want to hinder the movement of the mechanism. So just get close to it, but not quite touching it. I used 1/2 inch tape for this and it worked great. Now on the bottom edge, I did cut it to be a little narrow since we're closer to the bottom edge, and that's really all you need. You could use regular glue and it would still work, but I find that little bit of foam tape, even thin foam tape, gives a little bit more room for movement and makes the opening work wonderfully. I'll remove the release paper and then I'll put liquid adhesive onto the foam tape, and I'll rub that around with my fingers so it covers the foam tape. This will give me some wiggle room time. I can pick this up and place it on our wild berry panel, and I can wiggle it around until I'm happy with the placement and let it dry. If I just put the foam tape down without the liquid glue on it, it would stick in the first position and there's no wiggle room time. Okay, so now I have my pull tab mechanism, this pop-up feature, really easy to do. And by the way, you could do the same thing using a rectangle die or other dies you may have on hand. Now on the bottom of that pop-up, we will put some strong adhesive and place our planter, and the planter fits right along the bottom edge. It's really cool because really when the card is flat, you can't see that there is like a pop-up feature, and it's not until the person pulls the tab that they see it. Now I decided to put a gift card in there. I just put a little tape on the back of the gift card and I pop it inside. But you could instead add some more flowers or stamping to the inside if you don't want to include a gift card. You could also stamp or write pull at the top of the tab in like a light gray ink. I'm giving this card to another crafter, so I know they'll notice to pull that, so I don't need to put the message, but you could if you wanted to. You could also just write it on the inside. So on this card, we did a lot of fun ideas. We mixed together different sentiments to create a new one. We used partial die cutting to create a pop-up mechanism that doesn't require specialty die set. And we were able to mix and match some flowers and leaves. This one's fun. You could use it in so many different ways. You could even do a holiday version of this by using like poinsettias. Sky's the limit with this type of card. All right, let's move on to card number 2. This is a magic slider card made very simple using our class supplies. Here's the completed card so you can see how it works. When it's closed, it has an elegant feel, but then when you pull the slider out, you can see all the color showing from behind. This works wonderfully with these products, and I'll show you how easy it is to create. All right, let's start with that acetate that I'll use for the magic slider. Now, I am using a heat-resistant acetate here, and I'm cutting it to be 3 3/4 by 5 inches, just a little bit smaller than that size. Now, there are lots of heat-resistant acetates out there. You could test some recycled materials also, but heat-resistant allows you to do heat embossing on top. Now, if you don't have heat-resistant acetate, you could also stamp with a permanent ink, like black StazOn, directly onto any acetate and skip the heat embossing. So there are a few options. Another thing you can do is use vellum here, and that would be gorgeous. So I use a lot of anti-static powder tool on both sides of the acetate and on a piece of scrap cardstock that I'll put behind it. That way, this doesn't grip to my grip mat that I have on my MISTI stamping tool, and I can keep lots of powder on both sides of that heat-resistant acetate. I will then take the large stamp and stamp it on here with a clear embossing ink. Now again, if you don't have heat-resistant acetate, you could do this on vellum. So you could do heat embossing on vellum. Just whatever colors of ink you put on the cardstock behind it, which we'll do in a few moments, you'll want to make sure are darker so they show through the vellum. I will then add gold embossing powder. Once I've covered the image with the gold powder, I will flick very firmly from the back side of the acetate to knock off the excess powder, giving us a crisp image. You could also use white or silver here. I'll let my heat gun get very hot and then start melting the powder, keeping my gun moving so that I don't cause any kind of warping. And you'll see this gives a beautiful image. This is something you can do with a lot of different outline background stamps, but this one in particular is great for it. I think it looks beautiful as is and will be great when the card is closed. Once it has cooled, you can take a dry cloth and easily wipe away all of that anti-static powder. Look how beautiful this is. I just love that look. All right, now we need to stamp the image that will go behind that, where we'll do some color. So I have a piece of white cardstock, and I'll stamp the image on here using a very light color of ink. You could use wheat or pebble for this. It really just needs to be dark enough that you'll be able to line your stamps up with it. It'll be covered by the gold heat embossing that will be over this when the card is complete. So I stamped the outline image, and now I'm taking the solid images and lining it up with the outline. And I'm starting with the leaves first. It's very easy to look through the stamp and line it up. Now for the leaves, I'm starting out with a light ink. This is Sprout, one of my favorite green colors, and I'm stamping it multiple times. One of the things I like about Concord and 9th inks is that you can stamp it several times to make it darker, and it won't get kind of fuzzy on the edge. It'll stay nice and crisp. So I stamped Sprout a few times, and then I'm using a blending brush to add some parsley ink to the stamp only at the base of the leaves, so that the base of the leaves have like a darker shaded look. So I did the parsley a few times, and then I did come in with a bit of evergreen. And I'm constantly bringing my outline piece over it, the gold heat emboss piece over it, to make sure that green is showing enough through it. Now, if you did this on vellum, I would recommend using darker colors here so you could see it through the vellum better. All right, once I'm happy with the leaves, let's move on to the flowers. For some of the flowers, I'll do pink. You could use any colors you want here. This time I'm starting out with carnation and stamping that a few times, and then using a blending brush to add dragon fruit to the center. If you want the center to be even darker, you could do some wild berry too. I just repeated the process a few times until I was happy with the results. And of course, I'll put the gold heat emboss piece on top to make sure I like the look showing through, and I'm happy with it. I will then do another flower in some yellows. So I will start out by stamping that flower with buttercup ink and then adding some clementine towards the center. If you don't want to do that extra shading, you could just instead do a solid stamped image. So I repeated that for all of the other flowers and leaves using the same colors. And then I used spice cider to stamp the center of the flowers on each. Okay, so once completed, I'll take the gold heat embossed as acetate and line it up with the stamped image, and I'm just holding it there. And I will cut the excess off of the white panel where we did our stamping. That way they are positioned exactly the same and the same size. Next up, I'll create the frame for the front of our card. I'm using white cardstock and the 2 rectangle dies from our class kit. I really like these 2 dies, and I think they'll be good ones to keep on hand for lots of different cards in the future. So this will be nice because once I've cut this, I'll have a nice frame, but still be able to have a mat that goes around it on the completed card. So I'll tape the 2 dies together so they don't shift, run that through my die cut machine, and we have a white frame. You could do a color frame here, but I really like the look of just white and gold when the card is closed. Next, I'll flip the frame and the acetate over and tape the acetate at the center back of the frame. Now you could use double-sided tape or any adhesive. I just used clear Scotch tape. I thought that was easy enough to do. I also have a 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch piece of gold metallic cardstock. I'm going to put a little tape runner at the center of it, and then I will put liquid adhesive on the back of our colorful stamped piece. So the dry adhesive will be able to hold it right away, and the liquid adhesive will dry over time. Liquid adhesive takes longer to dry on slick surfaces. Now I'm holding the stamped piece behind the acetate window, lining it up. Then I will place this centered over the gold. Sorry, my head gets in the way there, but that way I can see there's a nice gold trim all the way around the edge. I will then press that down and I can remove the acetate piece. Now I know that this is nice and centered up and it'll line up nicely with the acetate when we add it on top. However, I'm not going to glue this together just yet. I first want to cut a notch at the top center of all of these layers so that the recipient can take the slider in and out easily. I will use a circle die for this. About a 1-inch circle die seems to be good. And I'll place that at the top center of the frame piece with the acetate. Now I could have done this before I assembled all of it, but really I just felt it was easier to do after. Now the die didn't really completely cut through both of these layers, but I'll just use my scissors to trim off any of the excess of that acetate that it didn't cut through. I will now hold this at the center of the gold panel, and I'll lay it there on my die cut plates and then place the circle die into that notch. Just pop it in there. It kind of fits like a little puzzle piece. Use a piece of tape to hold it there onto the gold panel. I'll remove the acetate and white frame and then run this through, and this will give us a notch at the top center in the exact same position on the gold and stamped panel. So let's run that through our die cut machine, and now you can see how it all lines up nicely. There's one more layer we need to cut through, and that is our note card. So I have a side folding 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch white note card, and I'll do the exact same thing to put a notch at the top center of this. I will use the gold panel, line it up with the white note card, put the die into the notch, and then remove the gold panel and run it through our die cut machine. Now the notch is at the same position on all the layers. I'll glue the gold panel onto the white card. It'll cover the entire piece. And then we can add the frame with the acetate. Now to add that, I prefer to use foam tape around the outside edge. That way the slider piece will slide in and out very easily. I have some 1/4 inch foam tape here, and I'll put it on the left side, the right side, and the bottom on the back of the frame, making sure to leave that top where the notch is completely open. We'll next create the slider piece itself. I have a piece of white cardstock here, and I'm placing it onto the back side. And I'm going to put a little pencil mark on where I need to cut it so it fits between the foam tape on the left and the right. It's easier than measuring. I just put a little pencil mark, and I'll cut along that. You want it to be as wide as it can be to go between the foam tape on the left and the right, but not too tight. You want it to be able to slide up and down freely. I will then hold it in the bottom position there up against the foam tape on the bottom, put a little pencil mark there, and then cut along that. So it'll line up with the top edge of that frame. This is just another way to do kind of a pull-up mechanism by making it the same size as our card panel, but have that notch so the person can easily pull it up and down. So here you can see how it will line up beautifully. I'll remove the release paper from the foam tape, put some liquid adhesive on it that I spread out so I have that wiggle room time, and place it right onto the center of the card. After giving that some time to dry, I have my Celebrate sentiment that I cut from white cardstock and gold cardstock, and I'll glue that directly onto the front of the card. You could add some gems or some other interest to this, but I wanted to keep this simple and elegant when the card is closed, so that when the recipient pulls out the slider, you have that beautiful color as a surprise. Now, I will say that a lot of people, when they make magic slider cards, have a stopper at the bottom of the slider piece so it doesn't come completely out of the card. I prefer to make it so you can remove the slider completely, because I feel the recipient will probably remove it and want, when it's on display, to have the color showing. So the slider is only temporary. You can see this is really easy to create using these class supplies, but you can also use it with other products you have on hand. Again, you could add some pops of color to the closed card, but I feel that it's best to leave it simple so that when the slider comes out, the surprise is there. Oh, and by the way, if you wanted to, you could stamp or write pull at the top of the slider where the notch is. All right, it's time for our next card, and I thought I'd do a playful twist on the animal hugging card that Christina does in her class. And I actually made the dog look like my dog and the cat look like her cat. And it has a fun surprise. So here's the card when you take it out of the envelope. And when you open it up, there's a string of hearts connecting them. And then you can open up the note card inside. I know many of you are cat folks, so I changed the fox die cuts to be a cat. There are other ways you could do it, and I bet Christina would do even better with the cats. But I did the best I could as a dog person. All right, let's get started by creating our animals. I created the cat out of Dove cardstock and the dog out of wheat cardstock. Now, I could have done multiple colors of cardstock to create a little variation, but instead I used ink to kind of blend along the edges very quickly. On the wheat, I used spiced cider because my dog is kind of a reddish color, and so I thought that turned the brown a bit more of a red color. You can see I also did the inking on the ears, the muzzle, and a tail. I am just quickly showing the inking and creation of these animals because I know Christina will be showing a lot of it in class. But I'm starting out by putting the ears onto what will be the back side of our dog. So it will be the part of the dog you're looking at when the card is closed. I feel it's easiest to start there and then move over to the other side where the face will be. Now I'll flip it over and add the ears onto the other side of the folded dog, and making sure that the ears on this side line up with the ears on the other side, because eventually this dog will be sealed closed. I don't think you've done this in class just yet with Christina, but it'll make a whole lot more sense when you see her class. I can then add a muzzle, and then we will use black ink and the stamps to stamp the nose, the smile, and the eyes. Now, if you wanted to add a little bit of interest to this, you could also add little enamel dots for the nose or eyes, like black enamel dots, but I decided to keep it simple so there's not too much bulk. You could put a collar on this guy, you could put a bow around his neck, you could put flowers in his hand, but again, I wanted to go for simple at this point. Now it's time for the cat, and I took the fox tail and I cut it slender so that the cat would have a thin, long tail. And I did a bit of Dove ink along the edge of the cardstock just for a little bit of interest. Now, Christina's cats do have stripes. I was afraid to try the stripes, but you'll see in her class, I think she's got a bonus card showing how you can add stripes to the kitty. Now, I did use the smaller ears so that the ears are smaller on the cat than they are on the fox. And I added those, and then on the other side, so on the face of the cat, I will put pink also on it so you can have the inside of the cat's ears. So it's fun to take your dies and just change them up a little bit so you can get different options. Here I'm putting some fox die cuts and creating a cat. Now for the face of the cat, I did decide to use the fox face and cut the sides off of it and stamp the nose. You could skip this part and just stamp the nose directly on the cat, but I thought this added a little bit of interest that kind of went along with the muzzle on the dog. I stamped the nose and the eyes using the stamp set, but I think what really makes this look more like a cat is I added whiskers using a thin black pen. All right, now I have my two animals here. I haven't sealed them shut yet because we have to add the hinge to it, but you can see how those work nicely together. Next, I have a top folding note card, and I'm going to cut this down to be 4 inches by 5¼ inches. Then I also have an Aqua Sky cardstock panel that is 4¼ by 5½ inches. I used the hinge die, you can see it over there on the left, to cut 2 hinges, and I decided to cut it from acetate, a heavyweight acetate, so you don't see the hinges on the card. But if you want to, you could just cut them from white cardstock. I'll slide one of the clear hinges into the slit that's on the middle of the cat die cut. And I'll slide it in so the fold on the acetate lines up with that slit on the cardstock. So half of the acetate's on the inside and half of the acetate is on the outside. I'm using a couple pieces of Scotch tape to hold this half of the acetate on the inside. I want to make sure that it stays secure, and this tape is really the easiest way to do so. And then I will glue the entire cat closed with that acetate sandwiched between. So you can see there's a little bit of acetate flap hanging out on the outside of the cat, and that will allow us to create a hinge around our card for the cat to open and close his arms. So just bear with me, you'll see in a moment, and of course, you'll learn a lot more in Christina's class. So we have our cat here all closed up and ready to add to the card. And I'll do the same thing with the dog. Now, another reason I liked using acetate for the hinge, besides that you can't see it as well, is that acetate's very strong. And so this is a really important part of this card, that little hinge. It's really what makes this whole card open and close on each of the animals. So the fact that the acetate's very strong just makes sure that it'll hold up over time. So I will wrap the hinge around the right side of our white top folding note card. So that little acetate hinge is hanging there on the back. I put some liquid adhesive underneath that, but that's going to take some time to dry. So I'll also put a piece of tape over it. So you can see that the hinge is taped to the back so that this is able to open and close on the right-hand side. And then I'll do the same thing on the left-hand side with the cat. So I'll tuck that little acetate flap to the back side of our note card. I will put some liquid adhesive to hold it in place, and then a piece of Scotch tape that will hold it for good. Liquid adhesive is very strong when holding acetate, but it does take a long time to dry. So that tape is helpful. So basically the cat and dog wrap around our top folding note card and they hug there at the front. Next, I have a piece of white string. You could use thread, you could use clear string, whatever you have. Mine just happens to be sparkly white. And I will glue hearts on both sides. So I die cut 2 pink hearts. This is Sweet Pea cardstock. I'll glue one behind the thread and then one on top of the thread, lining them up. I'm using a strong liquid adhesive that will dry and really stay secure with that thread sandwiched between. And I will continue to add more hearts onto the thread, alternating between dragon fruit hearts and sweet pea hearts. I continued to add hearts until I had a nice long string of them. It took about 5 minutes to create this, but definitely worth it. Once it's dry, I will glue one of the hearts to the dog's paw when the card is actually opened. Then I'll glue a heart to the cat's paw. And this is stretched pretty loose here. The cat and the dog aren't laying completely flat, but you can see there is a lot of this string with the hearts between them. So there's a heart glued to each of their paws, and I can trim off the excess string. So there you can kind of get an idea of how taut I have that between the 2 paws. You do want to give time for all of this to dry as you're going, or those hearts might shift on you. There, I trimmed off the edge, and look how cute that is. When you open up the cat and the dog, you get that heart connection between them. Now I will glue my card base onto that Aqua Sky panel that is 4¼ by 5½ inches. Don't worry, this card still will stand up nicely on display. I finished off the card by stamping a greeting and adding 3 hearts to the top of the white note card. Now watch us open up the cat and the dog, and I love how those hearts are suspended across. Now I have it loose enough that you can still open that white note card with no problem at all, but it will stand up beautifully on display too. So the hearts just kind of fold up behind the cat and the dog so you don't even see them when the card is closed. So I encourage you to look at some of your class projects that you create this weekend and think about how you can add some additional details to it just to change things up a bit and get more life from your products. All right, the next card features some fun inking techniques, also some fun use of vellum, and a pop-up panel card. Now here is the completed card, and you can see how the whole front of the card pops up from the card base as soon as you take it out of an envelope. And thanks to some of the dies included in our class kit, this is really easy to do. I'm starting with my personal most used color of Concord and Ninth cardstock, and that is Aqua Sky. In the top left corner, I'm lining up one of the stencils and I'm inking over it with parsley. I'm doing this medium to heavy-handed since I'm inking on top of a colored cardstock. Then for a bit of shading, I did evergreen at the base of those leaves. Now, I think we always seem to reach for white cardstock when we're doing colorful stenciling, but really you can start with any light color of cardstock and apply ink over it. And you'll see how I really make this pop in just a moment. Now it's time for another greenery stencil, and this time I just wanted it to be a tone-on-tone look, so it's not really standing out too much. So over this, I'm just doing a medium application of Aqua Sky ink. I think one of the best ways to add just some subtle details is with a tone-on-tone ink. Then I'll add the next stencil, and over this I'll do clover ink and then a bit of rainforest at the base of those leaves. I'm a true, firm believer that you don't really need to spend a lot of time getting a good blend. It will always look good in the end. Now for the tiny flower stencil, I'm using white pigment ink from Concord and Ninth and a Tim Holtz ink blending tool. So that's like a foam applicator. And I'm putting this ink down heavy. You can see I kind of twist the inking tool and leave a good amount of ink down. And look how that bright white looks against that colorful background. I absolutely love it. So I'll take the next floral stencil, and over this I'll do the same thing. And I'm trying my best to put as much of the white ink down that I can. Now this white ink is a pigment ink, so it kind of sits on top of the paper, blocking that blue from showing through. Now a little bit of the blue will show through because it's not perfectly opaque. However, we'll put another layer on a moment, which will make it stand out even more. Now pigment ink will stay wet for a bit, so I will heat set this until the white ink has no shine on the cardstock. It takes a few minutes, but that way you can be sure it won't smear. Now I'll go back and do the last two stencils again. So I'll line up the large flower stencil and put another layer of white on top of the dried white we did. By doing this second layer, that white becomes very opaque. In other words, it sticks out bright white against that colorful background. And then, of course, we'll do it with the stencil with the tiny flowers. I love how these white flowers glow against all the colors around it. It's such a beautiful look. Now you definitely could leave this as is. I think it's beautiful as kind of a colorful glowing background, but I wanted to show you some more ways to step this up. I'll first take the little flower stencil and clean that off. I just do a quick spray of rubbing alcohol and use a dry cloth. And then I will line it back up, and over the two layers of white pigment ink, I'm adding some buttercup ink. So I made sure that the white pigment ink was completely dry. And now I'm just dabbing yellow ink on top of it. By having the two layers of white behind it and then putting the yellow on top, it'll stay more true yellow. If I just did the yellow directly onto the Aqua Sky, it would have turned a green color. So now we have white and yellow flowers on that fun blue background. I just love the results of this. Now I will heat set this so that that yellow ink will dry on top of the white ink because I don't want any of this to smear as we move forward. Now you could leave this as is with the vivid color. However, I wanted to add some texture. So I die cut the small flower and the two tiny flower dies from class multiple times from vellum. And I'm just putting a dot of liquid adhesive at the center of each of the white and yellow stamped flowers, or inked flowers, and added a vellum on top. The vellum kind of curls up and it just adds a really soft texture. I then covered up the dot of liquid adhesive that holds that vellum in place by adding a couple circles of champagne cardstock to the center. Concord and Ninth champagne cardstock is my all-time favorite metallic cardstock because it's not like a brassy gold and it's not kind of a cold silver. It's a nice in-between, and it works great for the center of flowers. Now, I had used the large rectangle die from class to cut that Aqua Sky panel, and I'm going to also cut from white cardstock here. This will go behind the Aqua Sky piece. And I also needed white cardstock for the thank you sentiment, so I went ahead and cut it from that white piece. No one will ever know that I cut from the center because it'll all be covered up. But the white rectangle there is just adding more support to that Aqua Sky panel. I'm going to be popping up that whole panel, so I wanted a bit more support to it. So anytime you cut a matte or an extra layer panel, you can always cut pieces from the middle and no one will ever know. So now this is nice and sturdy and we can add the pop-up features soon. This will be placed on a 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch white note card and will have that nice little trim around the outside edge. I'm just holding that panel onto the front of the note card and I'm trimming the excess vellum hanging off the edge. That way it'll hang off the edge of the Aqua Sky but not off of the note card. You could trim it right flush with the Aqua Sky panel if you wanted to, but I like this little bit of texture hanging off. Now I want to make it so that this entire Aqua Sky panel pops up off of our card. So I'm using the large rectangle die that has the score lines that's used for the pop-up feature on one of Laura's cards. I cut that twice from white cardstock and I'm folding each of them like an accordion. And I will cut off 2 of the sections. I don't need as many folds for this pop-up, so I just use my scissors to roughly cut off 2 of the sections. And I'll do that to both of my die cut and folded pieces. I also don't need to have this piece be this long, so I'll cut a little bit off the end too. Keep in mind you could cut little thin pieces from this and use it for pop-ups behind smaller elements also. Now along one of the end flaps, I'll put strong liquid adhesive and I'll place that along one edge on the back of our Aqua Sky panel. You can see all that die cutting I did from that white support panel. No one will ever see that. And I like to put something heavy or a strong magnet over it while it dries. I work on a glass magnetic work surface. I then repeated that same process and adhered one to the other side of the panel. So these 2 pop-up features will be able to pop up the entire panel on the front of our card. For a sentiment, I used the thank you die cuts. I did the shadow and white cardstock, and then I stacked a few of the individual thank you letters and added champagne cardstock to the top. I also stamped your All Kinds of Wonderful with black ink on white cardstock and cut it to a thin strip. I then glued some thin scraps behind that for a bit of dimension, and I adhered this stamped sentiment right between the words thank and you. I really like to stamp thin sentiment strips onto my larger die cut words. It's a great way to make the sentiment stand out even more. The last step is to add that sentiment to the top center, and we have our completed card. You can see how, thanks to those accordion fold pop-up pieces, that the entire card front panel pops up as soon as you take it out of an envelope, but it flattens nicely to put it back in the envelope. This is a great way to make a simple card design stand out. Now here I added quite a bit to that panel by doing those inking techniques with the white and yellow ink, and then adding the vellum and the champagne centers to the flowers. That vellum just adds a softness and a bit of texture. It's so easy to do. So the next time you have some layering stencils, instead of using white cardstock and adding colored ink, try using a soft colored cardstock, adding lots of darker colors and that pop of white pigment ink. All right, I hope you enjoyed these card ideas, and I hope that you also look for other ways to stretch your class supplies so you can keep using them long after this event is over. I thank you for watching. I hope you have a great day, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Jennifer.
He stayed awake.
I stayed awake the whole time.
I
did.
talked to him the whole time so he couldn't sleep. That's how it went.
No, that was that video was incredible, and I think all the cards were incredible, but I was blown away with the stenciling on this last card.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
Yeah, I saw a few questions about the stenciled cards, so I have that one here. I put the vellum on top so you don't see the white and the yellow very much, but you saw it in the video. I just like that kind of wispy look of the vellum on top. Somebody asked about the layering of the pigment ink. So I do heat set the pigment ink in between layers just so that if I dry the first layer When I put another layer on, it becomes more opaque. It doesn't just move it around, it's adding more on top. And you just heat set it until the shine goes away. It doesn't have to be perfectly heat set, but if you are going to put a color dye ink on top of the white, really make sure your white pigment ink is dry first, because you don't want to get white pigment ink onto your blending brush
Yeah.
and take it to your dye ink pad.
That makes sense.
So that's kind of why I just tap the yellow on top. But it's just a way to get that true yellow to show up on the blue background.
And I think the white pigment ink behind all of that vellum that you did as well on the larger blossoms, it makes it really pop. Because, I mean, vellum, it's somewhat translucent or
Yeah.
whatever. And so it does pick up some of those colors behind. So I think it was really, like, it made it for a nice backdrop for that vellum.
And I think this is proof Aqua Sky is.
Is a
must-have
superior color?
I love it. Now this one, we always talk about top folding and side folding. I made this one top folding because I was afraid if it was side folding, all the way to the front might make it wobble forward. So in this case, I feel like a top folding is a good option. And that die that does the accordion fold in your class kit, keep that one handy, because you can use that to do pop-ups on a lot of different cards. So instead of just making this a simple card panel on the front of a card, you add that oomph and it just stands out really nicely.
And
on
that
display.
takes really not that much more
No.
time than making just a traditional flatter card
And
there.
if you want to make something smaller pop up, you could do the same thing, cut that, do it just like I did, but just cut little slivers of it, and you have smaller pop-ups. So, and then you don't have to waste your time with the scoring. It just folds beautifully, thanks to the
clever.
die you get.
So clever. I love all these cards. I loved the way you had the reveal with this
The
card.
magic slider. Yeah,
Yeah.
magic sliders have been popular for some time. A lot of times they do a little stopper so this won't come out completely. But I prefer to remove it because I feel like the recipient would want this on display,
Sure.
not when it's closed.
Yeah.
But it's up to you. Somebody asked why I chose side fold for this one. I chose side fold for this one because I did this little notch. And I felt like that was better than having like a top fold card that would have a hole right here.
That makes sense.
So it really just, sometimes it just depends. So, you know, you can pick and choose, but you definitely could do it top fold if you
Yeah.
want to. For this card, it has a pull tab also. I opted to make this card shorter. So this is only 5 1/4 inches tall, so that the tab would stick out the top. On this one, I opted to keep the card full size and make a notch so that
It's
your
like
hand can
recessed
grab it.
in
Yeah,
there.
you just want to make sure that they're able to grab it.
So they'll still be able to mail that too.
Yes,
right?
this
'Cause
will
you've
still
shortened
fit,
it.
because I shortened the card, it'll still fit into a regular envelope. And
So
I
cool.
chose to put a gift card in there, but you could just do a stamped image or even
Or a little
cute
written,
yep,
little written.
or even a
note.
cute little photo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that
That'd
would
be
fun.
great.
In fact, this card design you don't need to put on a card base.
Yeah.
Because you could just have a panel, have the written note here, and the way it stands on display is like that. So it'll look like, you know, like that on your desk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So clever.
You know, you can change that up. And then you'll see in JC's class, he's going to have all these ideas for different things you could put in the planters.
And then
there you go.
your little
Yeah.
friends with their
So
little garland.
Christina has 2 cats. I have 2 dogs. But I went with one of each. This is her Kevin, and this is my Abaco. They're both the troublemakers. So I intentionally kept the coloring simple on them. I just felt like I wanted a lot of times when I have something special on the inside, I keep the outside simple.
Yeah.
So it just makes it even more special. So, but you could do a lot more to this. Christina will actually give you some more ideas on
So cute.
turning into a cat, because she'll talk about that in her class. But I just wanted to have something that kind of stretches across, and so I did the little hearts. But you want to make sure that it's loose enough that you can open your card. You know, you don't want that too taut that you can't open the card. If you want it a little bit tighter, you could not put a card base in here. Instead, just write your message here, which would be hidden when the cat and the dog are closed.
So clever.
But I used acetate for the hinges, just so you couldn't see them. But you definitely could use cardstock, and it'll stand up nicely on display.
Oh,
So there you go.
every time you do this, it's like like I'm like, what is Jennifer gonna come up with next?
No,
And then you do it,
Jennifer has no
and you
life.
wouldn't even know that she did the voiceovers in the bathroom here at Concord at 9th.
did.
Isn't that amazing?
I did. I had what you call a week before coming here, so I didn't get all my voiceover done, and there's a lot of people here right now, and I was
Yeah.
afraid it would be loud, so I went to the bathroom that's right here, and I sat on the floor. It's a very nice big bathroom, so don't be grossed out. It's very clean. It's very nice, but when you switch on the light, the fan comes on, so I had to do it in the dark.
That's how we do it
The
sometimes,
things
all right?
we
Yeah.
do,
No,
right?
I know. It's
The things we do. All my voiceovers used to be done in my minivan in the garage when I had a bunch of kids at home. So,
yeah. You get
you fall on the
creative.
sword.
So you're not just creative at making cards, you're creative at
No.
getting things done too.
No,
So
no.
we really appreciate you being here after
Yeah,
what was
yeah.
a week.
It was
So,
fun. And people were asking about seeing these laters. They have the photos. You can go back and rewatch this as many times as you need. And I tried to mention all the sizes, so you should
Yeah.
be able to follow along. And
So
create
fun.
something
And I
simple.
love that our winter retreat attendees they can make these with everything that they've got. So really fun way to stretch your products and take things in a really fun, unique direction. So you nailed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead. We have just a few minutes
Giveaways.
to do some giveaways because
Yes.
it wouldn't be a session of winter retreat without some giveaways.
We are
So
going to give away the cards.
yep. So
and the
4 cards
two
to give
prize
away.
bundles.
So why don't you pick those winners?
Okay, I will. Let's start with the. Let's see, the stenciled card first. This one is for Janice Brown. So Janice will
Awesome.
get that
Congrats.
card. Then the Celebrate Magic slider card. You're going to pick the 2 winners of the gifts.
Okay.
Kay Gonzalez.
Congratulations, Kay.
My oldest is named Kay. It's a great name. Okay. Then the planter, the pop-up planter, and this goes to, usually there's one hanging out the side.
I know.
Grab.
Christina did.
Kathleen Rudder.
There's one over here.
Oh, there
There's
is?
one over
Oh,
here. Yeah.
I feel like
Do you
that
wanna
one's
do that?
always wanting to
The little
be
sneaky
picked.
ones.
And Leanne Camera
Nice.
gets
Congratulations.
the cat and the dog.
And then
go.
I'll go ahead and pick the 2 winners for the C9 prize bundles that include it's a variety of Concord 9th products. And then we also have there's color products in there and also truffles.
The
So
truffles is the best part.
I'll dig,
you know.
I'm going to dig
We
real
like
deep on
the
this one.
truffles when we craft.
Is there one coming out the bottom?
No.
Okay.
Dig deep.
All right, digging
deep.
deep. I got 1 and 2. We have Mercedes Perez. Congratulations on one of those C9 prize bundles. And Lila Mary
Hey.
Vecino. Congratulations,
Hey.
Lila.
And she
You got
spells
2
Lila
kids.
right, too. Yeah, you guys, 2 of my
That's
children. We
awesome.
just need an Audrey and a Colin and we're set.
Congratulations to all the winners. Jennifer, thank you again
Thank
so
you.
much. That was so fun. And she's always so funny when Jennifer's like, I don't know. I mean, I may only have 2 cards or 3. And then she turns out 4 cards. So it's always so great. Thank you so much.
Well, when you got good products. And I have to say, I feel like I need to say this quickly. Big thanks to not just Greg, but the team here. I mean, they're all
Good
around
team.
right here, and the production crew and the Concord 9th crew. They make this really fun and easy.
It's a good time.
And
so.
I would like to take Robin to my house to help me organize because she is on it.
Yeah.
She's so good.
Yeah.
So thank you for everything.
Awesome. Well, up next, we have Christina Werner's first class, and this will round out the 3 classes for our Saturday. And then we'll be back tomorrow for the 3 remaining classes. But before we leave you tonight, we will have one more evening event after Christina's
promise
class.
we'll hold our composure.
Yes, after a long day, it
Get a little punchy.
Yeah, if you thought Laura and Jennifer were giggly earlier, just wait. So yes, we have the Huggable, so the little animals coming up next from 3:30 to 5 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. So we'll see you back in about 15 minutes.
Wonderful.
Welcome back, everybody. Christina, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's been a fun day.
It has been a fun day, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So fun to see you. We don't see each other enough for how close we do live
true.
by each other. So
Yeah.
I usually have to go to Florida to find you, right?
Right,
We meet
right.
up at Disney.
We're Disney friends.
We are.
We're Disney friends.
So it's
Greg's
so great to
a
have you.
riot on Big Thunder Mountain, I'm just going to say.
I am. I like to just,
But I won't go on Guardians with you.
that's true.
I get
But-
sick.
But no, it's so great to have you here with us. And
Yeah.
this is like your 8th or 9th event at this point?
All of
Or
them.
Yeah, all of the events we've done. So it's been fun to have you through it all. So, so excited to have you be teaching our last class of the day.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a good one.
Let's finish it out. I hope you're not all too tired at this point.
No,
But if you are, this could be one that you just watch and do later. It'll work out.
Yeah. Or if you want to stretch your crafty muscles,
Yeah.
this will be a fun one for that too. So we'll jump into the 1st video here in a second, and then we'll be back live. And if there's anything about this just that like is stumping you or you can't figure out, we'll be back live. We'll answer questions and help you out. This one has some interactive qualities
Yeah.
to it, so it might be a little more challenging.
And I kept it really, really easy and simple
Yeah.
so that if you're just looking for how to put it together to construct it, this is the one. So.
Great. Well, let's jump to that video, and we'll see you back here real soon.
So I'm going to assume that you all have cut out all of your cardstock and you've done your homework. If you haven't, I really encourage you to pause the video right now, cut everything out, and then come back, because we're not going to have any pausing for any die cutting. The one thing I do want to make note of is that your note card, your finished folded card, you need it to be a top folding card for this design to work. So let's jump into it. We're going to start by building a bear. We're going to build a bear workshop today. How about that? I'm starting out with the brown piece. It's the larger body, and you're going to want to fold it in half right along the score line, just so you can make sure it lines up just right. You're then going to take the tummy of the bear and you're going to adhere it directly down onto the front of the bear. And you're going to be able to get it on the correct side by folding it in half, and then you can line up the straight corner. So the corner goes down there in the bottom, and then you're on the right side of the bear. So now we're going to assemble the ears, put a dot of glue in the center of each one of the dark brown circles. And then you can take the lighter tan circles and put those directly into the center. So these ears are going to be a little bit behind the bear's head so that it creates those little half circle ears. So after you have those circles adhered, you're going to pick one up and put a little dot of glue just in, on the side, on the edge of one of them. And then pick up the bear body, and you're going to put it off to the side of the little tufts of hair on the top of his head. You're going to put one ear on one side and the other ear on the other side. And make sure you're adhering these onto the side where the stomach, where the tummy of the bear is, because these are going to be showing on the front of the bear. So I'm going to put the other ear on to the side of the little tufts of hair. And then I'm going to adhere the muzzle part, or the mouth area for the bear. And for this one, it's not a perfect circle. It's a little bit of a wonky shape. It doesn't really matter exactly how you adhere it, but you might want to take note of, if you can notice that it's almost a little bit more oval-like. You want the oval kind of more vertical. You don't want the oval to be wide. You want it to be more skinny. So it matches up with his head. And then I'm going to take the dark brown tail that's on the enamel sticker sheet and put that down onto the back of the bear's body. All right, so we've finished up all of the assembly of the bear. We're going to stamp his face a little bit later. So I'm going to set him aside, and we're going to work on the fox. Just like I did with the bear, I'm going to fold the fox in half first, just to make sure I've got that fold nice and lined up. And then I'm going to start assembling the fox. I'm going to put some adhesive on the back of the tummy piece, and then this time it's going to go on the other side. So we were assembling on the left side of the bear when it was flat. Now we're going to be assembling on the right side of the fox when it's laid out flat and not folded. So just take note of that. You want the fox's arm off to the right, and that will make sure that you have that you're working on the correct side. So now we're going to assemble some ears, and before you put the ears together, you want to put the black tips on the front of the ear. So I'm going to take a little dab of glue and adhere it to the very top of each of the orange ears. And remember, you're going to have, you have 4 black tips cut out. You're going to put these black tips on the front and the back of the ears so that it looks more cohesive. So you're first adhering the black tips onto the orange ears, and then you're going to take I can't remember what color this is. Is it almond? I can't remember. Nectar? I'm not even sure. But you're going to be adhering these directly over the top. So it's going to overlap the black tips on the ears. So it looks a little bit more like the center area of the ear on the fox. And you're going to do this for both of the ears so that we can adhere them to the actual fox itself. So after you have the pinky area on the ears adhered, go ahead and you're going to flip these ears over and start to put the black tips on the back of the ears. We want to have these ears completely finished before we adhere them to the body. So now I'm going to flip these over and I'm going to put the black tips on the back. So there are a few different ways that you can assemble these bodies. On this first card, we're doing a bear and a fox. And then on the second card that we're doing today, we're going to make them into dogs. I think it's just brilliant the way that Concord and Ninth has designed this. I believe this was their designer, Julie, who created these cute little critters. What a fun way to adapt them to be different animals. All right, so I've got my black tips on my ears, and now I'm going to be adhering them to the fox. So I'm going to turn over the ear and make sure I'm working on the front, and I'm going to add just a little line of glue right along the bottom of the ear. And then I'm going to pick up the body And like I did with the bear, I'm just putting this off to the side of the little tufts of fur or hair at the very top of his head. This is the smaller body, so if you want to have smaller ears, you can kind of move the ear further down behind the head, and that makes it a little bit smaller. And by using liquid glue for this, it will give us some time to manipulate how it goes here. Like this one, I had the ear out a little too far, so I pushed it in before really pressing down on that cardstock so that the adhesive could start to stick. As far as the face on the fox, don't make I made a mistake here, but I'm going to fix it. I'm going to wipe it off with my finger. The two sides kind of hang off the edge of the fox's body, so you don't want any of that glue on those edges. It wasn't a big deal. I just made sure it didn't stick to anything, and then the glue dried and it was fine. Then put some glue on the back of the tail and had a little squidging out right there, so I'm wiping it off and then putting that down onto the tail. I think this would look equally as cute if you put a little bit of dimensional adhesive behind the tail so the tail looks like it's popped up off the body. I think that would be adorable too. But for now, we're keeping this card pretty simple and not adding any dimension to it really. Taking the tip of the fox tail and putting that directly on top of the tail. And we pretty much have the fox all put together. We are going to put a little tongue on his face, but we need to stamp the face first. So just leave that tongue die cut off to the side. We'll get to that in a moment. So now I've got the bear and I'm lining up the eye stamps, kind of straddling right across that muzzle that's already adhered to the bear's face. I'm going to pick that up with the door of my MISTI and then use some black ink to stamp the eyes. So we're going to do 2 different sets of eyes on this card. This first one is just the plain eyes on the bear, and then we're going to change it up and do the other eyes on the fox. Now there are 2 different kind of nose and mouth stamps in the stamp set. There's a large and a small. We are using the smaller one on the bear and the fox today. So grab the smaller of the 2 nose and mouth stamps and just stamp that directly onto the bear's face. And then I'm going to take one of the small little enamel shapes and place that directly over his nose. That's going to give him a shiny little nose. So adorable and cute. All right, the bear is pretty much done, so we're going to set him aside and work on the fox. So for the fox, I'm using the eyes that look like they're closed and he's probably smiling. So the U's are upside down, but they're like U shapes for his eyes. They're upside down. And I just stamped that in black as well. Then I'm bringing in that same nose and mouth piece that I used on the bear and stamping that right below the nose area on the fox. And just like I did on the bear, I'm actually going to take an enamel shape and just place that over top of the fox's nose just to have a little bit of shine on this otherwise very flat card. Okay, so the fox is almost done. We are eventually going to put on that tongue, but I believe I forgot to do the tongue until a little bit later. So we're going to move on to the tabs. You should have 2 white tabs. Go ahead and give them a little fold so you know what direction they're going. And then we're going to be placing the tabs into those cut slits on the fold of each animal. You want it to fold into the front of the animal, just like it's shown here. And then we're going to be adhering the animal closed. So I'm going to take some adhesive and just start applying that. Now, the safest bet is to put the adhesive on the side that doesn't have anything adhered to it. I accidentally started to put it on that white area, and then I realized, oh no, the white is hanging off the edge. It doesn't need adhesive. So just to be safe, if you want to make sure you're not putting any adhesive on areas where you don't need it, only apply it to this side that I'm doing right now. You can just put adhesive on that side only, and you should be just fine. So now I'm going to close this up and press it closed. And I'm actually going to hold it for just, 20 to 30 seconds to make sure that that glue gets tacky and that things are going in nicely. You'll also want to take a moment here to fold over the tab to make sure that it still can hinge nicely and that it's not too tightly adhered inside the fox. All right, we're going to move on to the bear and do the same thing. Once again, I want the fold of the tab to go toward the front of the bear. So I'm putting this tab in. It was being a little bit stubborn, but I got it in there eventually. We want that to fold in toward the bear's face side. And now I'm going to put some glue on the inside, and this time I'm going to adhere it more correctly and only put that glue on the side that does not have anything adhered to it. So it's the back of the bear. And I'll just go along each little edge here and then a few little squiggles down the center of the body just to make sure that there's enough glue there. So I'll fold this closed. And like I did with the fox, I'm going to go ahead and, press it closed, give it some good pressure, but also check on that tab to make sure that it folds in and that it's not too tightly adhered inside the bear. So you can give that tab a little test. Looks like I didn't do it for a little bit, but just to make sure that it's adhered right. So now I'm going to put on that little tongue. Almost forgot, but that little fox is being a little cheeky, sticking his tongue out at us. All right, so now we're going to work on the folded card base. So I'm going to be doing some really simple ink blending, and we are going to be doing the ink blending from the fold. So I'm starting with Rainforest ink, and I'm ink blending that down with a large blending brush. Now, if you have a large blending brush in your stash, this is the time to break it out. Otherwise, I think you have some smaller brushes that were included with your kit. Just use whatever you've got on hand. I'm using a nice big brush because it's a big area, but you could definitely do sufficient inking with a smaller brush. So I'm adding this ink on a little bit at a time, and I'm concentrating the ink more at the top of the card at that fold. We want to build the color and give it a nice fade down at the bottom. This is going to be really more dynamic. Besides the folded animals coming in from each side on the finished card, this is actually a really simple card. There's not a whole lot happening except for those die cut animals. So I wanted to have the rest of the card not distract away from the animals, but also I wanted to give it a little bit of a special touch. So I thought ink blending down from the top would be the perfect solution for that. So once again, I'm just concentrating Rainforest at the top here. Now this took me a while to get my ink blending done because my Rainforest ink pad is not very juicy at the moment. I need to re-ink it. Especially, you will see that when we get to the stamping of the greeting on this card. I did need to stamp it a few times. So take your time, do your ink blending, and get that concentration of color at the top of the card, at the fold. Okay, so we've got that ink blended. Now we're going to work on assembling the animals and adhering them to the card front. So I'm going to first take the fox, and it's going to be adhered directly onto the front of the card, or I should say to the back of the front of the card. So it's going to go on just like that. I'm going to take the tab that's on the fox and put a little bit of glue on the front of that tab. So this is the part of the tab that's going to be adhered to the back of the front of the card. So I'll open up the card and just place that right there. And the liquid glue is going to give us a little bit of time to get this position just right. Now I want to make sure that this is flat as I adhere it. I don't want to have it open while I adhere it because then it might not close completely flat. Okay, so now we've got our fox. You can actually set that aside or put something a little heavy on top to make sure it dries. I'm going to do the same thing with the bear on the other side. Just some adhesive, some liquid glue right there. I like to use the liquid glue for this because it gives me some time to kind of manipulate it and move it around and get it in the right position. But if you're feeling confident, you definitely could use like a tape runner or some sort of other adhesive that dries much faster. All right, so now we've got our animals adhered with those tabs. I'm going to open up this folded note card and put some tape runner adhesive on the inside. This is going to conceal those tabs and enclose everything, but also keep the back of the card nice and clean, and we're not adding too much bulk. All right, so I'm going to close this note card down, and then it traps those tabs inside. All right, the only thing we have left to do is to stamp the greeting. So I'm going to my MISTI, putting that card down into the MISTI, and then I'm going to be stamping one of the larger greetings from the stamp set that says, "I just want to squeeze you." Just want to give you a nice big hug, basically. So I'm going to be stamping this in Rainforest ink, and I position that right above the fox's head, kind of off to the side. And I did need to stamp this, I think, a few times because, like I said, my ink pad was a little bit dry going into this. But sometimes I like to have a drier ink pad when it comes to greetings because it keeps the sharp edges of the typography of the words, and it gives you the opportunity to really build it up to the intensity that you want. All right, so this is the finished card for today, the first card for this class, I should say. And we're going to have fun putting this together. If you want to create this card and change up the animals later, I think this would be so cute to have a bear and a dog. It'd be adorable. All right, so now let's go back to Christina in the future, and we're going to make this card.
Christina in the future. How are you?
I'm here. I'm here.
The magic of television. You are
Yes.
back here with us, live and in person. What a cute card.
It's adorable.
I love it.
I love it. So I'm going to just show this card to you one more time. If we can go to the overhead. Stop it.
It's so cute.
Julie did such a good job designing these. I love it so
It's
much.
so playful.
I love it. Okay, so get out all of your die cuts. You're going to need to get all of them ready to go. We're going to jump right in here and start assembling, just like I did in the video. We're going to assemble the brown bear first. So really, you don't have very many die cuts for the bear. Let me get this centered here for you. Move that fox out of the way. We just have these. I'm going to start with folding the body, just so I can get a good idea of what's happening. And I'm even going to look at the finished cards to make sure I put it on the right side. So it's going to be like this, and I'm going to put the tummy right there.
And while you're gluing that, just so you know, everyone's talking about these wild animals in their backyards. I have the most irrational fear of bears. I've never actually.
I don't think it's irrational.
No, and actually, I think I know where it stems from. Can I tell a story while you're doing that real quick?
I'm just gonna start
I'll be
gluing.
brief.
You go for it.
So yeah, keep watching Christina while she's gluing and keep following along. We went camping. So I grew up in Northern Virginia, and we would often go to West Virginia to do some crazy, like, fun outdoor activities and stuff. Well, our family went camping, and in the campground, the first night we got there, my brother Nick, you know Nick really well.
Yeah, we know Nick.
And Nick works here at Concord 9th as well. He had to use the bathroom, and he was probably like 9. And my mom, he's like, "Mom, I have to go to the bathroom." And then she is unzipping the tent, and she looks out there, and there's a bear, a black bear. Which supposedly a bear is a bear to me, though.
Any bear.
And she's like, "Brent, that's our dad. Brent, there's a B-E-A-R out there," as if Nick couldn't spell bear. And he's like,
he's
"What?
9.
There's a bear out there?" So anyways, long story short, this bear spends the rest of the week in our campsite. And now as a grown up with children, I would have left. That I would have been like, "Everybody hop in the car. We're going home."
Yeah.
But it never was aggressive or even approached us at all, really, but it was just always kind of there. And I don't know, maybe so as a kid, I feel like we tempted fate, and so maybe now I'm just like,
wow,
I don't know, but
I don't think it's an irrational fear, Greg.
I mean, yeah, I don't ever want to come across a bear in the wild.
Oh my gosh, I do not have a bear story for me personally. However, when I was in college, I had a geology professor, and he was a park ranger at Yellowstone National Park for a number of years.
Was
he was
this
a
up at
newlywed.
Rick's?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I had this teacher.
Did you have the same
Yeah,
one?
keep telling the story, though, because I think I know it.
So he said that he was there over the summer. I don't even know what year this was, because he was retiring after my semester.
Okay.
So this was his last semester teaching. And he told a story that when he was a newlywed, he was there in the summer, and there was this bear that, all the park rangers that were married, they had trailers, and they would have them in a U shape. And this bear was known to go under the trailers because it was warm, and then he'd fall asleep and he'd start snoring, and it would shake the trailer. So one night, in the middle of the night, it's shaking the trailer, and he's so irritated at this bear. So he grabs his broom, and he goes outside, and he starts swinging this broom under the trailer, because normally they would like disturb the bear and it'd wake him up and he'd walk off. Well, turns out there was nothing under the trailer. He's like swinging it on there. He's wondering where this bear is. No. It was an earthquake. And so they
Also scary.
Yeah, right. So they start evacuating Yellowstone National Park, and they change those like one-way roads into like all one direction. And people are freaking out because they're scared. They don't know what's happening. So by the way, when you're doing the fox ears, to make sure you adhere the black tips first before you do anything else. On both sides. Okay, so he's in his car. It's like bumper to bumper traffic. They're at a standstill. And this lady is freaking out. She's running up and down along the side of the road, and she's screaming. Her hands are like flailing in the air. And then the S waves, the secondary waves from the earthquake, would come through, and the ground would come up and meet her and smack her. And then she'd go, and then she'd hit, and then she'd stand up and be all dazed and confused. And then she'd start screaming again and kept running. And then the S waves would come and hit her again. So, I mean, I know he was telling us this story just because it was funny, but who's the one remembering 20 years later what a secondary wave is on an earthquake? So it was pretty good method for teaching, learned something. Right?
That's crazy.
Yeah, so they had some crazy earthquakes.
Jane from Montana just said they had grizzly bears run through their little town last year.
Word.
I don't even like to think about it.
My gosh.
Jane, we don't have them running through our small towns in Utah if you need a place to go.
My in-laws get a lot of animals in their backyard. They get deer and all sorts of stuff. And it's every year they try something different to deter the deers from eating all of their
well, because the deer, they can only reach, certain point, like they'll eat where I live. There's a certain pine tree that a lot of people plant, and they strip off about like 3 feet of, and it
all the vegetation. They just take all of it.
Well, then there's the stuff that they can't reach, and then they leave some stuff around the bottom. But I don't know if that's for the smaller animals.
Wow.
But we actually used to have a little meadow behind our office here at Concord and 9th, where we would sit and watch the deer and other little wildlife, sometimes some stray cats. Now it's going to be a parking lot.
Oh.
But that's okay. We enjoyed it while we had it.
That makes me think of that line in
I
was thinking You've Got Mail, and she's like, it's going to become something depressing, like a baby gap.
That's good. I do remember that.
I love that movie.
So one person had mentioned earlier, they were like, I had a hard time knowing which side to like put the pieces on. Do you have a way to?
Yeah. On the tummies, they have a right angle.
Gotcha.
That's a good cue. Or I guess you could just look at the example and know that the larger body, if you want it to open like this, the larger body will be have the fold.
That 90 degree though, that makes sense because that wouldn't fit on the back side of that. So that's a good,
so I'm about to do that over here. So take this little tummy, if I can grab it. This is why I have tweezers. So I take his little tummy. I'm like, oh, it's right there. So that means I need to turn this over.
There's only one place it can really go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Any other questions over there in the chat?
No, just lots of fear of animals. The deer eat all of my hostas. Yeah, I've heard that too. People are talking about arachnophobia.
Oh,
so we're just going through the whole like animal kingdom right now.
Oh my gosh.
What's like the least? Okay, let's do a. I don't know if this would be considered a hot take, but in the chat, like, what's an animal you may be afraid of that typically people don't find that disarming or whatever? Yeah, because like bears and other those snakes, those kinds of things, they can be threatening. But
they're a little more common. Is there anyone from Australia?
Did somebody say they're scared of ducks?
Ducks? Well, you know what? I can't say I've ever gotten really
Erica
up close
said
with
a duck too, right?
I've never really been up close to a duck. I've never like tried to touch
trash
one or
pandas.
Anything.
Somebody said raccoons. They have trash pandas. Ladybugs. Interesting. I have heard people. There's some people saying birds.
Oh, I could see that.
Yeah.
Like the more unpredictable animals, that they could move at any moment.
Mice. I don't love mice. I mean.
But you don't hate them either.
Loose dogs. That's fair because you don't know if it's a friendly one.
Cows.
Moths,
Okay.
snakes. So tell us more about cows.
Yeah. You're scared of cows?
I don't mean we are not shaming anybody.
We're not
but
phobia
what is-
shaming.
I mean, because you could very well have a experience with cows
That is true.
could have been traumatic. Cows
No
cows
phobia
are really
shaming.
big. That's fair. Geese are mean. Swans. I don't know if anybody's ever been
They're
chased by a
intense.
swan, but they are intense. So not big
can
on
be.
rodents. Bobcats. Nick has a bobcat story when he was camping in Death Valley with some friends. Black funnel spiders. Yeah, that sounds. That's fair. Black funnel spiders. I don't even
What's
know.
a black
I
funnel
don't know. It
spider?
just sounds really threatening.
It does sound really scary.
So we have some folks from Australia, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure. Isn't it true that like everything in Australia is trying to kill you? Like
Pretty sure.
Yeah, that's fun.
Okay, so I'm just about ready to do the stamping on my cute little animals. I've got
Cute.
both of them assembled, minus the tongue that's going to go on our fox here in a moment. And as far as die cuts go, the only die cuts I have left are the 2 tabs and then the little tongue. So I'm going to set those aside, and I'm going to get out my Misty, and we're going to stamp our faces.
All right.
Yep. Okay.
They're really starting to look like.
Yeah.
It's funny. These
Coming
die
together.
cuts look pretty silly until they're assembled.
Let me zoom out here. I feel like I have all the control and power. They gave me a remote. I'm like, this may have been a mistake. They might regret it later. Okay. All right, so we're gonna stamp our bear first. And like I said in the video, the face that you want is the smaller of the 2 faces. You've got a large face and a small face. We want the small one for the bear and the fox. We'll use the big one on the dogs, but for now we just want the little one. And now I'm realizing that when I did this in the video, I did their eyes first, but that's okay. We can do their face first. You can use whatever black ink you like. I'm using the Concord & 9th black ink.
Somebody said the bear needs his tail, and he does, but it's not going to come
Oh,
a
that's
little
right.
later.
Yeah, I'll add the tail here in a
Okay.
moment. All right, I do need a baby wipe though to clean off this stamp for when I stamp the face on the fox.
The cassowary is like an oversized turkey that can gut you.
What is it?
Have you seen cassowaries?
No.
They're very prehistoric looking
What is that?
birds. They have this like bone wedge shape on their
Uh-huh.
skull, and they have like talons and stuff. They're very
They look
aggressive.
like a dinosaur.
Are they Australian too? Is this our friend from Australia that's telling us? But yeah, I remember that from Zoo Books when I was a kid. Did you ever get Zoo Books? The little
No.
magazine. It was like Highlights magazine for
Oh,
kids, but like
okay.
Zoo Books was all about animals. It was in the ostriches, emus, and cassowaries
Oh my
one.
gosh.
Yeah.
You are a total boy. I was getting like
I'm a total nerd.
I was getting like Barbie coloring books. That's what I was getting.
Well, that's fun. That makes sense.
It tracks.
Yeah, it totally tracks with you. I like that.
Okay, so we're gonna put on his little face. Now, when it comes to the eyes I'm doing on the fox, you can make him look like he's sleeping or like he's smiling. And I believe I did it like he was smiling. So I'll do his eyes here in a moment. I'm gonna
Cute.
stamp that again, just so it's solid black. There we go.
Love that Misty for that.
Oh
you
my
know?
word, yeah. What did we do before Misty?
Right?
I know what we did.
And it's just so
We held our
straightforward.
breath and hoped that it worked.
And then if you ever had to do that double stamp, you just count on it having a little
Okay,
halo.
look how, okay, I'm gonna change this. Okay. On the original, the eyes are up kind of near the top.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna move it down even lower, and I think it's gonna give him an even cuter face.
Fun.
Give him a little more
Those little
cartoony
subtle
face.
things do make a difference at times,
Yeah.
huh?
I'm gonna give him just a little bit of a different look, and then we can see side by side what it looks like.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it gives him a little cuter face. I think it works for the smaller body, giving him a little more compact face.
He looks like a northern San Joaquin kit fox now instead of the. I'm just kidding. I just,
I'm like, you're breaking out all that knowledge from your books as from a kid when you were a kid.
I'm just kidding. But there is
Oh my
a San
word.
Joaquin kit fox, but
It's like,
I
holy
don't really
crap.
know what it looks like.
All right, so let's finish off these animals real quick. We've got the enamel dots. Now, if you did not cut the white tip for the foxtail, there is an enamel shape for that. We're going to be using it on the bear's tail. So on the original, you can see he's got his little tail right here.
So cute.
So I'm just going to put that just bloop. And then I'm going to use my tweezers to grab the smaller, they almost look like little hearts. They're like little.
Yeah, they do. Huh?
Little, oh, where'd it go?
Did it fly off?
Good thing we have more.
Good thing there's a black mat underneath it.
I know, right? I'm like, oh, I don't know where it went. They look like little hearts, but they're the perfect size to cover up the little face.
And that's kind of nice that you have the little stamped image under. I mean, the stamp is nice if you leave it just as that, but then it's a fun way to add a little shine.
Yeah. All right, and then we're going to add the fox tongue.
G Tankersley? I might be saying that wrong, but she said these cards come together so fast but are so cute. And I love that because they do. I mean, like, whoever receives this card is going to be like, wow, this is like really involved. But it's truly not the most complicated.
The only time consuming part is the die cutting.
Yeah.
You know, once you've got all the pieces cut, or even just like picking out what colors you want.
Sure.
Oh, that's so cute. I love his little tongue.
I do like the placement of the eyes on that.
Yeah.
They're cute on the original one too, but it does cute it up a little bit.
Yeah, he looks like a little older there, and over here he looks a little younger because his face is a little smaller. Okay, so now we're going to do the tabs. So I'm going to take the tabs and give them a good little fold. Let's do the bear first. Now on the finished card, you can see it folds in like this. So when you're looking at the front of the bear, the tab is going to be folding in. Now it doesn't really matter because you have that fold and it could go either way, but I'm just going to slide it in, maybe. There we go. Okay, so it's going to be like this. You want it to fold in toward his tummy, and that'll be the right way. So now I'm going to open it up, and I'm going to add a little bit of glue to both sides of the tab, and then I'm just going to go around the outer edge, give it a little squiggle. And then as I fold it closed, I'm going to make sure it's in the right spot. And I'm also going to take the tab and make sure that there's enough give on that so that it folds nicely. Now, I think I saw in Jennifer's video, she used acetate for the
She did, I
hinge.
think. Yeah, for the hinge.
So smart.
Yeah.
So smart. I didn't even think about that. But if you want to make sure it's a little more hidden, you could do that as well. All right, I'm going to hand this to you and let you hold it closed while the glue dries.
That's what I'm good for.
Yep. If you have like a paperweight or even just like a bunch of acrylic blocks or something like that.
Acrylic blocks because you're using your Misty now.
Put your Misty on top of it. That'll work too.
Rover Family Adventure said, I need a Misty. That's my #1 takeaway from Winter Retreat. Haha.
Oh.
You do. You will use it a lot.
Okay, for this one, it's the same thing. You want the tab folding toward his tummy. And then we're going to open it up. Both sides of the tab. And then I'm just going to put glue on the side that has nothing on it, because that'll make sure we don't have any hanging off the edges. And I'm learning now I need to put my glue in a bottle like this, because Jennifer says I use way too much glue. So
I won't tell you that. I would never tell you that.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, trade me. I'll have you hold that. Okay. So now we're going to work on the background to go behind our little guys here. So we're going to take our...
So somebody said, question, what do you mean slide the tab in?
Oh.
So there's actually do you want to show?
Okay, so let's see.
We have a die cut right here.
So there's, on the fold right here, there's like a little tiny opening. Do you guys see that?
And that's part of when it's die cut out.
Yeah, when it die cuts, it has a little part that cuts right on the fold. And you just put the tab inside the little slit.
Slide it through until to the
fold of the tab, yeah. So then you're left with the tab on, just hanging off the side of the animal.
The fox's tummy is not textured. That's the bear tummy.
Good tip.
Yeah, somebody, was just asking about that.
Correct. And then, I did it by the color, but if you got a little confused in your die cutting, that would help. Okay, so now we're going to do our ink blending. I think we're done with all of the glue, so I'm going to put this on the top of the glue bottle so it doesn't get all weird. Now, when I do ink blending, even though we do have a really nice glass mat here, I like to ink blend on top of just cheap computer paper, and I usually tape it down. And the reason why I like to do it this way is because if I ink blend onto like a slick surface like this, the ink can slide underneath your cardstock
Mm-hmm.
and then it puts the ink on the back of your card. And that's no fun. It's
Yeah.
no bueno for me.
And I think sometimes it's hard to see where that ink is too.
Yeah.
Like, so you just don't want to set anything on that.
So I've got my Rainforest ink over here, and I've got a big old blending brush. If you have a big blending brush, this is the time to break it out. We're going to blend from the fold of the card. So double check, open your card, make sure you're going to be blending from the fold. And then we're just going to start ink blending. Ooh, this is a nice juicy Rainforest ink pad. My ink pad at home is not this juicy. Mental note, don't. Here's a tip. If it's juicy, give it a little tap off on your paper and then come in.
And then go on, like,
Yeah, you'll have a little
blend
more
onto
control.
it.
Yeah, you'll have a little more control as you come on. I almost feel like the ideal juiciness of an ink pad is not when it's right after re-inking, but like a few uses after, you know? So you have a little more control. But also these inks do
Dry back.
just
Yeah.
a tiny bit, yeah. And if you want to get really dramatic up here and make it really dark, you can. But just note, we're going to use the same color ink for our greeting, so you don't want to get too dark up here. But if you do get it too dark, I would recommend setting it aside, like don't finish your card today. Set it aside and maybe do some white heat embossing on top.
And if you do find that you got it too dark, maybe they could do black just to,
That would work.
if you're not going to get the contrast.
See how my brush kind of stamped it right there? So I'm just going to try to darken up that corner a little bit and it'll disguise it a little bit.
Somebody had mentioned earlier that could be cute too to splatter a little bit of like, if you want to do like the night sky kind of thing
Oh, that would be really
too.
cute.
Could be another
I like
take
that.
on it.
All right, so I'm just blending this down so I have a nice blend. It's very dramatic. I love it.
It's beautiful. How's everybody doing in the chat? Those who are following along, are you finding that you're able to do it? Well, there are some people earlier that were saying that they're like, this is way less complicated than it looked. So that's great.
Yes, it's absolutely so easy. All right, I'm going to set my little sheet aside. We'll use it for the next card. And I'm going to, actually, we're not stamping yet. We're going to put our animals on first because we need those to be positioned perfectly for our stamping. So we're going to open our card and we're going to take the animal. I'm going to start with the fox. You could start with whatever side. But we're basically going to adhere it down at the bottom. We want to make sure that the straight bottom edge of the fox lines up with the straight bottom edge of the card. So I'm just going to take a little bit of glue and put that on this little tab here. I'm going to put quite a bit of glue so that it has some slip. And I'm going to put it right there. In fact, I might even hold it down, get that lined up. And I want to like fold it over.
So that you know that it's able to
Yeah.
fully close.
Because if you have it right up next to it, it's not going to have enough space on that
You need
hinge.
that little allowance for,
Yeah.
to move.
So I'm actually going to like just sit here and hold this for just a moment until the glue gets tacky and it stops slipping around.
and it looks like people are having great success. Some people are
Good.
finished, some people are like, some are just watching. That's totally fine too.
For sure. I love that there's a front and back to these animals. I think you could, if you didn't want to do the tabs, you could put them on a little action wobbler and they can like wobble around. That'd be
Cute.
cute. Okay. I think that's probably enough there. So now I'm going to take my bear and do the same thing. I'm going to put glue on the front of this little tab. And then I'm going to position it at the bottom, get that bottom edge lined up, and I'm going to fold it over. And I'm using liquid glue, so I've got enough time to really slide it around and move it into the right position. And I'll just hold that down until it gets tacky.
Perfect. What would you guys name this bear and fox? What would be a cute name, like combo?
Oh. I'm like blanking.
No, well, let's see what
Stan?
they come up. Stan sounds good for the bear.
For the bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the bear. And the fox will be Kirby?
Oh, Stan and Kirby. That's.
I don't know.
You're like, just pulled that out of nowhere. You're
Yeah.
like,
Well, my
I can't
cats
think
are
of
named-
anything, and then you're like very specifically
Well,
Stan and Kirby, and I like that.
My
That's
cats are
good.
named Kevin and Fred, so it's not far off. Okay, so we've got our little animals opening and closing.
So, question: why don't you put the hinge on the back?
Because this is what we're doing next. We're going to glue it closed, and then we have nothing on the back, and it's nice and clean.
So it's like a postcard style, like
Yeah.
yeah, like interactive postcard, not with the.
Now, if you wanted to make it like a full-on card where they can then open it up again and you have a big, huge message inside, you could. But I think you could easily just write a message on the back.
I think that's awesome.
This is just going to cut down on any bulk so it can go through the mail easier.
Yeah, that's great. Oh, butter and honey. That's cute.
That's cute.
That's really
I
cute.
like that.
Bob and Frank, Fuzzy and Foxy, Bruce and Phoenix,
Oh, I like that.
Baramy and
He
Michael J.
does kind of look like a Bruce, doesn't he? A little bit.
Brutus and Charlie, Boo Boo and Tess.
How cute would it be to like put a little bow tie?
Yeah, that would be so cute.
That would be adorable. Okay, so now we have our animals on here, so it's positioned just perfectly so that we can do our greeting.
Aw, Christina and Greg.
Which one are you?
I'm the bear.
You're the bear. Well, you are taller. Yeah. That would make sense. Okay, so I'm just going to put this down in my Misty. I'm going to use a magnet to keep it closed. And you can change up what greeting you have here, but I'm going to do the I just want to squeeze you.
Cute.
And I'll get it positioned up here, and I'm just going to give it a little stamp. And we're using Rainforest ink once again.
And it like I can already see how much that rainforest does dry back and stuff. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's already
anybody who is
starting.
concerned about maybe too heavy-handed on the ink, you'll probably be just fine.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm hoping I didn't get any ink on my bear. I didn't. Oh, that stamped beautifully.
That looks great.
This is telling me I really need to re-ink my Rainforest ink pad real bad. Where'd that baby web go?
Right here.
Oh, thank you. I'm just going to clean this off. So this is the end of the first card.
Great.
It comes
Looks good.
together so fast.
And you did that with 10 seconds to spare in
Oh,
this
good
segment. Yeah,
timing.
that was really good.
Good timing.
That's great. And it looks like a lot of you have been having success at home. So congrats to everybody. You did it. Let's get ready now to go into card number 2. And
Yeah.
so we'll have a pre-recorded segment, and then we will come back and do another live portion with you. We'll be back soon.
For this second card, you might be wondering why I made a blue and a brown dog. And it was actually inspired by Bluey. Some of you out there with children or grandchildren might know Bluey. So this is going to be my take on changing these dogs to look like Bluey and, oh gosh, what is the sister's name? It's Bingo. I had to think about that for a minute. So I'm going to start out with Bluey, so the blue dog, and I'm folding the body in half just like we did on the previous card. But this time we're going to change it up. We're going to do a little bit of a different fold on the card. So we're going to adhere the body of this dog closed, and then we're going to be putting all the features on the dog. So I'm closing this up. I'm not putting a tab on this dog at all. We're going to put a tab on the other dog. So Bluey in the show is a blue heeler, and Bingo is a red heeler. Now, I just used brown shades for the other dog, so it's not entirely the correct shades, but I think it works out. So the first thing I'm going to do is adhere the ears. So you should have 4 ears cut out because we're going to need ears on the front and the back. So you're going to put a little bit of adhesive just on that S curve on the ear, and then press that down to the side of the head. And it should hang off the edge quite a bit. And that's why we only put glue along the S curve. So I'm going to put some glue along this other ear, and then I'll press that down onto the side of the head. Just to the side of the little tufts of hair or fur is what works best. Okay, so now I'm going to adhere the muzzle of the dog. And for this one, it's kind of like a larger wide oval. And you need the brown muzzle for this one. So I'm going to put that down here, kind of in line with the bottom of the ears. So that's where the placement is, because we want space for the eyes up there. So I'll just glue that down. And now we're going to adhere the tummy of the dog, and we're going to use that very pale blue cardstock. I believe it's powder. We're going to do the tummy just right there at the bottom. So the blue dog is being put together with the arm going off to the left. All right, so we'll put this down there. And then we are nearly done with the blue dog. We just need to do the ears on the back. So now I'm going to take the ears. Oh, I'm sorry. We have the tail as well. We're going to be adding the ears and tail. For the ears on the back, you can have glue all along the entire ear because it's going to adhere to the area that was overlapping on the other side. And feel free to pick up the dog and kind of move the die cut around until it matches up with the edge of the ear that's already adhered. I'm going to do that with the other ear as well to make sure that it lines up. And this just makes it so it really does look like a dog on the front and the back. Gives it a little bit more character on the back as well. All right, so I'm going to line it up with this ear, making sure those edges match up so that it looks nice on the back. And like I said, one of the last things we need to do is add the tail of the dog. So I'm going to grab my navy blue tail or the midnight tail, and we're going to put it right there in the bottom corner of the dog. So I like to have the larger rounded end at the bottom, but of course you can play with the placement on the tail and give it different areas, give it a little character. All right, so now that that dog is pretty much complete except for the stamped face, we're going to set it aside and work on the other dog, the bingo dog in our set of bluey characters. So like I did before, I'm going to fold this so I could have a good idea of how it's adhered. But this time we're going to put the tab inside first. So I'm going to get the fold started, and then we're going to put the tab in and adhere it close, and then decorate the dog or adhere all of the features of the dog. So I'm going to take the tab and we're going to be putting it the opposite direction. We want our animals to be face out when the card is closed this time. So when you're looking at the animal, you want the tab to be folding over onto the side of the animal where the arm is going off to the left. Does that make sense? So when we're looking at the front, that the tab goes to the back. So just like this, we want it to go away from the arm that's going to be on the front. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and adhere this. And if you have the tab in the wrong direction folded, it's not a huge deal. You'll just maybe have to fold it back a couple times on itself and get that hinge working a little bit better. But it doesn't really matter if you don't have it folded back the exact same way. All right, so I'm going to press this closed and make sure that it's lined up, kind of manipulating the cardstock, making sure the edges are matching. And now I'm going to adhere all of the pieces onto this dog. And it's all the same exact pieces that we had on the larger blue dog, but just different colors, which I think is kind of fun. Now, if you want to have even more fun decorating your dog, there are some additional spots that you can add. You can put spots on the back or even use other pieces that are meant for other animals, like the bear ears would make some really cute kind of spots on a dog. Have fun with it if you want to change it up. For this ear, I wasn't thinking and put adhesive all on, like all over that ear instead of just along that S curve. So I'm actually going to flip the dog over right now and just adhere the back of the ear right now since that glue is exposed. So I'm going to grab an ear that will match that side from the back, put a little more glue on this side just to make sure everything sticks together, and then I'll go ahead and sandwich those pieces together. All right, so we've got one set of ears, or one ear I should say, completed. So now I'm going to adhere the other ear as well. And I'll do it the same way that I did on the first dog. I'm going to do just a little line of glue right along that S curve just to make sure that doesn't have any glue exposed. Now, I did not get any glue on my glass mat here, but I am not unexperienced with accidentally putting glue on my glass mat. Thankfully, it cleans up really, really easily. So I've got that ear on the other side adhered. I'm going to go ahead and grab the other back side for this ear. This time I'll put some adhesive all over that ear, and I will line it up with the edge of the ear that's hanging off on the front of the dog. So these bears and dogs and foxes and whatever, they actually come together really quickly once you have all the pieces die cut. I think the most time-consuming part of these really super cute cards is the fact that you have so many pieces to die cut and so many different options for colors of cardstock to use on each animal. I think it'd be really fun to turn the bear into like some sort of Care Bear as well, like stamp a heart on its tummy. I think that would be so adorable. So I've got the dog's muzzle adhered. Now I did cut out a spot for the dog's eye, and I'm going to adhere that to the right side of the face. And that's because Bingo in the Bluey show, that's where she has a spot on her face. So I'll just put this off to the side, kind of right above, nestled in next to that ear. All right, I totally forgot to do the tail on the back of the dog, so I'm going to flip this over and add the tail. And like we did on the first card, I'm going to wait to adhere that tongue die cut until I have the face of the dog stamped. So I'm adding that tail to the other side right here. And then I'm going to set this aside, the brown dog, I should say. I'm going to set that dog aside. I'm going to start to do some of the stamping on the blue dog. I started out by positioning the larger nose and mouth stamp. We used the smaller one on the first card. We're using the larger face on the dogs for both dogs. So I'm first stamping the nose and mouth, and then I'm stamping the plain eyes right above on this first dog. So we are going to change up the eyes on the second dog with a little bit of some creative stamping. But for this one, we're just using the plain eyes on the blue dog. Okay, so we're going to take that out of the Misty, bring in the other dog. And for this one, we're only going to stamp one of the eyes over there on the left side. So I'm positioning it over there. You can see it's not lined up with the spot because that's not the eye we want. So before I stamp this, I'm going to take a little piece of scratch paper and cover up that spot just in case I accidentally put some ink on the other eye that I don't want, and then stamp that down. We're going to do kind of the opposite, but with the other eye stamp, and this time the eyes are shaped like the letter U, so it's curved at the bottom. We're going to do the same thing, put a little paper covering up the plain eye, and then only ink up the eye that we need. Now we're covering up the area and protecting it, so if you don't want to deal with only inking up one of the eyes, you could just ink up both. It's not a huge deal. Just make sure that you have that paper protecting the area. And then stamping the face, once again, the nose and the mouth, and just take note, once again, that I'm using the larger of the two nose and mouth stamps. And I'm lining up that nose with the top of the muzzle. Okay, so now we have our little tongue die cut that we can adhere below the mouth of the dog. So I'm just putting a little bit of that liquid glue on the tongue, and then I'll place that right underneath the dog's mouth. Okay, so now we have both dogs assembled, and we're going to start getting our card base ready. So we have the blue dog that's folded over and finished, and then the brown dog with the tab. So now I've got my top folding note card, and we're going to be ink blending on this card in the same exact fashion as the previous card. And what I mean by that is the color that we're using, this is sea glass, is going to be concentrated at the top of the card, or of the note card. So right at that fold, you're going to keep ink blending more and more ink onto this until you have a nice, more concentrated color at the fold of the note card. If you want to get a little bit creative and add some additional colors, I think you could also take that rainforest that we used on the previous card and put that at the top just for a little more intensity of color. So now we're going to adhere the brown dog to the left edge of the note card. So just like we did on the previous card, I'm going to add a little bit of that liquid glue right there on the tab, keeping it a little bit away from the fold of the tab. And then I'll press that to the back of the front of the note card. And then I can kind of wiggle this around until it matches up and lines up with the bottom of the card. I'm going to hold that for just a little bit until I can feel that it's adhering. And then I'm opening this card up, and I'm going to put some tape runner adhesive on the inside of the card. So we're going to be trapping that tab on the inside. So I'm taking my tape runner adhesive. I like to go around all 4 edges and then just, 3 diagonal lines down the center of the card. So I'm closing that up, and now the tab is all concealed inside the card. So now we're going to take the blue dog and we are going to kind of weave their arms together, and then we're going to adhere them together so that you can swing both dogs open and closed like a card front. So it's just going to kind of weave inside there. And now if you want, you can add some pencil marks so you know exactly where to put the liquid adhesive. I'm going to grab a pencil and just put a little line on each dog's arm so I know where I can put that liquid glue. Now it's a little bit hard to erase those pencil lines when they're right up against the edge here like I did. So I would actually advise you to pencil just a little bit away from those edges so that you can get an eraser in there to erase the pencil lines once it's time to do that. So I have my glue right in there. I'm going to weave those dog arms back together, and then I'm going to watch the bottom corner of the blue dog to make sure that it lines up with the card front. And then once it lines up, I can press those 2 die cuts together, and then they'll be adhered and they can start to swing open and closed as one piece. I think it's kind of fun the way these puzzle piece together or kind of weave their arms. I think it's so adorable. So now we're going to do some stamping on the card. The first part is we're going to stamp just a simple little word right above the brown dog. I'm going to take the word hi and put that up there. I'm going to stamp it in black, and then I'm going to do black for the secondary greeting as well. So we've got just the word hi right above the dogs, more on the left-hand side of the card. And then I'm going to turn my Misty so that I can kind of see my card. And I'm taking the stamp packaging, the plastic, just to protect the card while I place this stamp on top, because I had used the stamp before for making this card previously. So I wanted to protect the area in case there was a little ink residue left on the stamp. I like to do that a lot. If I don't think the stamp is clean, I'll just cover it up with plastic or some stamp packaging, and that protects my card while I'm working on it. Then I inked up my greeting. So I positioned it with the card closed, and then I opened it up and I stamped the I'm so happy we're friends greeting on the inside. And I did that so that it was positioned perfectly so that it would be concealed. And then when you open it up, it's directly behind the dogs. I think it's just such a cute card design. So adorable. Okay, so now let's go and make this in real time once again. And let's get to it. Let's make this card.
All right. So cute. Mm-hmm. And Bluey, not just for the children,
No,
right?
no.
Like any of us can cry along to it, right?
I don't have children, and I watch Bluey.
It's so cute.
Yeah. Okay, well, well, first of all, I want to answer a question that was in the chat. Pauline asked what the tongue die looks like. It's this one right here. It looks almost like 2 little duck feet. See that? This tiny itty bitty one.
That is true. They look just like little duck feet.
Yeah, so that's what the tongue, you actually get 2 tongues when you cut it out. Okay, so let's look at this card one more time. We can kind of take note, and we'll use it as a reference as we start gluing things together. But as we learned on the previous card, the corner of the tummy tells us what side we need to glue it to. All right, let's start with the blue dog. So I'm going to glue on the tummy just like we did before. So Greg, do you watch Bluey with your kids or
I do.
by yourself?
You'll catch me watching it by myself sometimes. But Erica Hayes did say, it's not country music, but we can all tear up to it. And that is very true. And it is not cheap emotion. It's very real. My family, we all 7 of us, varying ages, my 21-year-old down to my 6-year-old, that's one thing we can all relate to is Bluey.
All right, this is the time when you do want to glue your dog closed. This is just for the blue dog, not for the brown one. The brown one, we're going to need to put the tab inside. So don't glue your brown one together off the bat. We're going to get to that in a minute. But this will make it so it's just easier. We can just work on one side at a time.
Elena Kraus did say, I thought they were duck feet when I saw it in the guide. That's fine. Elena, you're probably wondering, where is the duck?
And how was it so small?
Is that what people were talking about earlier, maybe, when they were talking about ducks, when I was asking about scary animals?
No,
Maybe they were talking about the duck feet. Or maybe people were scared
I
of
think
ducks.
they really are scared of ducks.
And that's okay. We love you.
Okay, so I'm going to take my little dog muzzle. Let's put that right on top. Get it kind of positioned about like that. Ta-doop. And then I've got 2 sets of ears. It's a little hard to see on this black background. But I'm going to put a little glue just on that little S-curve edge. Put that down. And that'll do the other side as well.
Joanne Danchik. Hey, Joanne, long time no see. She said, ooh, we need a duck now. Yeah, there could be a lot of fun animals to make with this
Yeah.
with this kind of layout, right?
Should do a few more. We were saying earlier, we were upstairs watching Jennifer's segment, and we said that the body of the animals, before you add anything, kind of looks like a sloth.
It does. That's true. Somebody did comment about, Erica commented about our duck watch. And do you remember we had the duck?
right. I remember
There's a little
that.
bush right outside here, and it laid like 13 eggs, and like only one little duck
Oh,
made it. Two little baby ducklings. But we learned that mallard ducks, I don't know if all duck species are like this, but mallard ducks in particular are pretty violent towards each other. And
really?
There was one that was killed on the side of the office. So there were a lot of tragic things
Oh
that
my
happened.
gosh.
Hence the reason. So from here on out, we're trying not to have ducks building nests. At first, we're like, this is so cute. It's like right around Easter and stuff. And then we were pretty traumatized.
it quickly went south.
Yes.
All
Yeah,
right.
someone said ducks can be mean. I was bit by a mallard at Disney.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Reindeer and Santa? Oh, for like on a card. It would be really
That would be cute.
Have Santa and then he's like hugging a reindeer.
We had like a,
That'd be so cute.
huggable series.
Oh,
of
and then
dice.
like a red nose,
That
an
could be
enamel
cute.
red nose for Rudolph. That'd
That
be
would
cute.
be cute.
Okay, so this blue dog is basically done. We've got the ears, the muzzle, the tummy, and then we've got the tail on the back as well. So now we're going to move on to the brown dog. But before we do anything, we're going to go ahead and put the tab in so we don't forget. All right, so go ahead and fold it over. And on the finished card, notice how he's like this. We want it like this. Hello. And now I'm going to put this little tab in. And we want it to fold away from the front. If I can get it in here.
Bingo's going to be carrying the weight of
Yep.
Bluey.
Yep. So we want it like this. Like this on the finished card. See how he's like that? And the tab's going to be right there. So I'm going to open it up. And I'm going to go ahead and glue this shut. And then we can start. Actually, no. No, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Sorry. I had like a moment where we need to get the ears on first. No, we don't. The ears first are out for the fox and the bear. Okay. La, 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 la. I'm like,
I think
Jennifer,
that's a
am I
very nice
using
amount of glue.
a sufficient amount of glue?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, I'm going to do that thing I
But
did
I'm bad
before and
judge.
just make sure that can still kind of fold over and not be too tight.
Oh, we're getting some
Okay.
people excited about a huggable series, a huggable die series.
Do it.
All right, well, noted.
All right, so I'll just start building my little dog here. I loved how Jennifer ink blended on hers. That was really cute. I
Really
considered
cute.
doing that for these class cards, but then I eventually decided not to, just because I wanted to keep it really simple as you're learning how to build the card itself. So we're keeping it really,
And
really
they're
simple.
so cute.
Yeah, but you could definitely add. Oh, I only did one. I picked up.
Penguin, that would be cute.
Oh, that would be really cute. How would you do fish?
Big fins.
guess.
They're just leaning on each other. They don't really hug. They just kind of lean.
It's too funny.
Or a flying fish. They have really big fins. They could wrap.
Too funny.
Pigs. Turkey and a pig with sentiments for Friendsgiving.
Have we asked people in the chat like if
Cats,
they've seen
monkeys.
Bluey?
Yeah, some people have said they have watched Bluey. Has anybody not watched Bluey or even know what we're talking about?
I think it's a really smart show because the storylines are simple enough that small children can follow them and have fun with it. But there's enough detail and even unspoken stuff that the parents or adults that are watching
It's very, very
can get
smartly
involved.
written. Yeah.
Yeah. And the songs are really good. It's just, it's
So
produced
good.
great. And they're Australian, so they have fun accents.
Yes. Somebody said the fish would kiss, not hug.
Oh, that's cute. I like
Fishy
that
kisses.
idea. I like that idea.
Those that are saying no kids here, just go watch. Well, I'm like, yeah, I feel like I need to recommend
It's
like
worth
a
it.
specific.
They're just
watch
happy.
any of them, but
Just start with the first one.
there's a really sweet one where Bluey meets this little French boy at a campsite when their families are camping, and then they never really speak to each other, but they just have fun playing together. Even
Oh,
though
because
they're
they don't speak the
they
same
can't
language.
communicate, but they're communicating through
Got it.
play or whatever. And then one day Bluey goes out, and is it Jean-Luc? He's gone, and his family had like left, like they were done with their trip. And you're kind of just like sad for Bluey for a minute, and then all these years go by, and the family goes back camping there again. And then you hear Jean-Luc's voice off screen go, "Hello, Bluey." It's the cutest thing ever.
I'm gonna cry, Greg.
I know, it
Don't
was
make me
really sweet.
cry.
So maybe watch that episode. Yeah,
That's
I've
cute.
already cried on camera today, so
You did?
I just got
I
a
missed
little
it.
bit. Yeah,
Got a little
I get a little
verklempt.
verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. But yeah, so a lot of people have seen it, but a lot of people are like no idea about Bluey. So
Yes, I believe someone's in the chat saying Bluey's a girl. I believe Bluey's a girl, and her sister, Bingo's a girl too. I'm pretty sure.
I do not I don't have a hot take about Bluey. I do not think it's overrated. I think it is really well done.
Yes, I would agree. All right, we're ready to do some faces on our dogs. All right, bring out the Misty. And we'll do a little bit of stamping. Greg, I've hardly had to zoom in. I'd like, as
Look
much
at
as
you.
I was so excited about being able to zoom in, I've
Well,
hardly
just
had
knowing
to.
that you have the ability to zoom in
know.
if you need to.
Okay, so for the dogs, we're going to use the big face. We used the small one for the previous card. We're going to use the big face for this one. I mean, I guess you could use the small one on the small dog, but I think it looks great. Like,
Cute.
kind of filling the whole muzzle. All
Oh, we
right.
got people talking about how aggressive moose are. Yes, they are. I love this. This has been a very interesting chat. But I feel like every time, every class with you, it always ends up.
It evolves to
dive
not
deep. We
crafting
di-
at all.
But then at the same time, you're teaching flawlessly. This is,
Well,
somehow it just all works.
Yeah,
you
well,
know?
this one's great because it's a lot of just assembly, you know?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not,
that's true.
not anything complicated.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take that stamp away for just a moment so I can do the eyes. For the blue dog,
Brandy Cornish got the joke. They talk amongst yourselves.
we're using
Coffee talk.
the plain eyes for the blue dog. And then we'll do the fancy stamping for the brown dog. Does anyone know what kind of dog Bluey's family is? Like they're all the same
They're
type.
healers.
Yep.
Right?
Blue's a
Blue and
blue
red
healer.
healers.
Yep. True. Okay, so now we're going to do some fancy stamping for the eyes on the other dog.
Oh, someone teaches kindergarten. It's all Bluey and K-pop Demon Hunters. I bet.
Have you seen K-pop Demon
I
Hunters?
have.
I love
Actually,
it.
I love it too.
I thought it was so well done.
Yeah. And I'm really, I actually fall asleep during cartoons most of the time.
You know what? I'm going to
Like,
switch to the small
so-
one for the small dog. Let's see how it looks.
Yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters was all the rage.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still good. But
I give Christmas ornaments to my family every year. Like each person gets a personalized Christmas ornament, like something about them.
yeah,
And most of the time, I like it. Oh, the small face. It's cute.
that is cute.
In years previous, I've just found ornaments for them and purchased them, finished ornaments. But this last year, my niece wanted a K-pop Demon Hunter ornament. And for the life of me, I could not find one that I liked.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, I'll just make one.
Yeah.
So I ended up
Naturally,
sewing
you would
a
just-
felt derby cat.
No kidding.
Uh-huh.
Really?
Yeah, I'll show you a picture later.
Oh my gosh.
It was
that's-
adorable. I loved it. And then my friend Christy, I said, yeah, my little 9-year-old niece is going to love this. And then she texted me and she's like, your 32-year-old friend's going to love it too. You're making me one, right?
That's awesome. Yeah, that's what's fun is like I think Bluey and K-pop Demon Hunters. That's what they have in common is they just span generations. Like like kids to adults can enjoy it, and I think that's great.
Okay.
Someone said, Greg, you're such a dad falling asleep watching cartoons. I fall asleep to pretty much anything.
All right, I just tore off a little Post-it note here. We're going to
Mask it? Or
just protect that right
protect it,
there so
okay.
that when I go to stamp, it's only going to stamp the one eye.
So clever.
Just to be sure. I'm only going to ink up the one eye anyway, but just in case there's any...
stray
stray
inkers.
Oh, and it just went right there on the stamp, so we'll just... It's still there. Okay. All right, so I'm going to clean off the stamp, and then we're going to do the winking stamp this time, but we want the eyes to be U-shaped, so they look like it's winking.
Because on the fox, they were
the other way.
The mountain, and now we're doing a little valley.
Yep. Actually, I want to see where it's going, so we're going to do like right there. Pick that up. And then
Mindy Egan said she's stuck watching Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I will say, Mindy, I've had a lot of that in my life too, and it does not have the Bluey effect.
All right, I taped that little mask down just to be safe, because I inked up all of it this time. So, all right, we'll just come down and we'll stamp this.
The
one
stamps
more time.
really do just bring it to life. They're
Aw,
so cute.
He's winking at us.
Love it.
He's so cute. I love it so much. I love little animal cards like this. Now, I don't know if I said it in the video, or I think so. I saw someone in the chat too said these would be fun as Care Bears. Yes.
Yeah.
A little really rainbow to make it Cheer Bear. Cute. And then you sang a little bit. Do you want to sing your Care Bear stare?
Oh, I just said Care Bear stare.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so now we're going to ink blend our... Oh, actually, we need to add the tongue to our little dog first. I guess we could put it on either one. Yeah, I'm going to add the duck foot to the dog. And this time I'm just going to put a little dab of glue, and then we'll just put it on top. That was a big dab of glue, but that's okay. All right.
Jessica Calder said all done with the cards. All the cards. That's awesome. Congrats.
Great. All right, so we've got our little tongue on our little dog.
A little cloud for Grumpy. That would be fun.
That would be adorable. Okay, so now we're going to ink blend. And we're going to ink blend it in pretty much the same way as the previous card. You see how it's the colors at the top and it fades to white at the bottom. So I'm just going to grab my paper that I used before, and I'll just turn it this way so we can see it a little bit better. Tape that down. And now we're going to use sea glass ink. I think sea glass is underrated.
It's a good color.
It needs to be used more. Or maybe I just don't use it enough. Maybe it's me.
It's one of our OG colors from 2020. And it continues to be a very popular color.
What's the most popular color? Like, what do you sell out the fastest?
That's a good question. I know when we came out with our 2024 colors, was that when we had dragon fruit? No, dragon fruit was 2023 when we did the color expansion.
What were the 24 colors? What's
those were like rainforest, wildberry. I have to look at Robin. Watermelon, creamsicle, grasshopper. Yeah.
Okay.
Eucalyptus.
Got it.
I'm just saying this like I know, and Robin's feeding all the information to.
She's
I remember them,
whispering.
but on the spot, I don't always.
Do you know what this reminds me of? I have a funny
that?
story. Okay. The only play I've ever been in was in junior high. It was Arsenic and Old Lace. Do you know that story?
I do, yes.
I was one of the two old ladies.
Okay.
And I think I was Martha. My friend Amy was Abby. And for the life of me, I could not remember my lines. So they had someone in the drama club like standing behind the set, just like whispering the lines.
Feeding the lines.
Yeah, the entire time. So basically, Robin's over here feeding your lines.
Yes, that's right. That's the story of my life.
There you go.
I just show up to things. And then
you know what, though? You're good at delegating.
Oh. You just surround yourself with really, really good people.
Competent people. There you go. All right. Oh, we're not stamping yet. We're going to put our dogs on the card first. So we're going to take our little brown dog.
The large blending brush, those are Altenews?
Or
Pink
no,
Fresh?
Pink Fresh.
That's right.
Yeah.
And somebody earlier did ask about your holder for your brushes, which you said is a lipstick.
It's a lipstick holder from Amazon. Just look up like lipstick storage or something like that.
And it fits perfectly when you go every other
Yeah, here, I'll show you on camera so you guys can see it a little better. So it just fits every other, and it has enough space around the brushes that they don't touch each other, which is really nice.
Kirsten gave a shout out to Robin. Kirsten knows
Hey,
Robin.
Robin's a rock star. Like, the teachers, we bring everything prepped, but she has like a backup for an emergency. So she preps just like you guys do. She preps all of it with spare parts. All right, so just like
Oh
I
no,
did before.
Barney has entered the chat. Okay.
We have Barney? What?
Barney was my friend when my kids were little.
Oh, gotcha.
But
I mean, you could make him purple, make the
There you
animal
go.
purple, turn it into some sort of dinosaur. I don't know. Barney didn't have a tuft of hair on the top of his head, though.
yeah, I know.
That would be weird. I guess you could just use scissors.
Barney was like pre-kids shows before they like made them geared towards parents and
That is
adults as
true.
well.
Sesame Street was always really good, though.
Oh, I loved Sesame Street.
All right, I totally forgot. I used tape runner before. I used glue on the previous card, but that's okay. You can use glue or tape runner. I'm going to go ahead and adhere this closed now that we have our tab on there.
The entire Concord 9 team is really great. Robin, you're getting shout outs, but I'm going to shout out to Jana and Robin sitting here because, man, if you need anything, those two are so thorough. Jana is our product manager and Robin's our creative director, and they make sure that these.
I'm pretty
All
sure
of
I
it.
tell this story every single event, but Jana is the reason I'm even in the industry at all.
That is true.
Yep.
Right? She was your hiring
She wa-
manager previously at a.
Yeah.
At Stampin' Up?
Years ago,
Years
when I
ago?
started at Stampin' Up, I was not a crafter. And I was fresh out of college, and her and her friend, also named Christina, that they had worked previously at a different company, they took a chance on a young designer straight out of college.
She's so green.
Yeah.
What are we going to do with her?
I really was. Yeah. And they were just fantastic. Okay. Do you have a pencil over here somewhere?
Probably. A pen? Do you need a pencil specifically?
You know what? I can go for it without. Basically, I just need to put a little glue on the.
Oh, were
on
you
their
going to kind of
hands.
put a soft pencil so you knew where to line it?
Yeah.
There's a pencil.
Oh, we're good. I'm.
Your first manager in the industry just brought a
Thank
pencil.
you, Jana. There we go. But I'm pretty sure I tell that story every event. I'm like, Jana.
It's a great story. So, yeah, it's a
Okay.
pretty great team here.
Yes. They know their stuff. All right, so I'm just going to hold this for a minute because this is a really important part that stays glued because it's going to hold this all together and you move it as one piece. So we need to make sure that that's glued really well. So if your glue has a lot of slip to it, like this glue has quite a bit of slip to it until it dries, just hold it in place.
Okay.
Use your paperweight if you've got one. All right, I think that's enough there. Okay, so now I'm going to stamp our greeting on my little card here. So in the Misty, I'm gonna turn my card like this so that when I open it, it can come off to the side. So I'm gonna be kind of prepping it like this and then I'll turn it to actually stamp. So you can change what it says here, but on this one it says hi and then I'm so happy we're friends. So you could have it say hugs, you could say hey there buddy. In fact, maybe I'll change this one up. I'll do hey there buddy. I'll just do that right up there across the top. I think that'd be kind of fun. So we'll do that right there. And then I can stamp both of these at the same time. Why not? I'm gonna change my stamp down here. And I'm gonna do the same trick I did in the video. I'm just gonna take my stamp packaging.
To protect your.
Yeah, because I've used this stamp before and I wanna make sure it's positioned just right so it's hidden when it's closed. And then I can just
I love that. That's
close.
a great
Ooh,
trick.
this
Or your
Misty.
magnet. It was the magnet was
Oh,
on
good.
there. Yeah.
Okay, but this Misty is also very,
Oh, yeah, we
Loose.
need to grab another one.
okay. I'm gonna pick both of those up.
I think it lost one of its pins.
And it picked up the acetate at the same time, so that's good. I'll just put that to the side. And then I can open my card. Don't forget to open it. We don't want to stamp directly on the dogs. And then I'm going to stamp both of these at the same time. Why not?
And while you're stamping that, somebody said, what is a project? It's a product manager, but project manager versus creative director. So Jana's our product manager, and she's the one. So we have product designers, and we've kind of shouted them out, Jen and Julie, who design all the products you saw in here, and I've actually designed products at times as well. And then what Jana, our product manager, does is she takes all of those designs and she works out all the kinks with it and gets it all production ready, and then gets it all into production and makes sure it all shows up on time and stuff like
She
that.
has an amazing attention to detail.
Yep. And then Robin, our creative director, who is part of the creative team, we all of us, Jana, Robin, Jen and Julie, and me, we come up with the product concepts, things like that. So we kind of are part of the process all the way from conception to having products that are ready for market. And then Robin actually makes all of beautiful samples you see and things like that. And so we're this creative team, and yeah. And then Lindsay.
And you know what's fun? Of all the people that I work with the most day to day with my line, it's Jana.
Yeah. Yeah, Jana is you have to be highly organized, lots of moving parts, lots of things like that. And everyone does in a small company. You got to be highly organized. And Lindsay, who also is very heavily involved with events planning and things like that, and a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, she also helps get a lot of these things ready to go on the website.
I like this one. Hey there, buddy.
It's cute.
I'm so glad we're friends.
So cute.
I love it.
Turned out so great.
Yeah, and it just looks a little different from the original just by changing the greeting up there at the top.
And that's what I love about these bundles
Oh,
is
and the
there's
face
lots of
is different.
options. Yeah. There's lots of ways that you could customize and make it your own.
You
So,
could also, if you have like a little marker, you could add a little rosy cheek on them. I
Cute.
think that'd be cute too.
so fun. Those turned out great.
Yeah.
And it looks like people have had a lot of.
Do we have questions at all
success.
before we move on to bonus cards?
There haven't been a lot of questions. People, I think, have been able to follow along. And yeah, I think we're at the point
Great.
now to take a look at some of these bonus cards, and we will give those away.
All right. So, do you want me to do mine first
Yeah,
or
go
the other
for
ones?
it.
Okay.
Go for it.
So, this first one, it so stinking simple, but I wanted to try to do a card without any of the dies. So,
okay.
this is, I mean, you're going to die. It's so simple. It's their hair.
Oh, it's so cute, though.
It's just hugs, 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 hugs,
I love that.
and a rainbow,
That is so cute.
right?
And stamped perfectly. Like,
And a Misty.
yeah, yeah.
But a tip for you is that stamp the middle one first and then stamp from out there, and then you have it centered on your card.
That's very smart. I've actually, because I have done the thing where I got out rulers and everything.
yeah.
I've done like where you do the repetitive
Uh-huh.
stamping, and I've started at the top, and it is a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
That's a great tip.
I same. This was the first time I had an idea. I'm like, wait a minute, couldn't I just put it in the center and then work out?
Yeah.
So there we go. There's that one. And then this one, Jennifer alluded to it, I think,
Yeah,
when she was
she
doing
did.
hers. But
And
I have two
even
cats.
cuter than I could have imagined.
Two cats. They look the same, except one of them is very big and fluffy.
Yes.
So I had to make sure I used the two different body sizes. So here we go.
Oh,
This is,
so
if any of you guys
cute.
know them, this is Fred. He's
Yep.
the big fluffy one. And this is Kevin. And they're actually, we took them to the vet. They're a year and a half old. And Fred is 4 pounds heavier than Kevin. They're
Oh
true
my
brothers.
goodness.
Same litter, everything. He's 4 pounds heavier, which
Did
is
you know
hilarious.
that is how I remember which one's which? Is Fred is Fluffy?
Yep, Fluffy Fred.
That's the easiest way to
Fluffy
remember.
Fred. And you open it up.
Cute. Oh.
Ta-da!
So what did you do to create the cats? Like,
Uh-huh.
how did you manipulate it?
Okay, so I used the fox ears like Jennifer
Okay.
did. And then with just a gray marker, I drew on the stripes. And then I just used a black pen for the whiskers. And then notice this is not, we don't have a die cut for that. We don't have a die for that. So I stamped it, and then with a really light pencil line, I just drew around it, and then I
Okay.
freehand cut it. So you
That's
could
awesome.
try cutting it like off the bat.
Yeah.
But I think you get a better result if you just pencil a little line on there, so
Because
you
you
have a
want to
better
keep
idea.
it kind of equidistant or whatever.
For sure.
That is so cute.
Yeah.
And I love the nice
stripes.
bold stripe background. It's so
Yeah.
cute.
I'm like, that looks like something like Fred and Kevin would do.
I love it.
Then had to do the hearts. I mean, why not? They're cute cats. So, and then I put stripes on their tails. And I did modify, because this is the original tail. So I just took the one side and just made a little skinny tail, because he's got a skinny tail.
I love it. And then
Ta-da.
here is our bonus card
Oh my
that
gosh.
Sika made for us. It is
Stop
so
it.
cute. The splatter is from, I can't remember which. You do have a splatter though.
It almost looks like
but that's where
my
you-
splatter stamp.
But
Maybe?
I think it's from.
from one of the.
It's in one of the
kit-
sets. Yeah. So
I think it's JC's card, right?
Maybe. I think so, yes, because you do, yes.
Yeah, the
So,
texture.
Really cute though. And then it's this fun little, and
Oh my word.
Sika pointed out
Look
that
at
there's
the ears.
elements of both the mom and the dad and the little
Oh
one
my gosh.
in there.
Okay,
So
look at this closer. The little ears, they're like angled out. It gives it a more playful look. I think that's so cute.
love it. So cute.
Adorable. I love that. Hey, she did the little winking face like I did.
I love
love
it.
that.
So cute. Let's go ahead and pick the winners to get the 3 bonus cards.
All right, so the cats, Kevin and Fred, are going to Wendy.
Bochesney?
Sure.
Yeah, Wendy. Congratulations.
All right, that one's going to Wendy.
Awesome.
And then I'm going to dig for another. Are there any poking out the bag that want to, or out of the basket?
We
No?
did
Oh,
get
one right here.
Oh, nice.
All right.
That's just how we pick them now. Just shake the basket.
Tammy Roble.
Congratulations,
She's getting the
Tammy.
3 dogs. And then the Hugs, the super simple one, is going to Brandy Cornish.
Congratulations, Brandy. Okay. Oh, and then we
Yay.
do need to pick, let's see, 2 winners to really receive a C9 prize bundle, which includes some C9 products plus some color stuff and also truffles. So we need
Yay.
2 more of those.
Okay, so I have to like not look. Stacy Leal
Stacy, congrats.
and Barbara Ragan.
Barbara, congratulations.
Yay!
There we
All
go.
right, look at this. 16 seconds to spare.
Oh my goodness. Just perfect timing, you guys.
I don't think I've ever had such good timing.
That way you couldn't even come in for a better landing. So congratulations to the winners. And Christina, congratulations on perfect timing.
Thank you.
And great cards and everybody else who was able to complete those cards. It's been a really fun chat.
Yeah.
And Christina, pleasure as always.
Thank you.
So
Thanks, Greg.
we'll be back at 6 p.m. Mountain Time for our evening social in the lodge. So we'll see you all back. And that's an hour long. So don't want to miss it. And go enjoy some dinner. And we'll see you back real soon. Good evening, everybody. Here we are, night 2. It's crazy how quickly this thing starts to fly once
Yeah.
these classes start, right? So excited to be back together with our instructors and my lovely co-host, Jennifer.
Yes, glad to be here again.
You guys killed your first classes. So fun.
Yep.
Laura?
We killed it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't. I went back and watched the reel. No, I'm sure it was lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
We're
I can't
all
wait to
a
be in
little
your
goofy
class
right now.
tomorrow. And then Jennifer's actually going to be in JC and Christina's
Right.
classes
Yeah.
tomorrow. So we'll see if the common denominator is Jennifer or.
No, Laura's the funny one. I just know how to egg it on.
It's so
I know how
fun.
to egg it on.
And I loved how unhinged our conversation got at times in Christina's class about
Animals,
deadly animals,
phobias,
cassowaries, and
TV
stuff.
shows.
Yeah,
it was
it was a good time.
round the gamut.
And great job to everybody in the chat who is following along and crafting along today. You all did great, and just a really, really fun day 1. So,
And they noticed.
oh yeah,
Ornamental.
it's Happy Love Day, everybody. We have our crafted kits up here, and they're so much fun. If you'll recognize this from last night here, the heartfelt, super fun. So, we only have an hour together tonight. Last night it was 2 hours chock full of laughs and all the feels and stuff, and we have an hour
Shenanigans.
together tonight. Some fun things planned. One of the things we wanted to do very first is talk about the little gift bundles that you have that were a little secret in your kits. There are 3, so each of you have one of 3 gift bundles in your kits, and if you've waited patiently until now, wait patiently for a few minutes longer, because what we want to do right now is have each of our instructors reveal those gift bundles to you, and then they're going to show some samples that were made with them and things like that. And then once these gift bundles have been revealed, we would love for you guys to open the one and see which one you have and stuff. So
You get one of the 3 that you see.
one of the 3, yep.
But the others.
Yep, we just randomly divided our group of
Okay.
attendees into 3 groups, and
Yep.
that's how we divvied them out. So we'll start with Christina, and then we'll work
Okay.
our way down the line.
All right, so I'm opening this up. Inside, we have this bundle is called Petite Pots. Let me hold it up really cute.
Yeah. I like
So you can
that.
make little tiny little pots with plants and flowers inside. So cute. So I'm going to hold up a couple cards now. This first card was made by our friend Callie.
Oh, that's adorable.
Isn't that cute? You can just build a whole pot of flowers.
Beautiful.
So cute. And then this one was created by our friends here at the C9 office. I believe this was Jen who designed this bundle, and Jana. And look at this. It's not meant to be double-sided, but it is kind of pretty from the other side too. But you can just stand this up.
And those of you who know what's coming tomorrow
Yep.
for JC's class, you'll
That's right.
recognize some of those pieces there. So you have the ability to create cards like that. So
So that's Petite Pots.
awesome.
Am I up?
Yeah, you're
okay,
up,
I'm
Laura.
Up. Okay. Am I supposed to show that? Okay, for you. Okay.
Oh, there's 3.
Pure Sunshine. Well, this is a 3. Pure
Yeah.
Sunshine stencil pack, die, and stamp.
They're all
Okay.
really small pieces.
Little minis.
tiny dies.
A little trio of
those are
minis.
cute. Those are really cute.
Cute. Okay, cards. Here's one by Sika, and it looks like
So
it looks like she stenciled, and I like that sentiment. What is that though?
I think that's from JC's class.
I think you're pretty great.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Yeah, so
I love
everybody
this
got
one.
that stamp.
So we just went to the aquarium and there were these purple jellyfish and they were all in this big tank together and it kind of looks like that.
Is that the stencil she did?
Yeah.
And then you can see their stamping on top.
And then there's yes, right there. So that's
Cute.
the stencil and then the stamp created the little lines.
Okay, and then here, this is by Callie.
I love this card.
That's great.
How did she do that? Oh, it masks.
Yeah.
I was wondering, so you can mask off those open spaces.
So there's a few,
Oh, so you
there
can
are
make it
3 stencils in there. So you can do the background and then have the negative image of where the flower is. So like the
So cute.
blossoms can stay whatever color cardstock you have.
And I like that dainty
And then
greeting.
this, that's cute. Thank you. It's kind of dainty and scripty.
Yeah, so that's a lot of small parts, like 3 small products in that bundle there.
Love
Very
it.
cute.
All right. Next one, last for you. We'll give it an open. And I feel this is also feeling like a 3, maybe. I don't want to lie, but Good Nature dies. So we have the stencil pack, stamp set, and its die set. And yeah, it just cuts this really nice, I don't know, corally sort of pattern. I
Yeah,
guess.
it kind of looks like coral reef or something.
Yeah. So it looks like the die will fill in some of the negative pieces. There's a banner for the sentiments that are in the stamp set. But yeah, great
Yeah.
trio.
Really
I
fun.
love that.
It's kind of an abstract design, but it kind of fills in the card nicely.
I like the sizing of it.
Yeah.
The little frame around the edge.
Let's see, this one is Callie's. It's a nice little shaker card there.
Those colors
So-
are pretty.
Wish I could have it sort of cascade on camera in there, but it looks like she stenciled
Just
through
shimmy,
the image.
just shimmy with
Oh,
it a little
right,
bit,
the
you know,
shimmy.
just a little shimmy.
Ooh, I could see that on the screen. Sorry, that was. I'll be seeing myself out. But yes,
I think
very
the
nice
party's
color.
just begun.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I think is happening right now,
Razzle
JC.
dazzle.
I know. And then this one is from Sika.
So pretty.
Lovely
love
blend
that.
there.
Beautiful
Yeah.
colors.
And that nice little banner die right there.
Yeah.
So
That's a really fun design. And you
Yeah.
could use it you could do a really subtle look with it, or you could go really bold like Sika did there. I love it. It's
Yeah.
great. So at home, go ahead and open, if you've been waiting patiently,
Wanna
open
hear
your
that.
gift bundles. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Paper
feel like,
rattle.
all across the world right now, we hear people rustling their little gift bags. So,
Christmas morning.
yeah. And while you're opening those up, I just wanted to let you know that the gift bundles, so whichever ones you didn't get, and if you wanted one, they are available in this gift shop that we keep talking about, this mysterious gift shop that is opening tonight. They're available for purchase. They're exclusive currently at a discounted price to our attendees. We may or may not release these at a later date, but you can get your hands on any of these bundles for a discount as a winter retreat attendee. And there are other things in the gift shop, extra paper packs, enamel shapes, and more. The enamel shapes that we were using in Christina's class earlier. And then the gift shop is open till February 3rd, so that's through this coming Tuesday. It's linked in the retreat webpage. I'm reading this because I don't want to miss any details. Linked on the retreat webpage after we finish tonight, and then an email will also go out with the link. And then, there's a lot of exclusive discounts in there and other C9 crafty items. So I wanted to point out too, since we have our crafted kits on the mantle here, that all of our crafted kits are on the website for a 25% discount.
Oh, wow.
So if you've been wanting to try any of those or gift any of those, they're great gifts for crafty friends and stuff too.
And
So.
I have to say, for all the mom and dads out there,
Mm-hmm.
my daughter I gave her and her friend one on a snow day.
Yeah.
They did them, and then they went and did all the others. They loved them. So if you have
These are very doable for that
Yes,
teen to
'cause
tween
everything's
creative
included.
kid. Yeah, and I like if you're an aunt, uncle, grandparent, parent, whatever, if you know teens and tweens that are like screen addicted, this is a great way to like get back to something that's tactile, hands-on. So it's a great giftable
And
item
you
too.
don't have to go like grab all the
No,
stuff
you don't have
for
to play
it.
anything.
You just give them
So-
the box.
But it's also really fun and like to do as a seasoned crafter too.
Sure.
So, anyways, give those a try if you want. Those are also in the gift shop tonight, and there's no discount codes needed. So everything is just priced as is with the discounts already taken into account. So. Congrats on whichever bundle you got, and just know that the other ones are available, and take a look at those tonight. So that is the first part of our evening tonight.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing we have is a returning fan favorite.
Oh, yes.
Controversial.
Does anybody in the chat want to guess what we're going to be doing next?
We'll give you the hint. It's the game or the activity that got Christina very riled up
Heated.
last time. She got all heated up.
But don't you worry, I made sure Poppy was not included in this round of colors.
Here we
I
go.
asked specifically, is Poppy involved? And
So we're
Robin
going to
assured me it's
play,
not.
yeah, we're going to play the old C9 event favorite of One Has to Go. So if you've been at a Concord and Ninth event, let's see, we played this at summer camp. Let me get this all set up here for us with our overhead.
There we
There
go.
we go.
Perfect. Okay. So we have this lovely bracket here that is all blank right now, and it's going to be full of color in just a few minutes. This is going to be a little different than we did last time, because last time we actually had the panelists here decide which one has to go, and we took into account which colors needed to go. We kind of looked at the chat and got some ideas there, but ultimately our panelists decided. But tonight we're flipping that, and you in the chat will be deciding. We'll have the poll feature up in the YouTube chat, and so we are going to try to convince the chat of what we feel like needs to stay and which one needs to go. And luckily, this is all fun and games because nothing's actually going.
No, nothing here is being discontinued.
No.
No,
It's just
by,
a game.
By chance, if you're watching on your TV at home, you won't be able to vote. So this is your
Yes.
morning to break out your mobile phone.
Yep.
And so then you'll be able to see the poll.
And there is a printable PDF available as well, like if you want to print that, because we may have a chance to play a speed round afterwards, and we have some printed out here as well for our team here, where we might do a quick speed round where you just kind of fill in the colors. This one we will play, and our lovely chat will be the ones deciding.
You'll
So,
get to vote right there.
yep. And so what I'll do is we have a basket here that has many colors paper clipped together. These are our little cards that will begin to build our board. We'll adhere those down, and then we do have some swatches here that here at the table we can kind of like flip through and
We'll just use
kind
as
of
reference.
compare side by side as reference. Correct. So let's go ahead and get our first two colors on the board, and so we'll switch the overhead from here on out so the folks at home can kind of see what's going. So go ahead and pick
Ooh, pimento.
pimento, and you want to pick another
Oh,
one, and
pick
we'll
another
do these two colors are going to go head to head.
Adhesive.
Adhesive.
The next color is starfruit.
Ooh. These are from
peasy.
these are both from the same collection. These are 2025 color collections. So let's go ahead and we will pull one off here. Jennifer, do you mind helping get
Yep.
those
Are we putting them here?
stacked up together? Yes. So we'll go one here and one there
Okay.
above the line. And then we'll keep these out because we need to, whichever one goes
Go
forward, we'll
further.
need to keep pushing it forward.
Right.
So Laura's going to get our second bracket
Oh,
going.
I got two here.
Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, that's going to be
Rain-
hard.
Rainforest and lakefront.
Oh,
no.
Rainforest and lakefront. We've got
They look
two
so good together.
beautiful
I know.
colors. They do look beautiful
realize
together.
that.
So here we go. We've got rainforest and lakefront. So we will have 16 colors. So this isn't all of our colors. So yeah, we've picked some real beautiful colors though. Jennifer, do you want to do The next two, that's going to be hard, guys. Rainforest and lakefront.
Oh, sea glass and blueberry.
Okay, sea glass and blueberry. And then, and we are building up the pole, so we're going to get the whole board kind of built out to begin. Okay. What colors do we have, JC?
I have sunflower and pistachio.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Wow. This is very different board from last year. We tried last year, I think it was wildberry
and juniper.
Juniper were just
Powder and
annihilating all the
watermelon?
other colors. So, okay.
What were those two?
Powder and watermelon. So that'll start our other side of the bracket.
Yeah, maybe Laura can
Laura,
help
do you
me
want
over
to
there.
do
Sure.
that? There. Okay.
And I
then-
got dragon fruit and clover.
Oh, those
Oh.
look so good together.
They do look good together. They're like the brighter versions of wildberry and juniper from
Oh,
last
let's
year
see
that were
if they
so.
go this far.
Let's see.
One of 'em.
We'll put these here. Okay. Is anybody distressed at home currently?
No distressing because we haven't argued yet. Okay, eucalyptus and fig.
Okay, eucalyptus and fig. Oh,
Those are good.
good colors. We're not going to make this easy.
Looks like these
And
are the
I'm
last
waiting for
two.
someone to pick out plumberry because
Oh.
that'll be my poppy.
Plumberry didn't make
Is
the
it?
cut. It's in here. It didn't
I know,
get
but-
picked.
No, I didn't get it.
We didn't. Plumberry was in the basket, but it didn't get picked.
He picked
so-
Wait, do we
Spra-
need one more?
Sprout
We do,
and
right
pink
here.
lemonade.
Sprout and
okay.
pink lemonade.
Whew.
This is an
Plumberry was
interesting.
saved.
Yeah.
How did you get this board?
We printed it somewhere. I don't know.
That's cool.
Yeah, we made it so we can use it
Yeah,
again. Last
that's
time we
cool.
just printed it out
Right.
and yeah. We're making this a
Very
staple.
profesh.
Yeah, very profesh. We only the best of quality game boards for C9 events. So,
Okay.
yeah, it is pretty high quality. Though.
know.
I'm actually impressed too. I had
I
nothing to
know.
do with this.
Oh.
Whoever did this, you did awesome.
I'm already surprised by it from the comments in the
I was
chat.
probably taking a nap.
Somebody
Okay.
said I'm getting a glass of wine. This is too
Oh.
stressful.
Oh, no.
I love it.
OMC.
I'm quivering.
Yes, take a wine break real quick if you need to, because we're about to. Oh no! Somebody said fig to go.
Yeah, I'm shocked already by some of the things people
My
are
heart
saying.
hurts.
You know what? The poll is going to tell us the real truth.
I know.
I know.
The people get the
This
say.
is going to be hard.
Yeah.
So folks were asking, are we voting for the one to stay or the one to go?
So we're voting for the one to stay, and the one that is left behind is the one has to go. So
Yeah.
ultimately, like.
So
yeah.
vote for your favorite of the two.
So
Yes.
yes, we want to know which one you want to keep moving forward and which one gets left in the dust.
All right, where are we starting? We start.
All
we
right,
start for
we're going to start at
pimento?
the top corner here. So let's talk about starfruit and pimento. This is really hard because I fell in love with 2025 color collection myself. Like I just loved, and Greg a year ago might have said pimento, but for tonight I'm like, I feel like starfruit needs to move forward because I've seen it used now with like, I don't know. I like
Has
this a
that bright
different
pop.
yellow. It's different. And it freshens anything
It's kind of a
up.
chameleon.
It is.
Well, it's leaning towards your new color line.
Yeah, yeah, and maybe that's we're in the
That's
bright-
where you're
the-
at right now.
We're in the
That's your
electric era. Is that what we're in?
Right.
Yeah.
But pimento is my new kind of fave right now.
Yeah, we talked about
Yeah.
I think
that.
Pimento's your
pimento is more
baby.
usable with other colors.
And it
Right.
looks so good with grapefruit here. And where's the, oh, we don't
I'm
have them
gonna
all.
hold these out
That
here.
sorbet looks good with.
Yeah,
Is the
that's
poll up already? Yes. Okay, so vote.
yeah.
You
So
can
vote
at
for the
top
one
of
you
the
want
chat.
to go
maybe it's
forward.
The
you
one
want
you
to,
like.
and it looks like I tried starfruit. I don't know. I'm not feeling very confident. I'm seeing a lot
Yeah.
of pimento in the
Right.
comments.
Here's my thing with starfruit. I see you all use it,
Yeah.
especially you two.
Yeah.
And I think it's fantastic. And then I go to use it and I freeze.
Freak out?
But this was our friend during the holidays. This was like a fun, this and eucalyptus
Safe-
together.
safe color.
Yeah, it was great for the holidays. Something different. We don't have, oh, do we have it? Let me see.
Robin
Here.
Hawes
I
is
thought
asking
these
about the
looked
gift
so
shop.
good
The
together.
gift shop will be open after tonight's event, and you'll be sent the link.
What do you
so,
think?
Ending the poll. The poll's ending. Hopefully everybody got your. Oh, people are like, bye bye starfruit. Come on, don't be like that. I mean, like, respect.
Oh, there we go.
Ooh,
All right,
pimento
our winner
stays.
is
70%.
Oh, dang.
Okay, I'm gonna
Pimento it
challenge
is.
all you 70% to try starfruit though. A
I
little.
love pimento though.
I think
No,
starfruit.
I think the right one won.
Starfruit's kind of an accent.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can't do too much.
Small doses. It's a
Yes,
small dose
yes,
color for
yes,
sure,
yes,
and
that's
pimento
it.
is
Oh,
a
these
main
look
character for
right,
sure.
exactly.
Yeah,
something under
I
your
think the
arm
right
there.
one won, but like let's just yeah.
You're good.
Yeah. Lakefront and rainforest. Let's
Oh,
talk
this is
about
hard.
it, guys.
Oh, yeah.
They're even next to each other.
You know what? There are some kind of similar blues to Lakefront in the palette, but there are not many that are like Rainforest.
Yep.
And after today too, a few people were talking in the chat during Christina's class. We're just like rainforest is like it's grown on them.
It's almost like
this
a
event.
neutral.
So
Yeah.
and it is a very nice deep shade.
Yeah.
I-
Lakefront sometimes I think almost looks a little bit like Tide Pool. Like there's sometimes you can swap
They look
out
nice
Lakefront and
together,
Tide
though.
Pool, but there are no other colors you can swap out for Rainforest.
That's
Right.
fair.
I like both colors, but I like lakefront more because you could jump in it.
Ah,
You know, it's just
you
such
are
a
a lake girl.
refreshing.
You're a water girl.
Save the Rainforest.
Yeah, I like rainforest, but I would go with lakefront.
I do love how
I
moody
think
lakefront
it won't
is,
win,
and
but-
I think both of these, for being like actually true colors and not true neutrals, they both do blend really well with a lot of colors.
do.
So they both have that similar quality of like they can go well with a lot of things.
Rainforest
but
is good for
feels
holiday
right.
too. It's just that little
Yeah.
bit of.
Um,
What about JC?
I was
okay,
like,
we'll go to the overhead. Can we
JC,
go to the
what-
overhead?
Oh, we
So-
need to. Sam.
Yeah, we need the,
Oh, the whole time. Okay,
Okay.
great. So here's lakefront and rainforest.
What do you think,
Um,
JC?
for rainforest, I like to put this behind florals. I think it just really helps pop greens and other pinks.
These are
That's a good
So
idea.
that's why I vote for rainforest.
Rainforest, lakefront. Rainforest, lakefront. Rainforest, lakefront. Which one stays?
Okay. Oh
We're
my
closing
goodness.
it.
Come on.
Bum, bum, bum.
oh, it's almost
Oh,
50.
that was a
Wow.
lot
Tight.
closer, you guys. Wow,
Wow.
55% for rainforest. Okay.
Okay.
After 502 votes,
I'd
that was
like
a lot
to
of
see you all
votes
swim in a rainforest.
too. Sweat.
Swim.
Sweat it out. Ooh, those are pretty too.
I should have
Like,
fought harder.
I'm feeling holiday like a cool like
Yeah.
I feel it
modern
with these
holiday
two.
with the pimento. Yeah, that's
Is Lakefront your poppy?
I'm regretting not fighting harder.
I'm
I love
actually, and
lakefront.
I'm surprised at how the chat was so close in it. Actually, I thought rainforest might be
I love it.
higher, but okay. Next up, we've got sea glass and blueberry. I feel like these two went up against each other last year somehow.
Did they?
I don't know.
Sea glass gets so much use.
Oh yeah.
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
much
100%.
use.
Yeah.
Blueberry is great though. I love it. But
Yeah.
as
Blueberry is a
far
very
as-
specific color.
This is blueberry. In case you thought this was blueberry, this is blueberry sea glass.
Greg, I think they want you to hold it up like this in front of your face.
No,
No?
this is so we're actually on
Oh,
overhead
okay.
the full time. So
So confused.
yeah, yep. Here you go. Blueberry.
They look
sea
good
glass.
together.
Yeah.
They do look good together.
Sea glass.
Sea glass.
Yeah.
Sea glass wins for me, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just can be
Should I
used
just-
for so many things.
Should I just be like blueberry just for funsies or what? I would probably say sea glass as well.
I think this one will win by
Plus,
quite a
look
bit.
at these.
Oh.
Yeah.
These three. Like if sea glass went forward, man, that's a pretty cool palette. I
Yep.
like that. Like I like what's building.
Yeah.
But I mean, go ahead and vote for blueberry too if you need to. Close that. Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
All right. Whoa.
Oh,
Okay.
sea glass.
73% for sea glass.
There you
So
go. I got
there it is. Okay.
75% basically.
That's okay.
Now, if it were the new Capri, that'd be tough.
Yeah. Surfside and
We're all
Capri.
loving.
This is like Surfside and Capri muted versions.
This is true. This is true.
Okay, next up we have Sunflower and Pistachio.
Erica said, "Did we just vote a child off the island?"
It kind of
It
feels
does
that way.
feel that way.
I do love
Yeah.
all the colors. I like. There's none that I like truly just don't like. So here we have Sunflower. You know, a nice. It's a very golden yellow color, and then Pistachio, which is kind of a muted pistachio
Oh,
color.
This one's hard.
Pistachio has been
I-
a late bloomer for me,
It
but
has?
it's come on in the last while.
It's I would say for me it's a very clear pistachio for me.
I think so
but
too, and you know why? Look how good
Yeah.
it is with artichoke.
They look really good together.
Yeah.
And then also, if you like pistachio and sprout,
Yeah,
actually
I
look.
said that in class today.
Yeah, they're actually a really nice. It goes nicely.
It's one of those colors that can
Yeah.
go either way.
So I don't know. I kind of like it.
What do you think?
I always pick pistachio over sprout. Just like when
Yeah.
you showed that palette, I think a lot about flowers. And for me, it's like this color palette is much better for
Beautiful.
leaves.
Yeah.
I get
Some
that.
people are saying we have too many greens anyways, and they're like sunflower needs to say this could be interesting.
Oh, you mean in this
Oh.
palette we have, or
Well, I
in our
think-
choices?
just in like the world. I
For
don't
one
know.
that has to go, my argument would be sunflower needs to go because there are some other really beautiful yellows, but a lot of times you can swap them out and use them interchangeably.
Yeah.
Right.
Whereas the pistachio, if you have a more muted palette, there are no other greens that can really, I mean, well, artichoke a little bit, but pistachio really stands on its own.
I
Yeah.
will say sunflower looks really nice in the center of flowers.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like
Yeah.
it for that.
That's fair. Let's go ahead then.
Okay.
Oh, pistachio.
Wow. Okay. Pistachio.
Two-thirds.
68% pistachio.
They have not gone like,
Against us?
That's a good
yeah,
color palette
except for
right there.
lakefront. No, I went across.
That really is a good color palette right there.
That is. Look at that.
These together right here. I like that.
It is interesting too. Like, I wonder what we'll end up with on this side. If we'll end up with more
Yeah.
brights, because this
Look at
feels
them-
like a
look at them all together.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this like,
I
is
like
a
that.
nice. It's feeling holiday in a
That's
really
nice.
good way. I like that a lot.
That is good.
Very mod holiday.
All right. What do we have over
Okay,
there?
up there we got powder and watermelon.
Watermelon.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, where is
Yikes.
it?
Going-
Oh, I'd like to
Thanks,
see what
Laura.
Laura does here because she uses watermelon a lot, but she also treats powder like a neutral. So I'm
I was about to
curious
say
see what you're
powder's
gonna
my
say.
neutral.
Powder is my fave. I love powder.
I thought you liked watermelon too.
But anytime you want a sky, it's
Yeah.
powder.
For a tone on tone for any of the blues that are darker, you can use powder.
Well, and
Yeah.
since we're not voting on like sorbet and some other things, because this is more like pink than like sorbet, but if you could maybe get away with like sorbet and stuff like that, but powder, there really isn't another powder.
Yeah, there
in
are no
the-
other
in the
colors that are like that.
collection. Are you a watermelon girl?
The watermelon's so happy.
No?
Yeah.
Well, the results only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
Why?
Why?
Oh
Why?
no. Yeah.
Just put up another poll or something?
Oh no.
What happened?
Which Cottrell brother needs more screen time?
I quit. That's it. I'm out of here. Nick, get down here. He's upstairs watching.
Oh, that's funny.
Is
I was
he
like,
putting
what
We've
did
been
they do?
hijacked.
I thought there was like a troll or something.
He hijacked the computer. My goodness.
Oh dear. All
The-
right.
The crowd has spoken, guys. It's been real. Nick will be down momentarily.
See you
Get a
later,
mic
Greg.
on that guy. Oh man, this is going to be an interesting one. I see a lot of powder and a lot of watermelon.
I use
So-
both a lot.
Kimberly Jasinski, she said, "Who's Nick?" That's right. That's right. She knows what's up.
Nick is Greg's brother, and he works here also.
Yeah,
And
he's-
he has not been napping today.
Are you kidding? He totally was napping. That gave me quiet
So
permission
really,
to go
it's
take
just
a nap
the women
myself.
around here working, huh?
Yes.
All
That's right.
So what do you
I see.
pick?
Here's the thing. I actually don't feel any particular way about this one. So, if I had to pick though, I'd vote watermelon to stay.
To stay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I would too.
Okay.
Powder.
We are divided.
Yeah,
I
we're
think I would
split.
say
What's
powder
yours?
as well. Yeah,
You
so
broke
I
the
think,
tie.
Yeah, I think it is. Hey, everybody who voted for me, thank you. If you were all here, I'd buy you dinner tonight. So, love you. Yeah, so let's see. Okay, I'm going to end it. Okay, we're ending the poll for this one. Let's see.
First
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Look at
I'm a little
that.
surprised.
I am too.
But
I'm a
it's
little
nearly
surprised.
50-50.
Yeah. No, but
Somebody
I'm like,
said that the first bracket is wrong. Pistachio won.
But it is there.
Yeah.
That's
right there.
just there.
yeah, pistachio right here.
Okay.
Yep.
So watermelon. Yay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. These were yours. Okay.
You want to tape
It's
one
a
of those?
happy color, and we need happy.
Okay, next up we have
Oh, this next one's
Dragon
tough.
fruit and clover.
dragon fruit and clover.
Oh, here we go.
Over and over.
Oh, that's tough.
Dragon fruit for me.
I mean, I love clover, but you just can't ever budge on this color. Dragon fruit?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I would pick sprout over. I have a hard time with clover personally. I have a hard time with it.
It's one of the
dragon
OG
fruit for me.
greens that we had. It's a very
Yeah.
Yeah.
primary green kind of. It does throw a little blue.
Yeah,
For me, like, as a graphic designer, CMYK, that is the perfect magenta.
Yeah.
It is.
So if I'm going for
okay.
like a nice rainbow blend, I'm using dragon fruit.
Yes.
And there are other greens.
Yep.
She's a heavyweight.
Yeah.
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 I think
She
dragon
looks
fruit-
That was
so
easy
good
then.
with wildberry.
Oh, she does.
She really does.
Yeah, this one's dragon fruit, in case you guys were wondering.
And I mean, she's
And then there's
amazing. I
clover.
heard she
And then there's
donated to
dragon
charities last
fruit.
year. Yeah, dragon
And then
fruit
there's
donated
clover.
to charities.
And then there's dragon fruit. There's clover. Hi. Hi. Okay.
Clover stepped on a
Hey, I
ladybug.
have to
Oh my
say-
gosh, dragon fruit annihilated clover.
I
You
have
guys
to
didn't have to be so mean.
Okay, I have to say clover. A little pop of clover and foliage is nice because
Yeah.
it gives you a
Yeah,
little
that's a good
blue
time.
tint.
Yeah.
And if you're going
So-
for like a traditional bright green at like the holiday season too, it
Yeah.
actually
Yes.
like I mean, it's
It
and
has its
it does.
time.
I'm gonna show you too.
I'm
like
feeling
with,
sad.
Has its
with
place.
sea glass at the holidays, it's
Yeah.
like it can be really cute.
I vote for dragon fruit, but now I feel really bad for clover.
I do like 85% dragon fruit. Like
Yeah.
it was the right decision. But
Joink.
we-
All right.
I was gonna say we love you, Clover, but I was like,
Dragon fruit is a side ride to Wildberry on a crazy night out.
Touch of Magic said, "Gee, Greg, you like dragon fruit much?" LOL. I do love dragon fruit. I think it's a great color. But okay, let's see. We've got eucalyptus and fig. Oh, this is hard
Okay.
because I do like both of these colors
Yeah,
a lot.
that is tough, but no.
Okay.
I'm going
so
for fig because
Fig.
there is not another purple that is so versatile.
fig.
Eucalyptus, I think there's some other colors that could be swapped out pretty easily. So
Jennifer's,
I'm going to
like,
say fig stays.
Peeking it onto the.
Well, no, I was just noticing here how nice sea glass goes with
Oh.
eucalyptus.
That
I
is
use
really nice.
eucalyptus so much. I love it. I really love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Fig
don't.
is a nice warm purple shade for me too, though. Like you know how sometimes purples go like really blue. Like I just like the warmth of it.
And a
But
lot of the purple
eucalyptus is great.
cardstocks out there are very similar, like that kind of grape color. But this is unique, and it slaps you in the face a little.
It
They look
does.
pretty together.
I do use a lot of eucalyptus though too.
I
but
do, too.
Fig, I have to say,
I don't know, figs are delicious, but unless you're a koala, I'm not eating eucalyptus.
I love the smell of eucalyptus though.
Same.
Yeah.
Essential oil drops in
Yes.
the shower.
Beth Jean
Oh
said
yeah,
she
but some
voted the
fig
wrong
jam with
one.
some nice
That threw it off.
cheese. Come on.
what's your vote?
So I actually feel really strongly for eucalyptus. I'm just like, if Briar Rose was on this, like I was about to be ready. Like that was going to be my poppy.
Your poppy? I'd
was
be right there
Briar
with you.
Rose.
Briar
I love
Rose
Briar
is
Rose.
Eucalyptus
too.
is next.
Oh,
so
okay.
I have very strong feelings for eucalyptus.
Okay.
It's like perfect for me.
Do you,
know
what
I like.
about fig? Do you like
I mean,
fig?
what is going on here? If somebody could see, like,
Yeah.
So how are your feelings? Do you use fig often with your florals?
no, I actually don't steer towards purple a lot. And if
Yeah, I
I
don't
do,
either,
it's
but
like
I
more red violet.
You know what I like it with is Briar Rose.
I'm gonna have to try it. But for now, it's eucalyptus.
Suzanne Romero is allergic to eucalyptus.
Oh,
Are you
okay.
allergic to the color or just? Yeah. Christina's so right. Fig and brie.
Yeah.
Ann Schroeder thinks that eucalyptus smells like cat pee.
Oh.
I'm offended.
What is your cat
Yay!
eating?
Wow.
Yay, fig!
That's interesting.
I'm out.
I'm actually quite sure.
JC's
JC is
taking his
taking
mic off.
I might have a little cry. It's fine.
I'm actually, okay, so Fig won by
Yeah.
62%.
Yay.
So, wow, okay,
That's
that is
crazy.
I
um,
What
love
it was,
eucalyptus,
I'm pretty
but-
sure it was the cheese that just pushed it over the
I
edge.
think it's just different. I think it's different than a lot of what we have.
to be
out
honest,
People just like to eat
crafters
fig
love
jam with cheese.
And crafters do love purple. Like I know.
They do.
Purple can be polarizing sometimes for like people like I either like it or I hate it. But I'm
Yeah.
like, but a lot of crafters I know they love
Fig's a
purple.
good universal purple.
And it is a good
I'll
one.
go live a lot on my channel and I'll do these polls where you can vote, like what color palette I should make. And if purple's an option, it wins every time.
Yeah.
Really?
It
Interesting.
always wins.
This is
Yeah.
interesting too, seeing this bracket over here and then what we're
Wow.
what's developing
Wow.
over here. We're gonna get
Yeah.
like
This
the
is like
brides
JC
against the like
side, and that's like
I
Laura and
legitimately
like the
love
bright.
this. I really do love this. So,
I could see you
okay,
doing something cool.
let's
yeah.
do our last
Oh, yeah.
first round with
Pink lemonade and sprout.
pink lemonade and sprout.
This is an easy one for me. I'm going pink lemonade.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sprout is very bright. I find it really hard to use.
I like both of these colors. It looks a little dated here for me.
Eastery.
Yeah, like Eastery, but like, yeah.
80s.
Ah,
Yeah.
I'm going for
Are you-
pink lemonade.
pink lemonade. Pink lemonade
Because
is
it's such a good pink.
A nice pink.
Yeah.
Are you sprouty?
I'm Sprout.
Yeah.
It's just a
I feel
happy
like-
pop of green.
I feel protective of Sprout because like it's one of the original colors, and
I even said you should name
it's
your dog
internally Sprout. Yeah, that would have been cute. Internally, Sprout at Concord and 9th has been a polarizing color. So
Yeah.
and I just feel like
Really?
kinda
You know what?
protective of
On
it.
a
I don't know.
on a hot summer day, I'd like some icy pink lemonade versus some sprouts on a salad. So I'm taking the lemonade.
What's funny is I like when I have pho, like I always take the sprouts and
love-
stuff. I don't
Me
eat the
too.
sprouts on it.
You don't? Oh, I like the
No,
Sprouts.
I give them to
I'm
my
shook.
Then vote for Sprout. But
no,
I like yeah.
Sprout.
Vicky Donnelly says sprout should go wherever marmalade is.
Vicky, Vicky, we're friends.
That's a hot take. Hot take.
No, it's just a little pop of
Is
happy
now a
when
good
you
time
do
to say
spring
that
cart-
Sprout is coming back? Just or marmalade? Just kidding, it's not, guys. That was mean. That was so mean.
No,
Sorry.
I love Sprout.
Okay, well let's
My-
close it out and see.
Pink lemonade is like the greatest
Okay.
neutral.
Dang.
Oh.
Yes.
All right.
Good job,
I had a
y'all.
feeling that was going to be the case.
I just
60-40
feel
split.
like pink lemonade.
I'll send you paychecks later.
Oh, whoops! I almost put Sprout down just because I felt like
Look
it.
at
Yeah,
that
it
color
should be.
palette. That color palette's cute too. Look at that, Greg.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Look, we got this East and Western,
That's
Eastern and Western
cute.
Conference going here.
The East Conference is beautiful.
This
so's the
one
West
is
Conference.
really like.
I never
These
would have
look
put
like
those together.
Starburst flavors too.
they
Like
do.
these are these are colors you'd want to eat, kind of sherbety or something. I don't know. That's
Yeah.
fun.
All
I
right.
like that palette.
All
right,
right,
guys.
Semifinals.
Oh,
Let's do this.
Here we
is
go.
gonna
This is gonna be
where it
tough
gets a
right
little
here.
Yeah.
trickier because I think we had some pretty strong responses to the first ones. This will be interesting to see how this splits out now. So let's go with let's have Pimento and Rainforest up against each other. These look really nice together. This is hard. Pimento.
I'm saying
Rainforest.
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 Pimentos, it's a particular taste. Rainforest makes everything look better. It's
Yeah.
salt.
Ah.
It is the first color I ran out of. I'm just
Is
saying.
it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rainforest.
Rainforest all the way.
Mine was
Alright.
Aqua Sky.
Okay.
I'll probably have to say Rainforest myself too. This is interesting though.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one had like a bigger victory in the first round.
Pimento.
Pimento was. I guess it was up against Starfruit. That's right, because these were quite a bit closer than I was expecting.
What do you think, Laura?
I don't know. I like them both.
And I like them together.
I just
And
don't,
this is
I
the
just
last
don't
time
really
you'll
like
see
this
them
type
together.
of division.
This.
I don't like it.
Oh, that's right, Laura. Nice lukewarm take. No. I don't like it either because I like this stinks that one of these has to go because
Right.
they're beautiful together.
Greg, Pimento's had a really great season this year, but Rainforest really pulls it out in the end. I think they're going to pull through all the way to the
Rainforest
semifinals.
isn't even an underdog. It's a very probably clear winner. I don't know.
Rainforest
I'm
is the
curious.
new black.
Rainforest is the new black.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm leaning towards Pimento because I just want brighter colors right now.
I
We
think you
don't
love an
need more
underdog
dark.
too. You love an underdog too, I
Hello,
think.
darkness, my old friend. Pimento's gonna go
Sorry.
away.
Linda Wesley says, "Hey Nick, put marmalade in the mix and see if we vote
Oh,
for
there you
it."
go.
Wow.
Oh,
wow.
the people have
Rainforest is a
spoken.
winner.
543 people
Okay,
have voted.
I challenge you all to use Pimento at home. I think
It's a
it
great
comes.
color.
I think it comes off very orange here, but it is a really great color to use with corals. Like
Rainforest gonna
you use it
sweep?
with nectar, it's
It might.
beautiful.
Is Rainforest gonna sweep?
It might.
No,
Y'all have to vote.
nope.
You think? Okay, we got
Maybe.
sea glass and pistachio,
Well, no, because I think. we're
Oh,
gonna-
those are cute
I
together.
think we're going
too.
to come up with sea glass and
which you
rainforest
had
against
these
each other.
and you used these during your stenciling today, right?
I did. I
Yeah,
used
yeah.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah,
On the second
so-
card for, yeah.
And it also
Yeah.
had some rainforest in there.
Ah.
Yeah.
Sea
Look at
glass.
that. Look at
This,
this. That's
yeah.
a
Sea
nice
glass
little
is
palette
just
there.
like a staple
Yes.
that
Yeah.
you cannot.
It's almost a
never-
neutral too.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
ever lose sea
It
glass.
is. There's a timeless.
Here,
I'm
touch
going
to
to call
it.
it
ahead.
sea glass. Yeah.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
ahead and glue
I'll
it down.
bet that it goes sea glass.
Jennifer's just going to glue it
I
down
do love
preemptively.
pistachio.
Oh no!
It's probably it. Let's see what the folks have to
Alright.
say.
But now we have to put sea glass against rainforest, and now that's hard for me
Yeah.
again. Like,
Really, this game should be called One Has to Stay, so people
Yeah.
don't get confused.
Kathy Bohm said, "I love how sea glass blended out. It is really pretty because you had that
yeah.
as well on your 2nd card, and,
And
it
look at
does
this.
look
We're going to
nice.
have sea glass and rainforest up against each other.
yeah,
What-
it's gonna be tough.
Okay.
sea glass 72%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
voted for it
that's going to
stay.
be hard.
Whew, okay.
I think it might be rainforest for the win on that side, though.
Oh wow.
Let's go bright or
think
go
it's gonna
home. You
be
know what I mean?
rainforest and dragon
We got
fruit.
watermelon and dragon fruit.
I am not
Again,
I
you cannot.
I'm pouting.
dragon fruit.
Heavyweight.
Dragon fruit, yep.
Okay, this would be weird though if dragon fruit keeps going forward and rainforest, like that's kind of like we had wildberry and juniper, which
I know,
was like
that's
a
what's happening
strong
here.
green and a strong
It's
pink,
like
a-
Rocky and Drago.
and one yes, this is deeper from like juniper, and this one's brighter from like wildberry. That would be really weird if they.
I think
I'm
it's going to
refusing
happen.
to vote.
I'm predicting it's going to end up dragon fruit and rainforest.
Yeah.
I think it will.
Yeah.
I think it will. It is.
All
They're
right.
pretty. I will pay $5 per vote for watermelon. Beth Jeans, yes. Do
Buying
it.
those votes.
Do it. Everybody, put your money where your mouth is. Okay.
All right, what is it? Let's see it. Dragon,
Dragon
fruit.
fruit, 65%. Okay. All right. Next up, we have.
I will fall on a sword for this one.
Yeah, I have strong feelings about fig over pink lemonade. But don't tell that to, because I think that pink lemonade is Sika's. I think Sika,
She loves pink lemonade.
she's probably, Sika, as loud as Sika would scream, is probably screaming.
She's so
about
quiet.
this.
She's probably there going.
Sika, I want to hear you upstairs screaming for pink
come
lemonade to
running
stay.
I mean, I probably use pink lemonade more than fig if
No.
I were
That's where
weighing
I'm
that
at.
out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't always fig. Hands down between those two.
You use fig a lot?
I rarely use pink lemonade. I use
I'm
fig.
going to say
Okay.
fig, yeah. I think, yeah.
I love
Fig
stepping
just
on
looks
this.
good
Yeah.
with like briar rose. It looks good with wildberry. It looks good
Yeah.
with plumberry.
Yes, Tammy, we know we got it backwards. If one has to go, why are we picking favorites? Yeah, one has to go each round though. That's what we're.
There we go.
Yeah, each round one has to
I'm
go.
Team Sika / pink lemonade.
I'm team Jennifer / fig.
Callie just chimed in. She said Sika is not screaming.
No, Sika's too nice. She's probably up there saying, "I can't." pick."
Sika's about to scream
She's
because I
just
think
wringing
Fig's
her
gonna
hands.
stay. Kathy Zielski also loves pink lemonade. That is true.
Yay!
Okay, 60-40 split. We've had a few of those. Okay.
I think
Fig
JC
stays.
may
Darn,
just like
fig and
pass
dragon
out over
fruit.
here.
am
I can't pick it myself.
Getting the
Okay,
cold
look
sweat.
at this final. Look at this final four.
Yep.
Ooh,
Look
they're
at this,
pretty.
guys.
Are they good together?
Yeah.
That's
I
kind
was
of
gonna say,
fun.
yeah, it's a,
Yeah,
it is very nice
it's
together.
a very bold. Yeah.
You could do some
Palette
great
here.
foliage.
I like that.
Yeah.
So
see
let's
it.
talk greens.
Oh boy.
That's
Rainforest.
sad
Rainforest.
too.
Rainforest.
Sea glass.
Sea glass.
Hands
Rainforest,
down.
I'm leaving.
I called it from the semifinals. We're going to be dealing with rainforest and dragon fruit here in the end.
I think we probably
Sea
will.
glass.
Sea glass.
Sea glass. She's our color
I
girl.
don't
You gotta
know.
listen to her.
I don't have a lot to say because
Come
I
on,
just
chat.
love them both.
You don't have a lot to say?
Oh yeah.
Here's the thing.
I have a lot to say.
Who do you like more, Laura and I, or
Oh, this is weird. This is like a weird
or the two J's.
turn.
these two? Just kidding.
If
I
we're
don't know.
looking at the
Glass,
prediction
hands
markets
down.
right now, it's
I-
favoring rainforest.
I think rainforest is gonna.
Please.
Come
I
on.
don't know.
I'm
It would
about
be
to.
interesting to know your stats on sales.
Yeah, I think it's following. I think it's
Is it
tracking.
really?
I think it's tracking a little bit. 'Cause
Really?
some of these,
Wow.
like the popular colors from last time we played this and this time, I know that these are colors that are well received among the customers.
So in between these two, which one do you think is a top seller?
Well, and this has been around much longer.
Right.
But and it's one of the OG colors. We developed this color from ground up. So
Okay.
yeah, I kind of feel like sea glass. I love rainforest, but I feel like sea
course.
glass needs to stay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, let's go for
All
it.
right, let's see it. What's the result?
Woo!
Oh, wow.
I am shocked.
All
I need
right.
to go to Vegas. I'm hot tonight.
Okay.
I'm shocked.
Rainforest making it into the finals.
Oh,
Wow.
this is hard. Oh, dang it.
I just like this palette here. Okay.
Yeah, it
let's
is a
move
nice
that
palette.
off. Okay.
Oh,
dear.
boy.
This is a hard
not
one.
hard at
Dragon
all for
fruit
me.
and fig? Dragon fruit all the way
I think
for
it's
you,
dragon
right?
fruit, although
Yeah.
I love both so much.
I don't know.
I actually think I have to say that dragon fruit
I
is
think
probably
it's dragon
what I'm
fruit, but
gonna-
this looks exactly like last year.
For good reason. They're all amazing colors.
So we like strong pinks and strong greens is
Mm-hmm.
what we're hearing. But then I also saw a bunch of people say there's so many greens already. But
Well, who knows?
you have to have
wait,
green in
we've said
crafting.
dragon fruit, but they may say something different.
Right.
Well, I'm just
Yeah.
prepping the dragon fruit swatch.
Oh, man.
I don't know. It's like
I
so
don't
mixed.
know.
I don't know. We'll see. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see what we got.
Let's see.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm on a roll.
What are we
All
gonna
right.
do now, though?
I love how quiet it gets when the poll comes.
Yeah,
By
it's
the
like,
way.
It's like,
the
Yeah.
anticipation.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do?
Oh,
this I don't know though. I don't
What
know
are we
what's going to
gonna
be the
do?
winner between the two.
I think they're.
I think it might be rainforest, but I don't know.
Ooh,
What are you
yeah.
gonna do about that?
What am I gonna do about that? They look pretty together too.
This is a toss-up.
From out of nowhere, sea glass just reappears. We don't even know how it happened.
How do you feel about this, JC?
I'm very much rainforest.
Oh.
I like it like as a new black, right? If I want to grab a gray, well,
Yeah.
of course, and then that too, right? I'm basically wearing most of these colors, but
The
Yeah.
poll is rigged.
I don't
Is
know,
Nick
just
up to
rainforest.
something?
Period, rainforest.
Jennifer?
Erica says, I think I'm going to cry.
I'm at a loss. I have no idea.
You got nothing.
I've got.
You got nothing to
You know
offer.
what? I think coming off of the classes today where
I'd
we
say
used a lot of
dragon
rainforest, I think we've got rainforest on the brain. So I think rainforest is going to win.
Oh.
That is my
Rain-
prediction.
rainforest
But what do
is less
you
rep-
vote
Yeah,
for?
what's your-
I would
It's not
vote
about
for rainforest as well, just because I use it
There
a
are-
whole lot more in paper and in ink. Like JC has alluded to, that's the new black. It's much more neutral, but also you can put it with blues, you can put it with greens. It blends into a lot of other colors really beautifully. I've blended rainforest into pinks,
Yeah.
and it makes this beautiful purple in between. I think it's really versatile, even more than
Rainforest
just a new
too
black.
isn't replaceable. Like dragon fruit
Yeah.
is a beautiful color, but there are other strong colors in this, like pinks into the reds into the corals and all
Yeah.
that stuff that I'm like rainforest kind of feels irreplaceable
Yeah, that's
in
true.
in the current C9 color family.
For sure.
I have
So-
no idea.
Let's go ahead and see. Yeah. Oh.
Am I going to call it?
Oh wow. Okay, rainforest 57%. You guys.
Vegas.
All right, and I'm out of. So here we go.
I'm holding
sold it.
strong for pimento, fig, lakefront, and
Ooh, that's pretty.
and sea glass.
I like that.
Okay, this is a really fun game, you guys. It's fun to get
I
passionate
think
about
it's a little
color because
stressful.
color is a huge part of the story of crafting, right? So
We thought
it's
Mad
fun to
Gabs
think
was
about-
stressful.
It's fun
Right.
to
I think I was more stressed about this.
I'm gonna nightmares.
Yeah.
think, yeah. This was definitely. I do find it interesting that we had some similarities with last year. We're gonna take strong pinks and strong greens out of this next time we play.
Next time, each of us should write on a piece of paper who we think will win, and see if
Okay.
any of us guess it.
I like that.
And then
Okay.
maybe we can draw giveaway winners.
Once
Someone
we
also
have
said
the-
they want a pastel version of this because the pastels get eliminated really fast, except for sea glass. It didn't. It was near the end. But
I
traditionally, the lighter colors do get eliminated really quick.
I'm loving everybody's comments. This is great. Like, I mean, we love all the colors, and we're so lucky that none of them are actually going away that we played with here tonight. So that's great. So
That was fun though.
think about maybe your favorite colors that didn't make it through tonight, and show them some love the next time you make a card, and post about it. Vouch for them.
I'll take your challenge, Jennifer.
Root
I'll
for the
use
underdog.
pimento.
Pimento. Once you use pimento,
pimento.
Laura's the same way. Like once you start using it, you reach for it often.
I'll take your
Yeah.
challenge. I'll use it in my lab this week.
Same with fig.
It's really good.
I'll try.
All right,
Use
let's
them
go
together.
ahead.
With eucalyptus too.
Let's go ahead and clear the table, and
Wah, wah.
take things down a notch if they're not already for you guys at home. That was really fun though, and I'm actually glad that the chat was the ones who determined our winners for the One Has to Go challenge. You guys, you spoke from the heart. So, and speaking of heart, we're gonna speak from the heart again here for a little
Okay.
bit to kind of close out our evening. We have a few minutes left. Last night, you remember, we did heartfelt. And we're gonna do another little round tonight where we're gonna talk about a few other questions and we'd love to hear in the chat some like your answers and things like that. So the first question we're going to talk about is, what is your favorite kind of card to send? We'll read some responses from some of the attendees, and then I'd love to hear what you guys feel about that.
Okay.
What your responses would be, and then tell us about a time and or a person you wish you would have or could have sent a card to. That's, you know, like that could be
Anyone.
a lot of different people, a
Yeah.
teacher or somebody. Yeah. So let's just go down the line and read
Okay.
the responses to the first question of what is your favorite kind of card to send?
Elizabeth H. from Elk Grove, California said, I love sending thank you cards to coworkers, family, and friends. Any chance to show gratitude is a gift. For me, my favorite is miss you cards. I like to send miss you cards to friends that live far away because I have lots of crafty friends that live very far away.
I send mostly thank you cards, like the crafter said. I just feel like you always hear that, you know, thinking about your gratitude or doing a gratitude journal is good for you. So I think sending cards of appreciation is always good too.
Absolutely.
All right. Yep.
Sue H said interactive shakers, wobblers, and spinners.
Ooh.
Oh, there
I
you
like
go.
that.
She went for a whole technique genre.
Yeah.
I love it.
Kinetic cards. Cards that move.
Yeah.
Interactive, I love them.
Ingrid A said, anything personalized. I love making a card that feels extra special to the recipient's interests and likes. I love that too. Actually, and like this is the first cards that I ever made before I knew about like products and stuff that you could use to make cards were all handmade completely, you know, just personalized cards. And I kind of like that personal touch.
There's something different when you're making the card specifically for a person
Yeah.
versus just making it in general and then you
Yes.
find a reason later to
Using
send
their
it.
favorite colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
Love
That's good. Deborah from Queens, New York City said, or from Queens, New York said, Mother's Day and Father's Day cards for first-time parents.
Oh.
Well, that's
Hey,
fun.
this is full circle back to last night when we were listening to that song in my
Oh,
car
gosh.
that Callie was playing.
So sad. So sad.
No, because there was a line in there where the doctor brings the baby
I
into the room and
know.
says like, call
make me
somebody
cry again.
dad for the first time or whatever. And I was like, okay, I get it. Whatever. I get it. I get the hype. Okay.
JC's so glad you brought that up.
Yeah, again. Just kidding.
We're gonna karaoke tonight.
I'm excited. So I have Missy F. from Pickens, South Carolina. Cards the recipient doesn't expect.
Amen.
I mean, I think that's a lot of categories.
Could
of
be
cards,
anything.
so-
Yeah.
It's like getting flowers on a random day over Valentine's
Yeah,
Day.
I mean, I was gonna say flowers, of course, right? But yeah, great one.
Graduation cards. Somebody in the chat, Linda Wesley said that she loves to match the school colors. I sent Colin one.
Yes, you
with,
did.
What's the name? Sycamore or?
Yes.
Yeah, and it
yeah.
was green and yellow and
Yeah.
yeah.
And
I
it was it had money in it.
yeah.
He loved
That
it.
was a fun one. that was a fun card to make. Good. That is kind
He
of fun
loved
too.
it.
Like
He
that's
still
another
has
way
it
to
in his room.
personalize like school colors,
Yeah.
things like that, team colors, whatever it might be.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I do secretly love country music. I know a lot about country
my goodness.
music. Okay. Should we go on to the next?
Oh, hold on.
Sure.
Jessica said the cards I send most are pet sympathy cards. She's
Aw.
a vet and sends handmade cards for all the patients I lose.
Wow.
Oh, you're a
Jessica.
superhero.
That's really
Oh,
sweet.
that's incredible.
Oh,
Awesome.
Okay, I'm gonna cry.
I know. I'm like, ugh. my 6-year-old. She just learned recently that animals don't live as long as humans.
Oh.
I'll
Oh.
stop there. But
Okay.
it made
That's a
us
tough
all
pill to
realize that we were all kind of
swallow.
like, whoa. We're like, sorry. And so then she's like, so if he's 4 years old now, that means in dog years. And I'm like, don't do the math. You just keep loving him. So
Yeah, there you go.
That's really sweet, Jessica. Love that.
Well,
Wow.
Jennifer L. from Oro Valley, Arizona, had a really deep answer to the second question, which was, you know, if you could send a card to anyone, anytime, any place.
That you wish you would have
you
or
wish
could
I-
have.
Yeah, she said, I wish I could send a card to my younger self on all the occasions when I felt alone, challenged, or frustrated to tell myself it will be okay.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going home and making so many cards for myself.
It's getting heavy.
Okay.
It's almost 7, right?
Heartfelt.
My heart can't take it. That's actually really sweet.
Yeah.
Michelle L. from Ashburn, Virginia said, I wish that I could send a card to my graphic design instructor from college to show her I still use what I learned and how much she meant to me.
Oh,
That's good.
Really
that's
sweet.
nice.
So I actually had an art teacher in high school. So if I was to answer this question, because her name was Miss Marcaccio. She was a retired attorney, and she lived out in horse country out in Virginia, in this big house and stuff. She obviously had an amazing career as an attorney or whatever, and then she just decided she wanted to be an art teacher. And I did not take her class very seriously at first, and then she pushed me really hard, and so when I was thinking about this, I was thinking about Miss Marcaccio because she did a thing. I had to do a art project of found objects, and I did a whole Wizard of Oz thing, and she kept pushing it further and further and like pushing me, and it turned out really cool. And then I found out that she has a student gallery in her home, and she asked if she could keep it. And then I wrote her a letter actually in college for a project, and she wrote me back, and she's like, I still have your Wizard of Oz thing in my student gallery and stuff, so I should make her a card now.
You know, on the other end of
Yeah.
that, I want to send a card to my high school art teacher and say,
Yep.
See?
yeah, why did you discourage me from going into art?
Because
He
take a look at me now.
I said, I think I want to major in graphic design. And he's like, well, you have to take a lot of art classes for that. You know that, right? And I was like, excuse me? And I almost
look at
didn't go
you.
into art.
Oh my gosh.
You have a whole line of products now,
I know.
and you make amazing cards.
If you could see me now.
Yeah.
Take a look at her now.
Exactly.
I love it. Mine is from Susan R. from Grapevine, Texas. She said, my junior high French teacher, Dr. Evola, so I could tell him that all I learned from him helped me when I moved to France as an adult.
Oh, wow.
That's cool.
I
And I
wanna move to
bet
France.
as a junior high kid, Susan probably didn't think that she was
Shouldn't have ended up in
going to
France.
need that maybe. I don't know.
Wow.
So that's cool.
Teachers make such a big impact.
Yeah.
They do.
Gina H. from Hudson, Wisconsin said, I wish I could send a baby announcement card to my mom. She passed right before I was able to tell her I was expecting my second baby.
Oh.
I think these are good. That kind of thing is a good reminder that we need to send our cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to give our cards because we get so much joy out of making our cards, but there really is more joy in them receiving them.
Yeah.
And I'm going to cry, so go.
I know.
I
My
got you.
eyes are like, okay.
We're going to go back to the teachers. I have Susie Z. Kind of random. I wish I could have sent my high school AP English teacher a card to say thank you for being someone I could lean on during a difficult time. He was like a second dad to me in some ways and was encouraging to me. He helped me see the best in me and that difficult seasons do pass in time. Teachers are undervalued and can make such an impact on their students.
I love that.
Yeah.
Teachers really are amazing. So,
Heroes. They're
Yeah.
heroes.
oh, okay. Well, that was nice
That
and
was
heavy.
wonderful.
Yeah, you guys.
Oh my gosh.
I
Yeah,
mean, it's not a whole crafty weekend until someone cries. I mean, come on.
yeah.
So, check.
Check.
Quota met.
But I do think that what Jennifer said, though, like we're all making some really beautiful cards this weekend. So maybe come up with a short list of people that could benefit from receiving a card right now. So I
And
love that.
you can give them to strangers too. Like I love during COVID, my family and I would make tons of cards and stick them. You could put them on like a windshield wiper of a car at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Somebody random, just say from a neighbor and make somebody happy.
Yeah, I like that. Random acts of kindness. What the world
Needs now.
is love. Cards, sweet cards. That wasn't planned, obviously.
There is crying and crafting.
I love it. Okay.
my.
Well, this has been a wonderful evening. Thank you all for being with us. Thank you in the chat. I think you guys made the right decision with the color game. It's fine. Just a few things in closing. We'll put a link to the gift shop in the video description, so you can go there. The link will be on the website as well, the event website, and then there will be an emailed link going out. But as soon as this is over, you can, start shopping and checking out what's in the gift shop if you like. And then, that's it. And we're going to finish 2 minutes early so we can all go have another good little cry off camera. I've been holding back the tears.
If you play country music again,
We'll be crying for a different reason. That cry will come from a different source, a different part.
It might. It might. For JC, it might.
It'll come from the brain, not the heart.
Yeah,
Ears will start
I might
crying.
actually sweat instead.
All right, you guys are the best. Let's just real quick. Tomorrow morning, the 4th class will open up with JC and Jennifer, and they'll be doing Plant Life. It's a
The double
fun-
J's.
The
It'll be a
double
good time.
J's starting in the
JJ.
morning, and then I'll be with Laura in her class, and then Jennifer and Christina will close out the class
Shenanigans.
series. Yeah, the
Can't believe they
shenanigans.
trust us together in the same room.
And then we won't even talk about checkout until
No.
it's time to check out tomorrow afternoon. Instead, we'll just have a good night's sleep tonight and have some more fun tomorrow. And then we'll see y'all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Mountain
9
Standard
a.m.
Time. Have a good night.